illusion.
daily
Most people
behavior
think love is
is
spiritual.
automatic,
They think love is fate.
dictated
They
not
think
by
love is
awareness,
destiny.
but by
the
the
truth is
silent
far more
network of
uncomfortable.
memories,
Most of what you
habits,
call
and
love
emotional
is
codes
chemistry,
stored deep within
a
your
drug,
brain.
a
It's a
neurological
staggering
storm.
thought that most of who you are has
Oxytocin,
never been
serotonin.
consciously chosen.
The brain does not
Imagine
fall in love the
walking
way
through a
poets
garden you
describe.
didn't plant.
The brain becomes
Each flower a
obsessed
memory,
the way addicts
each thorn
do.
a fear.
That's why when someone
you keep
pulls
trimming
away,
the edges,
you
trying
don't
to
simply
control
feel
what
sad.
grows,
You
but
feel
the roots lie
restless.
far
You
below
feel
your reach.
panicked. You feel like
This is
something
where the
has been
subconscious
taken
lives,
from you.
not as an enemy,
Because
but as an
something
archivist
has.
of everything
Your
you've
brain
ever felt.
was receiving
It
a
learns
reward,
what kept you safe
attention,
and
affection,
what broke you,
hope.
then
And now
rewrites
the
the
reward
rules
is
of your
gone.
existence around
So your
those
emotions
lessons.
scream, fix it.
It doesn't care
Chase it.
about happiness or
Do
ambition.
something.
It only
But
cares
Stoic
about
Logic
survival.
whispers,
And so you keep repeating
is not
stories
love.
that feel
This is
familiar
withdrawal.
even when they hurt.
you are not
You
heartbroken.
chase people who
You are
mirror your
chemically
past.
destabilized.
You avoid
And
chances
the
that
modern
threaten
world has
old
mistaken
definitions of safety.
addiction
The subconscious
for
whispers, better the pain
Why
you know
longing
than the
feels
unknown
like
that might
meaning.
destroy you.
Have you
And the
noticed
conscious
something
mind obeys,
strange?
believing it
The
has
people who
chosen
give you
wisely.
peace
But beneath all
feel
the noise of
boring,
thought,
but the
the
people who give you
subconscious remains
anxiety
vast, ancient,
feel
and unfinished.
unforgettable.
It is
That is
both
not
guardian
destiny.
and ghost,
That is
shaping
trauma.
the architecture
The nervous
of your
system
every
becomes
moment.
attached to what
You may
is
believe you are
unpredictable.
steering the wheel,
Because
but perhaps you are merely
unpredictability
holding
forces
it,
attention.
while something deeper
Your
guides
mind
the road.
becomes
And if
hyper-focused.
90%
Your
of
body
who you are
becomes
lives in
alert.
silence,
You call it
then
passion.
who or
But
what
it is survival
is truly
energy.
driving your life?
Stoicism teaches that peace
Before you
is
ever
the signal.
learned to think,
Chaos
you were
is the
already
warning.
learning to feel.
If you are constantly
Long before you spoke your
overthinking,
first word,
if you are
the
constantly
world had already
questioning,
begun writing inside you,
if you are
not with
constantly
language,
checking your
but with
phone,
tone, rhythm,
that is
and
not love.
silence. A glance that
emotional
lingered too
slavery.
long.
Love
A
does
sigh
not
that
make
meant
you smaller.
disapproval.
Love does not
A
make you
smile
beg.
that made you
Love
safe
does not
for
make
one
you lose
fleeting
yourself.
second.
Real
Your
love
subconscious was the witness to it
expands you.
all absorbing,
Anything
shaping,
else is a
building the
trap.
hidden architecture
The
of who
emotional
you'd
lie,
one day become.
they complete
Imagine
me.
a child sitting in a
One of the
dimly
most
lit
poisonous
room,
ideas
clutching
in
a
modern
toy for
culture
comfort.
is this.
The air
You need
hums
someone
with tension,
to
not
complete
words,
you.
but the weight
Think
of them
about how
unspoken.
weak that
The
sounds.
mother's voice is
Think
sharp
about how
today,
dangerous
her movements
that is.
quick,
If another
her eyes
person
somewhere
completes
else.
you, then
The
without
child
them,
learns something crucial,
nothing.
not through explanation,
That is not
but through
romance.
vibration.
That is dependence.
Love can vanish without warning.
The Stoics would call
That lesson
this a
doesn't
form of
fade when the room
self-abandonment.
quiets down.
Marcus
It
Aurelius
sinks
never
deeper,
said, find
finding a
someone to
permanent
make you
home in
whole.
the subconscious.
He said,
Years later,
be enough
as an
for
adult,
yourself.
that same child
Because
will
if you do
hesitate
not own
before
your
expressing
soul,
joy,
someone
afraid it
else
might
will
invite
rent it.
punishment, or
And
will
most people
overcompensate, becoming
paying
endlessly
rent
accommodating
with
to
their
keep peace
dignity.
alive.
chasing
Psychologists
love
call this
destroys your
attachment
value.
conditioning. The
Here is a
brain,
brutal
still
truth.
forming,
The more you
learns
chase,
to associate
the less
love
you are
with
respected.
survival. Neural
Not because
pathways
people are
fire
evil,
and
but
strengthen
because
with
human
every
psychology
repetition.
is simple.
A raised
What is
voice
abundant
becomes danger,
is cheap.
a gentle touch,
What is desperate
salvation.
is unattractive.
According to studies on early
When you chase
development,
someone,
by age
you
7,
communicate,
the subconscious
"I have no
mind has
options.
already recorded
I
most
have
of
no
its guiding
standards.
beliefs,
I
not
will
about the
accept
world,
less."
but about you
And the world
in the world.
responds accordingly.
Were you safe?
High-value people
Were you
do
seen?
not chase.
Did your
They
feelings
choose.
matter?
They observe.
Each answer
They
carved a
vet.
pattern that still
They
plays
walk away
beneath your adult
when
thought.
peace is absent.
A little boy,
Stoicism is
praised
not about
only when he's
pretending you don't
silent,
care.
grows into
It
a
is
man
about
who fears his own
refusing to
voice.
lose yourself.
A girl who earns
Stoic
affection by being
detachment is
perfect
not coldness.
becomes a woman
People
who mistakes
misunderstand
exhaustion for
detachment.
worth.
They think detachment
These are not
means
choices,
you don't
they're
feel.
echoes.
No.
The subconscious,
Detachment means
in
you
its
don't
devotion
collapse.
to your survival,
You feel,
keeps
but you
replaying
do not
what once
become
kept you
ruled.
safe.
You love.
It doesn't realize that
but you do
time
not
has
worship.
passed, that you've grown,
desire,
that the threats are
but
gone.
you do not
To it,
beg.
you are still that child in the
Epictetus
dimly
said,
lit room,
"Do not seek
trying
for
to
events
read
to
love
happen as
like
you
weather
wish,
scanning
but
faces
wish for them
warmth,
to happen as they
adjusting
do happen,
yourself to
and
avoid
your
the
life
storm."
will go
The philosopher
smoothly.
Alan Watts once
Stoicism
said,
is
"We
emotional
seldom
maturity.
realize, for example,
It is the ability
that
to
our
say,
most private
"I want
thoughts and
this,
emotions
but I do
are
not
not
need
actually
it."
our own."
Need
He
is
was
where
right.
suffering begins.
They were inherited,
Desire
shaped by
with
whispers,
discipline
by
is
footsteps in
freedom.
hallways,
The
by how
truth
gently
about
or
attachment.
harshly someone said
Most
your
people
name.
are not attached
And so,
to love.
every adult
They're
reflex,
attached to the idea
every
of being
hesitation,
chosen.
craving,
They want proof
fear,
that they matter,
is an
that they are
unremembered
worthy,
lesson repeating
that they are
itself.
enough. So they chase
You are the sum of
relationships,
countless invisible
not
teachings,
because the person is
written
right,
not in words,
but
in
because
tone.
rejection rejection
The subconscious
feels like
never
death,
forgets its
but
first language
rejection
emotion,
is not death.
and it speaks through you
Rejection
still,
is
guiding your
redirection.
reactions,
The Stoic
protecting you
does
from
not
ghosts
interpret
that no
rejection
longer
as
exist.
humiliation.
But what happens
Stoic
when the child's
interprets it
rules
as
keep the
information.
adult trapped?
If someone does
That's
not
where the
choose
mask
you,
begins to form,
they have
and the
revealed
next
the
chapter
truth,
of your mind's hidden
and
story
truth
unfolds.
is always
You grow
a
up
gift.
believing you've escaped
Even
your
when it
past,
hurts.
that you've outgrown
Stop
it,
romanticizing the
replaced
struggle.
it,
There is another
rewritten
emotional
it
lie.
with
If
logic,
it's hard,
goals,
it must be
and
real.
discipline.
No,
But
hard
beneath the
is
layers
not
of
holy.
adulthood, something
Struggle is not romance.
quieter still
Pain is not
moves.
proof.
The child you
The movies
once
trained
were
you to
didn't
believe
disappear.
love is suffering.
It simply
that
learned to
chasing
wear a better
is
disguise.
devotion. That
You call it
heartbreak
maturity,
is passion.
responsibility,
But Stoic
ambition.
logic says,
But often,
love without
it's
respect
just the mask
is
your
not
subconscious
love.
made to
Love
keep
without
you safe.
peace
You
is
wear
not
it well.
love.
At
Love without
work,
reciprocity
it looks like
is not
control, the
love.
hunger to excel,
If you're always
the
the one
need to be
reaching,
useful.
then you're not
In
building
love, it looks like
You are
caution,
feeding an
smiling
illusion.
through discomfort,
The moment
saying you're
you
fine
stop
when you're
chasing.
unraveling inside. The
Something
subconscious
incredible
doesn't
happens.
trust the world
The
with your
fog
truth,
clears.
because
You begin
once
to see
your
people
truth
as
wasn't
they are.
enough.
Not
So
as
it
you
builds
imagined.
armor made of
You
habits.
stop projecting
The people
fantasies.
pleaser who can't say
You stop
no,
rewriting
the perfectionist
red
who finds
flags.
comfort
You
only
stop
in
confusing
exhaustion,
potential
the skeptic
with
who
reality.
holds others at
You
arm's
stop
length
begging
because trust
for
once
effort.
drew blood.
And that
These
is when you
masks are
become
not lies.
dangerous,
They are survival
not
stories that
dangerous
never
to
ended.
others, dangerous
Neuroscientists
to
say
manipulation.
most of your choices
Because
are
the
made
person
before
who
you're
no
even
longer
aware of them.
chases
The brain,
cannot
loyal
be
to its
controlled.
past, lights up the
The
same
Stoic
neural
practice
circuits that were built
removes
in
the
childhood.
fantasy. Here is your
Familiarity
first
feels
discipline.
like safety,
Remove
even when it
the
hurts.
fantasy.
That's why you
Do not
chase
ask,
the same
what
kinds
could this
of love,
become?
the
Ask,
same arguments,
what is this right
the
now?
same quiet
Do they
ache
show
of being
effort?
unseen.
Do they show
because
respect?
pain,
Do they show
when repeated long enough,
consistency?
becomes
Or do they
home.
show confusion?
You think you're seeking happiness,
The Stoic does
but
not
the
fall in
subconscious
love with
seeks
words.
only what it
The Stoic
recognizes.
watches
Picture
action.
yourself as a puppet
Because actions
wrapped in
are
golden
truth.
strings.
Words are cheap.
You move with
Attention
grace,
without
perform
commitment
with
is
precision.
cheap.
Believe
Real
you're
love
free, yet
is
beneath
expensive.
invisible
It
hands
costs effort.
tug.
It
The
costs
strings
clarity.
are woven from
It
old
costs
fears,
presence.
inherited expectations,
The second
and
discipline,
silent promises
sit
you
with
made
the
long ago.
emptiness.
I will never be
When
a
you stop
burden.
chasing,
I will never be
you will
weak.
feel
I will never
emptiness,
need too
and
much.
that emptiness will
The mask
terrify you
keeps you functioning,
because most people
admired,
use relationships
even loved, but it
to
also
avoid
keeps you
themselves.
from yourself.
But Stoicism
You
teaches,
smile not
sit
because you're
with it.
happy,
Do not
but because
run.
smiling
Do not
once
distract.
prevented pain.
Do not rebound.
You strive not
Do not
because you
numb.
desire, but because
Face the
slowing down
silence,
feels
because
like
in the
danger.
silence,
Philosophers
you meet
call it the
your real
tragedy
self.
of self-forgetting.
And once you meet
when the person
yourself,
you became
you
is
stop
only
searching
the
for
echo
someone else
of who
to
you
save
had
you.
to be.
Act
You try
3,
to
teaser.
control everything around
In part
you
3,
because
we go
deep
deeper
down,
than most people
you still
ever
remember
dare.
the chaos
The
you
ego
couldn't
behind
control.
romantic
And the
obsession,
more tightly you
the
grip
hidden
your world,
childhood wound,
the more you
the
realize
reason
that
you
control
chase
is just another
unavailable
mask
people,
for fear.
and the Stoic method
There comes
to
a
become
moment,
emotionally
subtle,
untouchable.
quiet, when you feel
Because
the
the
strings
truth
pull
is,
tighter.
You were never
sense
chasing
something
them.
inside you,
You were
resisting,
chasing what you
whispering
thought
that
you
this
lacked.
performance isn't freedom,
Stoicism
it's
will show
repetition.
you.
And maybe
You
that's the
lacked
beginning
nothing.
of awakening.
You are
when
not
the
in
puppet
love.
finally
You are in
senses the hands
captivity.
beneath
High
and wonders
value
what
men
if
and
I'm
women
not the one
understand.
moving.
The
Soon,
moment you
you'll look
chase,
beneath the surface
surrender
and
your
discover
power.
how deeply
You tell
those
the world,
unseen strings
"I am
are wired
incomplete."
into your mind,
But Stoicism
not by
teaches
fate, but
you
by
are
design.
complete by
You like to
discipline,
think you're awake, that every
complete
thought,
by self-respect,
every reaction,
complete
every decision
by
is
mastery.
born in the light
You do
of
not
awareness.
beg. You do not
But the
plead.
truth is
You do not
unsettling.
shrink yourself.
By the time you realize
to be
you've made a
chosen,
choice,
because
your
the
brain
person
already
meant
made it for you. In a
will not
laboratory,
require you
milliseconds
to
before
betray
you decide to
your
lift
dignity.
your hand, electrodes
Act
light
3,
up in the motor
you are not
cortex.
chasing them.
The body
You are
preparing
chasing
to
your
act
wound.
before the mind believes it's
Let's
in
speak
control.
the truth now.
Neuroscience
The
calls
truth
it
most people
preconscious
will never
processing.
admit.
Philosophy
You're not
calls it
chasing love.
fate,
You are
written in
chasing a
neurons.
feeling, a memory,
Your
a
subconscious
missing
is
piece.
not a vague idea.
You are chasing the
It's a
version
living
of
system,
yourself
older than
that
your
you
reasoning
thought you
mind.
became.
It hides
when
in
they
the
noticed
folds
you,
of the brain's
when they
oldest
texted you
structures.
back,
The
when
limbic
they
system,
wanted you,
where emotion
because
outweighs
for a
logic,
moment,
and the basal
felt
ganglia,
worthy.
where repetition
they pulled
becomes
away,
ritual. These
that
regions don't
worth
speak in words or
disappeared.
plans.
So you
They
chase.
speak in sensation,
Not because
in
they are
impulse,
special,
in the quiet
but
tug
because
of what
they
feels
activated
right
something
or wrong.
unresolved
Every time
inside
you pull away from a stranger's
Stoicism
glare,
calls
or
this
reach for the same brand
slavery.
of coffee without thinking,
Modern psychology
that's the
calls it
subconscious
attachment trauma.
guiding, protecting,
But the reality is the
repeating.
same.
Freud
The
imagined
not
it as an
addicted
iceberg,
to them.
a small,
You are
visible
addicted
tip
to what
floating
they
above an
represent.
enormous mass of
The
unseen
childhood
influence.
root of
Jung
romantic
took it
obsession.
deeper, calling it
Most
the personal
romantic obsession
unconscious,
begins
a
long
reservoir
before
of forgotten
romance.
memories
It begins
and
in
ancestral
childhood.
patterns that whisper
If love
through
was
dreams and
inconsistent,
coincidences.
You
Modern
learned to
psychology
perform
renames
for
it
it.
automatic
If
processing,
affection was
but the
conditional,
principle hasn't changed.
you learned to
What you
chase
think of as
approval.
personality
If
is often a
attention came
choreography
only
of
when
old
you
data,
achieved,
learned
you
associations,
learned that you must
sensory
earn
fragments,
being chosen.
reflexive loops.
So as an adult,
Your brain collects
you don't
millions of
fall in love
impressions each day.
peacefully.
Only a
You fall in
handful
love
ever reach
anxiously.
awareness. The rest
You
become
confuse
the background
intensity
music of your
with
life,
intimacy.
shaping how you
You
love,
confuse
what
longing
you fear,
with
who
connection,
you trust.
because your
And
nervous
yet,
system
science struggles to
was
measure what
trained
the
to
heart
associate
already
love
knows.
with uncertainty.
There's no instrument
And so you
precise
repeat
enough
the
to capture
pattern,
the way a
not
mother's
because it feels
sigh
good,
can become a
but
lifelong
because it
definition of
feels
safety.
familiar.
No brain scan
Stoic
can
Logic
decode
says
why the smell of rain
familiar pain
reminds you of
is
someone
still
you've tried to
pain.
forget. The
Do not call
subconscious
your
speaks
wound
through
a
poetry,
soulmate.
not equations through
Why you
dreams,
want what you can't
slips
have.
of the tongue,
The mind
and
desires
the soft
what it
unease
cannot
that
control.
rises when truth
That is ego.
approaches.
Ego
You are
does
both
not
the
want
scientist
love.
and the
Ego wants
experiment,
conquest.
studying your own
Ego
depths
wants
while being
validation.
shaped
Ego
by it.
wants to win.
Knowledge helps,
So when someone is
but it's not
unavailable,
enough.
your ego
Understanding the
becomes
subconscious
obsessed.
is like
Not because
mapping
they
an
are
ocean
perfect,
while standing
but
on its
because they are
surface.
distant.
You can trace
And
its
distance
currents,
creates
name its
fantasy.
tides, but until you
begin to
dive
imagine,
beneath,
to
until you feel
idealize,
what moves
to
you,
project.
you remain at the mercy
You
of
fall
its
in love
silence.
with a person
Because knowledge of the
who does
subconscious
not
is not
exist.
power, awareness
You fall in
is.
love with
And to become
potential,
aware is to step
with
into a realm
possibility,
where the
with the
mind
version of
stops
them
pretending to lead
that only
and
lives
begins
in
to
your
listen.
mind.
What
Marcus
happens
Aurelius
when the
warned,
mind hides
do not
from
let your
itself?
imagination be
When
crushed
everything
by
you've
life.
buried begins to
The
breathe
Stoic
beneath
does
the
not
floorboards
worship
of your
illusion.
consciousness?
The Stoic sees
You may call
clearly.
it bad luck,
The most dangerous
self-sabotage, or coincidence,
Hope is
but the
beautiful.
truth is quieter,
But hope
darker.
can also destroy
It's the
you.
return of what you've
Because
refused
hope keeps
to feel.
you waiting. Hope
The
keeps you
subconscious doesn't
attached.
forget.
Hope keeps
It
you
waits.
tolerating disrespect.
Every fear you've avoided,
You tell
every
yourself,
emotion you've
maybe
suppressed,
they'll change.
becomes part of the
Maybe
shadow
they'll
that
realize
follows you,
my value.
patiently reshaping
Maybe
your
if
life
I'm
until you
patient.
finally turn to face
But Stoicism
it.
is not
You
built
see it
on
in
maybe.
the small tragic
Stoicism
patterns,
is
the
built
person
on
who keeps
reality.
falling for the same
If someone
kind of
wanted
lover,
to be in your life,
each one wearing a different
they would
face
be.
but offering the same
If
ache.
someone valued
The man
you,
who fears rejection
you would not feel
yet builds
confused.
walls so high no
the
one
Stoic
can
does
reach
not
him.
live on
The
crumbs.
woman who wants
The
peace
Stoic
but
walks
can't
away
live
from
without chaos.
uncertainty, not with anger.
These are not accidents.
with clarity.
They are emotional repetitions.
Emotions are not
subconscious
guides.
trying to
They are
resolve an
signals.
old wound
Here is
by
where people
recreating it.
fail. They treat
Psychology
emotions
calls
like
it
truth.
repetition compulsion.
But emotions are not
the drive to relive pain
Emotions
until the
are
lesson is
signals.
finally learned.
Fear signals
but the subconscious
danger.
doesn't
Desire
use words.
signals hunger.
It speaks in
Loneliness
habits,
signals
cravings,
absence.
and catastrophes.
But none of these signals
Carl
mean
Jung called
this
this
person
hidden realm
is meant
the
for
shadow.
you.
The parts
It
of
means
yourself you've
you are
exiled:
feeling something.
anger, envy,
And
need,
feelings
vulnerability,
are temporary.
everything that didn't fit the image
The Stoic
you
does
were
not
praised for.
obey feelings.
You learned
The
early
Stoic
what was
observes
acceptable.
them. You do not
the
act
rest you pushed
because
into the
you
dark.
feel. You
But
act
what's suppressed
because
doesn't
you
die.
choose.
It mutates.
That
It
is
leaks
freedom.
out as passive aggression,
The Stoic
emotional
difference,
numbness,
love
or
without
sudden
need.
rage you can't explain.
The weak
You
love
dream of
desperately.
drowning, being
The strong
chased,
love
losing
freely.
teeth,
The weak
all
say,
symbols
I
of the
can't
same
live
truth.
without you. The
Something
strong
inside
say,
you is
I
trying
enjoy
to
you,
surface.
but I am whole without you.
Neuroscience offers
That is
a
not
parallel.
arrogance, that is health.
Repressed
That
memories
is emotional
still
maturity.
light up in
Because
the
the moment
amygdala,
love
the
becomes
brain's
need,
emotional alarm system.
it becomes fear.
They live like ghosts
and fear
in the wiring
creates
dormant
control.
until triggered.
Control creates
That's why
resentment.
a scent, a
Resentment
tone of voice,
destroys
a single
connection.
phrase can unravel you
Stoicism
without warning.
teaches love is not
You think
possession.
you're reacting to the
love
present,
is appreciation.
but you're reliving
you do not
the
own
past.
people.
Your
You
subconscious
experience them.
doesn't distinguish
And if they
between
leave,
memory and reality.
You do not
It
collapse.
only knows survival.
Because you never
And so,
abandoned
when you
yourself.
refuse to face your
Why
pain,
people lose
your pain
themselves
finds
in
ways
love.
to face you.
Most people
Through
don't
anxiety
want
that
love.
has no clear
They want
cause.
escape.
Through relationships
Escape
that
from
mirror your
loneliness.
deepest
Escape from
insecurities.
boredom. Escape from
Through the
themselves.
strange,
So they
recurring
merge.
feeling
They
that you're
obsess.
living the same
They
story
overgive.
again
They become a
and
servant
again,
of attention.
just with different names.
But Stoic logic
The subconscious
says,
becomes a
never
haunted
give
basement.
someone the power
Every door you lock
to
rattles in
determine
the dark
your inner
until
peace.
it's opened.
Because peace
Jung once
is
wrote,
your responsibility,
until you make the
not
unconscious
theirs.
conscious,
If your peace
it will
depends
direct
on
your
another
life,
person,
and you will call it
you are
fate.
not in love.
The shadow is not
You are in
evil,
danger.
it's exiled
The Stoic
truth.
law,
It
what
only
is not
becomes a
reciprocal
monster
is not
when
real.
ignored.
Real
But
love
facing
is
it
mutual.
demands courage
Real love
to
is
descend
consistent.
into yourself,
Real love
to
does
meet
not
the
leave
part
you
of
guessing.
you've tried to live without.
If you are always
Because the
questioning,
moment you stop running
it
from the
not
dark,
love.
you realize
It is
it was
imbalance.
never chasing you,
Stoicism
it was calling you
demands
home.
reciprocity.
And in that descent,
Not because you
you
are
begin to
entitled,
see how even
but
the
because you are
darkness was
disciplined.
designed to bring you back to
You do not
wholeness.
invest where you are not valued.
Have you ever
You
wondered
do not chase
if your thoughts are
where
truly
you are
your
not
own?
chosen.
The
You do
shows
not
you
beg
watch,
where you are
the
not
words you
respected.
use, the dreams you
Stoic walks
chase,
away
how
early,
much of them were chosen,
so they do not
and how much were
suffer
whispered into
later.
you by a world that
The moment
never stops
of
talking.
awakening.
The subconscious
One day you will
mind
wake
doesn't
up
live in
and
isolation.
you will realize
It breathes with the
you are
culture
not
around it.
chasing love.
Every
You are
billboard,
chasing
every
permission.
sermon, every trending
feel
phrase
enough.
slips beneath awareness,
But you do not need
rewriting your
permission.
inner code
You do not
one
need
repetition
someone's
at a time.
attention.
You think
To
you're deciding,
validate
but
your
most of the
existence,
time you're
you are
remembering
enough
what the
by
world
discipline,
told you to want.
enough by
Since
self-respect,
childhood, you've been
enough
surrounded by
solitude,
invisible teachers.
enough by
Television
purpose.
taught you beauty.
And when you truly believe
Religion
that,
taught you guilt.
you become
Language taught you what
unstoppable.
could and could not
because
be felt.
nothing is more attractive
Before you ever had a chance
than
to
someone
define
who no
meaning,
longer needs to
meaning
be
was
chosen.
defined for you.
You stop searching
Studies in
for
cognitive
someone else
science
to save
show that
you.
the human brain
Act
is a
3
pattern-seeking
teaser.
machine.
In
It
part
learns
3,
through imitation
we go deeper
and
than
repetition.
most people ever
So,
dare.
when society
The ego
repeats a symbol
behind
long
romantic
enough,
obsession,
the cross,
the
the
hidden
dollar sign,
childhood
the
wound,
flawless face,
the reason
it
you
becomes
chase
sacred
unavailable
in the
people,
subconscious,
and the Stoic
no longer
method
questioned,
to become emotionally
only obeyed.
untouchable.
You grow up
Because
chasing
the
not
truth
truth,
is,
but belonging.
You were never chasing
Advertising
them. You were
understands
chasing
this
what you
better than
thought
philosophy
you
ever
lacked.
did. It
And
doesn't sell a
Stoicism will
product,
show you.
it sells identity.
You lacked nothing.
A car isn't
You are not in
transportation,
love. You
it's
are in
status.
captivity.
A brand isn't
High-value
clothing,
men and
it's
women
validation.
understand.
The
The moment
subconscious,
you chase,
wired for emotional
you surrender
association,
your power.
absorbs the
You
symbolism
tell the world,
until
"I am
desire feels like
incomplete."
instinct.
But Stoicism
the mind believes
teaches
possession
you are
equals
complete
peace
by
because it has
discipline,
been conditioned
complete
to.
by
You
self-respect,
buy not because you
complete
want, but because
by
you've been
mastery.
taught
You
that
do not
wanting
beg.
means
You do
existing.
not plead.
And then there
You
are
do
the
not
myths
shrink
we inherit,
yourself
ancestral fears
to
passed
be
through generations.
chosen.
Fear
Because
of
the
rejection,
person meant
of
for
otherness,
you
of questioning
will
authority.
not require
The crowd
you to
carries them
betray
like
your
echoes,
dignity.
binding
Act
individuals
4,
into
the
one
Stoic
collective
system
dream.
to stop chasing
Psychologists
forever. If
call
you've
it
listened
the
this
collective
far,
unconscious,
you're already
the
waking
shared
up.
imagery and
Because
emotion
most
that
people
move through
never
humanity
reach
like
this
an
point.
undercurrent.
Most
You see it
people
in
stay
politics,
addicted.
in religion,
Most people
in
stay
social
emotional.
movements.
Most people
Entire
stay
groups moved not by
chasing
logic, but by
their
emotion,
entire lives.
mirroring one
But you are
another
here,
like synchronized
which
mirrors.
means something inside
It feels
you is
safe
ready
to
for
belong to the
discipline,
trance,
ready
because
for
solitude
truth,
feels like
ready
death to
for
the social
freedom.
mind.
So now we move
Language
from
itself
understanding
becomes a
to
cage.
transformation.
The words available
Here
to you
is the Stoic
define
system,
what you can think,
not theory,
what you can
not
express,
motivation, a
even what
system.
you can feel.
First
A
principle,
culture obsessed
control
with
the inner
productivity
empire.
breeds people who apologize
Stoicism
for
begins
resting.
with one law.
A culture
You
built on
cannot
competition
control people.
teaches you to
cannot
measure your
control
worth
outcomes.
by your reflection
You cannot
in another's
control
eyes.
love.
Slowly,
You can only control
your subconscious
yourself.
trades freedom for approval
Marcus Aurelius
and
called
calls
this
it morality.
your inner empire.
But true awakening
Most
doesn't
people
begin in
abandon their
rebellion.
empire
It
the
begins
moment
in
they fall in
recognition.
love.
To wake
They
up
hand
is
over
not
the
to fight
keys.
the spell,
They let
but to
another
see
person
it, to
determine
realize
their
that the
mood,
voices shaping your
their
mind
confidence,
were never meant to
their
destroy
peace,
you, only to keep
their
you
worth.
safe within the familiar.
That is not
Yet
love.
safety is not the same as
That
freedom.
is
And
surrender.
only when you see the
The
trance
Stoic never
clearly
surrenders
can
the
you
inner
begin to
empire.
ask the
They
question
feel
that
emotion,
terrifies every
but they do not
system
kneel
built to
to it.
contain you.
They ask,
What if I
what is
stopped
within my
obeying?
control?
There comes a point in
My
your
actions,
life when
my
everything
standards,
looks right
my
from the
discipline,
outside.
my
The
response.
job, the
That
relationship,
is
the
power.
rhythm of productivity.
Second principle,
Yet something inside
remove
you
the
feels
need to
quietly
be chosen.
wrong. You wake up each
The deepest
morning
addiction
and
is not
move through
romance.
the day
It
like
is
an actor
validation.
who's forgotten
Most people
why the
do
play
not
began.
chase partners.
The applause still comes,
They chase
but it no
proof.
longer means anything.
Proof that
Beneath
they are
the
enough.
noise of achievement,
Proof that they are
there's a hum,
desirable.
soft,
Proof that
constant,
they matter.
unignorable,
But
a question that
Stoicism
no success
teaches
can silence.
the man who needs approval
Why does all this
is
still
weak.
feel empty?
The woman who needs
when you
attention
live cut
is
off
trapped.
from your subconscious,
Freedom begins
you become
when
a
you no
stranger
longer
to
require
yourself.
an audience.
You keep doing,
to
achieving,
respect
proving,
yourself.
but without
When you
connection to
stop
the roots
asking,
of feeling.
do they want
Every
me?
victory turns
and
hollow.
start asking,
Neuroscience
do I
calls
want
it
them?
emotional dissonance.
That
the
is
gap
the reversal.
between what you show
That is
and
the
what you
awakening.
feel.
You were never
You
meant to
smile
beg.
while your
You were meant
nervous
to
system
choose.
screams. You say
Third
yes
principle,
while your body
detach
tightens in
from
refusal.
outcomes.
This split
This is
becomes
where
a
most
kind of
people
spiritual
fail.
paralysis
They
of
do
function,
something kind,
but you no longer
then expect
feel.
something back.
You've seen
They
it
show
before
love,
the executive
then
who
demand
can't stop
security.
checking emails at
They
midnight,
give effort,
even as his heart races
then feel
for no
entitled
reason.
to
The
return.
woman who keeps falling
Stoicism
in love with the same
destroys
kind of
this.
absence.
Epictetus
a face,
taught,
a
do
voice,
what is right,
a
then
promise
release
that
the
always
result.
fades.
Because the moment you attach
The
your
artist
peace
who
to an
creates
outcome,
endlessly
you
but
become
can't stand
a
stand to be alone
hostage.
with what he's
You
made.
can love deeply.
They all share the same
without
wound,
clinging.
a
You
life
can care.
built on performance
Without collapsing.
instead of
You
presence.
can desire.
When the
without
subconscious,
dependence.
that quiet keeper of
Detachment
truth, is
is
buried,
not coldness.
the conscious
Detachment
mind
is
becomes a
strength.
frantic
It is saying,
replacement,
I will
trying
not
to fill the
lose
silence
myself.
with noise. Psychologists
principle.
describe it as
Stop
fragmentation,
romanticizing people.
the self divided between
Most
the one who
heartbreak is not
feels
heartbreak.
and the one who
It is
pretends not to.
disillusionment. You were
Over
not mourning
time,
them.
this split
You were
breeds
mourning
chronic
the fantasy,
anxiety, burnout,
the version of them
and
you
numbness.
created,
The brain,
future you imagined,
trapped in survival
the story
mode,
you told
forgets
yourself.
how to rest.
Stoicism
You begin to
demands
confuse
brutal
tension
clarity.
for passion,
See people
exhaustion
as they
for
are,
purpose.
not as they could be,
Even
not as
love
they promised,
becomes
not as you
mechanical
hoped.
gestures
Reality
without
is
intimacy.
the cure.
Words without
Fantasy
soul.
is the
The
drug.
subconscious keeps sending
Stoic
signals,
stays
dreams that
sober.
ache, mistakes that
Fifth
repeat,
principle, build a
relationships
life
that
they
collapse
cannot
under familiar
compete
weight, but you
Here
interpret
is the
them as
secret
bad
of
luck,
high-value
never
individuals.
realizing their
They do
cries
not
for
chase
integration.
love,
There's a moment
because
late at
their
night,
life
maybe, when the
is
lights are
already
low
full.
and the world has stopped expecting
Purpose,
things from
mission,
you when the illusion
discipline,
cracks.
health,
You feel
growth,
it then,
legacy.
the quiet,
When you are
ache
building
beneath
something
the
meaningful,
surface, the
you do not
truth you've
obsess
avoided
over
behind the
attention.
busyness.
You do not
You
spiral
realize
over text.
you've mistaken
You do not
stillness
beg
for
presence,
weakness, numbness
because you are
for strength,
present in your own
and
life.
survival for peace.
Most people
This
chase
is the
love
real
because
cost
they
of
have nothing
disconnection.
else.
To spend
Stoicism
years
says,
building a
"Fill
life that
your life."
impresses everyone
Then love
except the
becomes
one
an
living
addition,
it. We call
not
it
a rescue.
adulthood, but it's often
Sixth
just
principle,
adaptation.
let silence
We call it
do the
maturity,
work.
but it's
Weak
exhaustion
people
in disguise.
over-explain. Weak people
Somewhere along the way,
double-text.
you
Weak
stopped
people
chasing
chase
wholeness
closure.
and
Strong
started
people
chasing
understand
approval and
silence.
forgot what it feels
Silence
like
is
to
a
belong
mirror.
to yourself.
Silence reveals
And yet,
truth.
in
If
that
you stop
realization
chasing
lies the first
and
crack
they
of awakening,
disappear,
the beginning of a
that
return.
was your answer.
At
If
some
you stop
point,
reaching,
the war
and
inside you
nothing
becomes
returns,
too exhausting to keep
that
fighting.
was
You
your
realize
answer.
the mind you've been trying to
Stoicism
conquer was
teaches,
never your enemy.
do not force what is
It
not
was your
mutual.
child,
Let absence
abandoned
speak.
in a dark
Let distance
room,
clarify.
waiting to be
The
heard.
Stoic does not demand
The subconscious
love.
doesn't
The
respond to
Stoic
control,
observes
it
reality.
responds to attention.
Seventh
And
principle,
healing begins the
accept
moment you
laws
stop
as
demanding
training.
it to change.
Every
And start
person you
listening to
lose
what it's been trying to
teaches
tell you all
something.
along.
Every rejection
You start small. You sit in
strengthens
silence
you.
one morning,
Every ending
and instead of drowning in
refines
distraction,
you.
you let the
Stoic does
thoughts
not
come
collapse
strange,
at loss.
unfiltered,
They transform
disjointed.
through it. Marcus
The
Aurelius
worries,
wrote,
the memories,
"What stands in
the
the way
things you
becomes
thought you'd
the
outgrown.
way."
They rise
Heartbreak
like sediment
becomes
stirred
wisdom.
from the bottom of still
Loneliness
water.
becomes
You
strength.
breathe,
Detachment
you don't run.
becomes
This is
peace.
mindfulness, not the
You were not
polished
punished.
version taught
You
in
were
apps
trained.
and retreats, but
The
the
final
raw
Stoic
practice
truth
of witnessing
about
your own
love.
chaos without turning away.
Love is not something you
Neuroscientists have
chase.
found
Love
that
is
when you
something
observe
need.
your thoughts without
When you are
judgment,
whole,
the
when you are
brain's
disciplined,
amygdala, the
when you
fear
are
center,
grounded,
begins
when you no
to
longer
quiet.
need it to
Awareness
survive.
itself becomes
The
medicine.
moment you stop
At night,
chasing,
you begin to
you
dream
become
again.
magnetic.
The images are strange
Because
but
nothing is
familiar.
more powerful
A locked door,
than
a
someone
forgotten
who is
friend,
complete.
a voice that calls your name
Closing
from a
message.
distance.
Stop
You write
running
them
back
down
to
in a
chains.
notebook, realizing
So let
each
this
dream
be
is a
your
letter
vow.
from the
I will
subconscious.
not beg.
In psychology,
I will not chase.
they call
I
this
will not abandon
integration,
myself. I will not
bridging
confuse
the
anxiety
conscious
with
and
love.
unconscious,
I will not call
so that your
obsession
inner world
destiny.
no longer
I will not
feels
worship
divided.
inconsistency.
You start speaking
I will walk
to the
away
child you
with
once
dignity,
were, the
and I
one
will
who
build a
learned to
life
hide
so
her
strong
anger, the one who mistook
that
fear
love
for
must meet
obedience.
me in
It
peace,
feels awkward at
or
first,
not at all.
almost foolish, but
because
something
Stoic
in
logic
you softens,
is simple.
as if an ancient
If it
truth
costs your
recognizes itself.
self-respect,
Working with
too
the subconscious
expensive.
isn't
you
about
stop
fixing
searching
what's
for
broken.
someone else to save
It's about
you.
remembering what
Act
was
3
silenced.
teaser.
You begin to
In part
repattern
3,
belief
we
through
go
small
deeper
rituals,
than most people ever dare.
not affirmations of
The
false
ego
positivity,
behind romantic
but
obsession,
honest
the
statements
hidden
of
childhood
possibility.
wound,
I am allowed
the
to
reason
rest.
you chase unavailable people,
I can be loved without
and the Stoic
performing.
method to become
Slowly,
emotionally untouchable.
these words stop
Because
sounding
the truth
foreign.
is,
The brain's
you were
neural
never chasing
pathways,
them.
once
You were
carved by
chasing
trauma,
what you thought
start
you
to
lacked.
rewrite themselves
And
through
Stoicism
repetition
will show
and
you.
emotional safety.
You lacked
Healing,
nothing.
neuroscience
You are not
reminds
in
us,
love.
is not
You
a
are in
moment of
captivity.
revelation, but a process of
High-value
rewiring.
men and women
And
understand.
perhaps the most
The moment
profound
you
realization
chase,
comes when
you
you stop
surrender
trying
your
to
power.
descend into the
You tell the
subconscious
world,
and allow
I
yourself
am
to die.
incomplete.
The
But
deeper you
Stoicism
go,
teaches
the lighter you
you are
become.
complete
What
by
once
discipline,
felt like drowning
complete
begins
by
to feel like
self-respect,
returning to the
complete
self beneath
by
the noise,
mastery.
to
You
the
do not
quiet
beg.
intelligence
You do
of your
not
own
plead.
psyche.
You do
The
not shrink
subconscious
yourself
ceases to be a monster
to
in
be
the basement
chosen.
and becomes a collaborator,
Because the person
a pulse
meant for
that guides you back toward
will
wholeness.
not require you
Because the goal
to
was never
betray
to silence
your
the
dignity.
depths of your mind.
Stop
It was to
before
hear them
you send
clearly
that
enough to
message,
finally rise
before you
not as
beg
the version
for
of you
attention.
that survived,
before
but as
you
the
chase
one who
someone
remembers
who gives
why.
you breadcrumbs.
What if the thing you've been searching
Listen carefully.
for has been looking through
Your
your
emotions
eyes all
are
along?
lying to you.
The subconscious
Not because
isn't
you are
buried
weak,
beneath
not
you
because you are
like some
broken,
dark
but
secret.
because
It
emotions
lives inside you,
were
woven
never
through every
designed
breath,
to tell you the
every
truth.
hesitation,
They were
every choice you
designed to
can't
make you
explain.
react.
It is the ocean
And
beneath
nowhere
your
is this
ship,
more
the
dangerous
night that makes the stars
than in
visible.
love.
You've spent
Because
your
love,
life trying to
modern
conquer it,
love,
to
is
label
no
it,
longer about
to rise above it,
connection.
not realizing
It's
that
about
without
obsession.
it, there would be
It's
no
about
you
attachment.
at all.
It's about emotional
Close your eyes
addiction.
for a moment.
You don't miss
Listen
them.
to the faint rhythm
You miss
beneath
the
your
dopamine.
thoughts,
You
the
don't
pulse
want
of
them.
something ancient and
You want the
alive.
relief.
That is not
You're not in
noise,
love.
that is
You're
memory.
in withdrawal.
Every kindness, every
worst
wound,
part,
every silence you've
your
endured
emotions will
lies there,
convince you
moving
that
quietly through
chasing
the
them
corridors of your mind.
is the only way
Freud
to
called
feel
it
whole
the unconscious.
again.
Young
But
called
Stoic
it the
Logic
shadow,
says something
but
brutal.
both were describing
If
the
you have
same
to chase
thing,
love,
the hidden
it was never
architecture
love.
of being
It
human.
was hunger.
It is not evil,
Today,
not divine,
you will learn
but
why your
something
heart
more
misleads
mysterious.
you,
The mirror
why
of
longing
everything
is not
you have
destiny,
forgotten about yourself.
and how to finally
The philosopher
become
Alan Watts
unshakable.
once said that we are the
Because the
universe,
strongest people
looking back at itself,
do not
consciousness,
chase love.
folded into form.
They attract it.
When you meet your
By
subconscious,
mastering themselves.
you are not descending
In
into
2026,
darkness.
people
you
are
are
more
returning
emotionally
to source.
confused than ever.
Each dream,
We have
each
endless
impulse,
options,
each
endless
whisper of
messaging,
intuition
endless
is your deeper
situationships.
self, speaking
people
through the
feel
language of
lonelier,
symbol and
more
emotion.
desperate,
Science
more
can
anxious
scan the brain's activity,
than any generation
map its
before.
synapses, even
Why?
predict your next
Because
decision
we have been
to
taught the
milliseconds
most
before you
dangerous
make
lie.
it. But
That
no
love
machine has yet
is
found the
something you
place where your
find
fears turn into
instead of something
metaphors,
you build.
or where your love
That if you
remembers
feel
its
strong,
first shape.
It must be
That is the
real.
territory of
That
mystery,
if it hurts,
the place where
it must be
psychology meets
meaningful.
the soul.
But
You've spent
Stoicism has
years
always
trying to
warned us.
control life,
Emotion
to
is
outthink
not
pain,
wisdom.
to
Emotion
stay
is
afloat
weather.
above what you
It
can't name.
changes. It storms.
But maybe
It
control was
passes.
never the goal.
And if you build your
Maybe
life
awareness
on
is.
weather,
The subconscious
you will
doesn't
collapse
need to be
every
defeated.
season.
It needs
So in
to
this
be
video,
heard.
we are
When
going
you stop
deep
fighting
into
it, you begin to see
why
it for
emotions
what it really
distort
is.
reality,
A
why
mirror
chasing
that
love
reflects
destroys
not
your
who you pretend to
self-respect,
be,
why detachment
but who
is
you've
power,
always been
and how
beneath
Stoic
the
Logic
noise.
frees you
You
from
begin to
emotional
understand
slavery.
that the mind is not divided
This is not
between
about
light and
becoming
dark,
cold.
but
This is
endlessly
about
cycling,
becoming
like
free.
day becoming night,
Act
like
1.
tides pulling
Your
back
emotions
only to
are
return.
primitive.
And perhaps that's
Let's
the
begin with
greatest
a truth
secret of
most
all,
people refuse
that the
to
mind's
accept.
deepest mystery
Your emotions
isn't
are
what
ancient.
it hides,
They are not
but
modern.
that it keeps
They are
dreaming
not
of becoming
intelligent.
whole.
They are
Each
survival
thought,
software.
each emotion,
Your
each
brain was
mistake
not
is the
designed
psyche's
for
way
romance.
of remembering itself.
It was designed for
The
survival.
subconscious is not your shadow,
kept
it's
you
your map
alive.
home.
Desire
So,
made
the
you
next time you
reproduce.
find yourself lost in
Attachment
thought,
kept
haunted by
tribes
what
together.
you don't understand,
So when you feel
pause,
intense longing,
don't run.
your brain is not
Look
saying,
into that
"This
quiet,
person
infinite
is your
mirror
soulmate."
within. Because
Your
what
brain
you'll
is
see
saying,
there is not
"This
the stranger
person
you
is a
feared,
source of
but the
emotional
self that
safety.
has been waiting
Do
patiently
not
for you to
lose
return.
them. It is biology, not destiny. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You are disturbed not by events, but by your judgment about them. Your pain is not the person.
Have you ever looked
pain
at an old
is the
photo
story.
of yourself
I
and
need
felt
them,
like you were staring at
and
a stranger?
is not
The
love.
smile looks familiar,
Need is
but the
dependence.
eyes seem different,
Love without
softer
freedom
perhaps, or
becomes
maybe more
a
naive.
cage.
You can almost
Why
hear
do
the
you chase what
silence
hurts
between
you?
the moments
Why do
that
people
photo
chase the
captured
ones
the
who ignore
laughter
them?
that used
Why do you
to feel
crave someone who
effortless,
gives you
the
less?
confidence that wasn't
Because
yet
the brain
scarred by
confuses
experience.
uncertainty with
And
value.
in that quiet realization,
The less available
something
someone
inside
is,
you whispers,
the more
I'm
your
not that
mind
person anymore.
obsesses. It's the same mechanism as gambling. A slot machine doesn't reward every pull. So you keep pulling. Maybe this time, maybe now, maybe if I try harder. And modern dating has become emotional gambling.
Change
You are
doesn't
not
happen the
chasing
way
love.
stories tell
You are
it.
chasing
It doesn't arrive
validation.
with thunder or revelation.
Stoic Logic says,
it comes in
if someone
whispers in
makes
the
you
pauses
anxious,
between
they are not
decisions,
your peace.
in the tired sighs
Love
you
is
let
not
out without
anxiety.
meaning to.
Love is not panic.
It's the way
Love is
you
not
stop
obsession.
chasing certain
Love
people.
is calm.
The
Love
way
is
you no
stable.
longer explain
Love is
yourself the
chosen,
same way.
not chased.
The way your silence
The
starts to
Stoic
mean
rule,
peace instead
never
of
abandon
defeat.
your dignity.
Transformation is
Epictetus
not an
said,
explosion.
"No man is
it's
free who
erosion
cannot
slow,
control
patient,
himself."
invisible
If
to
your
the naked
happiness
eye,
depends on
but
another
steady
person's reply,
as the tide wearing down
you are
the
not
shore.
in love.
You
You are
begin
in
to notice
captivity.
it in subtle
High-value
ways.
men and women understand.
Old music
the moment
stops
you
resonating.
chase,
Certain
you surrender
jokes don't
your
land.
power.
You start
You tell the
craving
world,
solitude not out
"I
of
am
sadness,
incomplete."
but because something within you
But
feels
Stoicism
sacred
teaches
now, fragile
you are
and
complete
worth
by
protecting.
discipline,
The world
complete
hasn't changed,
by
but your
self-respect,
perception of it has.
complete by
The colours are
mastery.
duller
You do not
in
beg.
some places,
You do not plead.
brighter
You do
in
not
others.
shrink yourself.
And you wonder when the
To
shift
be
began.
chosen
Was it the heartbreak
because the
you
person
barely
meant
survived,
for you
the betrayal that
will
cut
not
too deep,
require you
or
to betray
the quiet
your
night
dignity.
you finally told yourself
Act
the truth?
2. Love is a
Psychologists
chemical
call
illusion.
it
Most
ego
people think
death,
love is
the
spiritual.
disintegration
They
of
think
the
love
self
is
you
fate.
once
They
believed
think love
was
is
permanent.
destiny. But the truth is far
Neuroscientists
more
might say
uncomfortable.
your brain's
Most of what you
pathways have
call
been
love
rewired,
is
that emotional
chemistry,
pain forced
a drug,
new neural
a
connections
neurological
to form.
storm,
But spiritually,
dopamine,
it feels like
oxytocin,
burial and birth
serotonin.
happening at once.
The brain does
You
not
are
fall
both
in
the
love the way
mourner
poets
and the
describe.
newborn,
The brain
one who
becomes
grieves
obsessed
and the
the
one
way
who
addicts
breathes again.
do. That's
It's
why when someone
strange, isn't
pulls
it?
away,
We say we
you
want
don't simply
change to
feel
become
sad.
better,
You feel
wiser,
restless.
freer.
You feel
Yet when it
panicked.
comes,
You feel like
it
something
terrifies.
has been taken from
Because
you.
transformation doesn't
Because
only
something
add,
has.
it
Your
also
brain
takes
was
away.
receiving a reward,
It strips you bare,
attention,
leaving you
affection,
without your
hope.
familiar masks,
And now the reward
without
is
the
gone.
comfort of who
So
you
your
used to
emotions
be.
scream,
And in
"Fix
that
it,
nakedness,
chase it,
you must meet yourself
do
again,
something."
not the one shaped by
But Stoic
approval
logic
or
whispers,
fear, but the one
"This is
that's
not
been
love.
waiting beneath
This
it
is
all along.
withdrawal.
So you begin
You
to
are not
ask the real
heartbroken.
question,
You are
the
chemically
one that echoes through
destabilized,
every
and the modern
sleepless
world
night
has
of evolution.
mistaken
If
addiction
change is inevitable,
for
what
romance.
truly awakens it?
Why
Because the
longing
moment you
feels
stop
like
fearing the
meaning.
death of your old self
Have you noticed
is the
something
moment your
strange?
new life quietly
The people
begins.
who give you peace
Imagine a child
feel
walking
boring,
carefully across a
but the people
creaking
who
wooden
give you
floor,
anxiety
holding their breath
feel
so the house stays
unforgettable.
quiet.
That is
They've
not
learned
destiny.
that silence
that is
keeps
trauma.
the storm away.
The nervous system
They've learned
becomes
to read
attached
the weather
to what is
in the faces of
unpredictable.
those who are supposed
Because
to protect them.
unpredictability forces
Every
attention.
frown,
Your
every
mind
sigh,
becomes
every slammed door
hyper-focused. Your
becomes a
body
code
becomes
to
alert.
decipher.
You call
And
it
somewhere in that
passion,
decoding,
but
they
it is
begin to
survival
disappear.
energy.
You were
Stoicism
that child
teaches
once,
that
or
peace
someone
is the
like you.
signal. Chaos
You learned
is the
early
warning.
that love wasn't
If you are
unconditional,
constantly
it was earned.
overthinking,
So
if
you
you are
began shaping
constantly
yourself like
questioning,
clay,
if
smoothing
you are
out the parts
constantly
that got you in
checking
trouble,
your phone,
hiding the ones that
that
drew
is
too
not
much
love.
attention. You
That is
learned to
emotional
smile
slavery.
even when it hurt,
Love does not
to
make you
agree
smaller.
even when you
Love
didn't,
does not make
to
you
become
beg.
agreeable,
Love does not
useful,
make you lose
small,
yourself.
because safety
Real
lived
love
inside approval.
expands
You didn't know it then,
Anything else
but
is
each
a
small
trap.
compromise was the foundation of a
emotional
mask
lie.
that would follow
They
you into
complete
adulthood.
me.
Psychologists
One of the most
call this
poisonous
the birth
ideas
of the
in modern
false self.
culture is this.
It's a survival
You need
mechanism,
someone
not a
to
flaw.
complete you.
According to attachment
about how
theory,
weak
a
that
child
sounds.
will choose
Think about how
attachment over
dangerous that
authenticity
is.
every
If another
time,
person completes
because love
you,
means
then
survival.
without them,
The child who senses
nothing.
emotional neglect
That is
or
not
volatile
romance.
affection
That is
learns to
dependence.
perform, to
The
mirror
Stoics
what
would
others
call this
need,
a form of
to suppress
self-abandonment.
what they feel.
Marcus
The
Aurelius
nervous
never
system
said,
itself
"Find
adapts.
someone to make you
Cortisol
whole."
spikes.
He
Empathy
said,
sharpens.
"Be enough for
Intuition
yourself."
becomes hypervigilant.
Because if you do not
you didn't
own
just
your
learn
soul,
to survive.
someone
Your
else will
biology
rent
did too.
and most people
But the cost of
are
becoming
paying
loved
rent
is
with
often
their
becoming
dignity.
lost.
Why
You
chasing
grew
love
up fluent in
destroys
the emotions
your
of
value.
others, yet
Here is
illiterate
a
in
brutal
your
truth.
own.
The
You
more
could
chase,
predict your parents'
the less
moods,
you are respected.
but not name your
Not
own
because
fears.
people are evil,
You could comfort
but
friends,
because human
but
psychology
struggle
is
to
simple.
comfort yourself.
What is
And
abundant
so, piece by
is cheap.
piece, the authentic
What is desperate
self, the
is
one who
unattractive.
felt freely, who
When you
spoke
chase
boldly,
someone,
went
you
underground,
communicate,
buried
"I have no
beneath layers of
options.
adaptation.
I have no
Years
standards.
later, you
I
call
will
it
accept
people-pleasing,
The world
perfectionism,
responds
burnout,
accordingly.
or self-doubt.
I value people
But
do not
beneath those
chase.
modern
They
labels
choose.
is
They
the same
observe.
child
They vet.
still whispering,
They walk away.
will I
when
still be
peace
loved
is absent.
if I stop performing?
Stoicism is not about
The world
pretending
doesn't
you
teach
don't
you how to
care.
answer that.
It is about
It
refusing
only
to
teaches you how
lose
to keep
yourself.
pretending.
Stoic
And yet,
detachment
transformation
is not
never
coldness.
begins with pretending.
People misunderstand
It begins
detachment.
with breaking.
They
With
think
the moment
detachment
your
means
carefully
you don't
constructed
feel.
identity
No.
collapses
Detachment
under
means
its
you
own
don't
weight.
collapse. You
When
feel,
exhaustion outweighs
but you do not
approval,
become
when your silence becomes
You
unbearable,
love,
when you
but you do
realize
not
the mask
worship.
has started to suffocate
desire,
that's when
but you
something
do not
deeper,
beg.
older begins to stir.
Epictetus
Because
said,
the truth is,
"Do not
your
seek
real
for events
self
to happen
never
as you wish,
disappeared.
but wish for
It's
them
just been
to
waiting
happen as they
quietly
do
for
happen,
permission to
and your
exist
life
again.
will go
So the question
smoothly."
becomes not who
Stoicism
did you
is
have to
emotional
become
maturity.
to be loved.
It is the ability
but
to
something
say,
far more
I want
terrifying
this,
and freeing.
but I do not need it.
Who must you become
Need
now
is
to
where
be free?
suffering begins.
Somewhere along the line,
Desire with
you stopped
discipline
asking who you
is
were
freedom.
and started asking
The
who you
truth
needed to
about
be.
attachment
That's how
Most people are
adulthood
not
begins.
attached to love.
Not as a
They're
celebration of
attached to the
freedom,
idea of being
but as a
chosen.
quiet
They want
continuation
proof
of the
that they
childhood
matter,
play only
that
now.
they are worthy,
The
that they are
stage is
enough.
larger,
So they
the stakes
chase
are higher,
relationships,
and the audience
not
is
because
everywhere.
the person is
You
right,
wake up each day
but because
and wear your
rejection
chosen mask.
feels like death.
For some, it's
But
the
rejection
achiever,
is
efficient,
not death.
competent,
Rejection
tireless,
is
earning
redirection.
love through success.
The Stoic does
For
not
others,
interpret
it's the
rejection
caretaker
as
kind,
humiliation.
selfless,
The Stoic
endlessly
interprets it
available,
as information.
mistaking exhaustion
If someone
for
does
virtue.
not choose you,
Or maybe it's the
they have
Stoic
revealed the
unreadable,
truth,
composed,
and
immune
truth
to pain,
is always
convinced
a gift,
that emotions
even
are
when it hurts.
liabilities.
Stop romanticizing
Whatever
the struggle.
form it
There is another
takes,
emotional
the
lie.
mask
If it's
becomes
hard,
your second
it must
skin.
be real.
A costume
No,
stitched
hard
together
is
from
not
expectations,
Struggle is not
society's,
romance.
your
Pain
family's,
is not proof.
your own.
The
And
movies
soon,
trained you to believe
you
love
forget
is suffering,
that you were ever
that
naked
chasing
underneath
is
it.
devotion,
Carl
that
Jung
heartbreak
called this the
is
persona,
passion.
the face
But
we
Stoic
present
logic
to the world,
says, love
crafted
without
to survive
respect
within its
is not
rules.
love.
It's
Love
not
without
inherently
peace
false.
is
In
not
fact,
love.
it's
Love
necessary.
without reciprocity
We need
is
masks
not
to
love.
navigate civilization,
always the one
to play our
reaching,
roles, to
then you're
protect
not
our
building
vulnerabilities.
love. You
But
are
the danger
feeding
lies in
illusion.
mistaking the mask for the face,
moment
in
you
believing that
stop
the performance
chasing,
is who you truly are.
Something
When that
incredible
happens,
happens.
life
The fog
becomes theatre.
clears.
You laugh
begin
on
to see
cue,
people
love
as
on
they
cue,
are,
even break down
not as
on
you
cue.
imagined.
Every
You
emotion
stop
rehearsed,
projecting
every
fantasies.
silence
You stop
curated.
rewriting
You don't
red
live,
flags.
you perform.
You stop confusing
And yet,
potential
beneath the
with
applause,
reality.
something
You stop
aches,
begging for
because
effort.
the longer you wear the mask,
And that is
the
when you
heavier it
become
becomes.
dangerous.
It starts as
Not
armor,
dangerous
but
to
turns
others.
into a cage.
Dangerous
You begin to
to
sense the
manipulation.
difference between being
Because the
admired
person who
and
no
being
longer
seen,
chases
between being respected
cannot be
and being
controlled.
understood.
The
Neuroscientists
Stoic
might
practice,
say your
remove
brain
the
has grown
fantasy.
addicted to
Here is your
external
first
validation
discipline.
dopamine
Remove
hits from
the
approval,
fantasy.
reinforcing the
Do
same
not ask,
neural loop
what could this
that once
become?
made you feel
Ask,
safe as a child.
what is this right now?
But psychologically,
do they show effort?
it feels simpler.
Do they show respect?
You've built
do
a
they
beautiful
show
prison
consistency?
and called it
or do they show
success.
confusion?
There are moments,
The Stoic does not
quiet
fall in love
and
with
fleeting,
words.
when the
The
mask
Stoic
slips.
watches actions.
Maybe during heartbreak
Because actions
or
are
solitude,
truth.
or
Words
the
are
stillness
cheap.
of early
Attention
morning
without
when you
commitment
realize you
is
no
cheap.
longer recognize
Real
the voice
love
inside your
is
own
expensive.
head.
It
Those are the
costs effort.
cracks,
It
the
costs
brief glimpses
clarity.
of the self,
It costs
buried beneath
presence.
layers of adaptation.
The second discipline,
And if you listen
sit with
closely,
the emptiness.
you'll hear it, the faint
When you
pulse
stop
of
chasing,
authenticity,
you will feel
waiting to be
emptiness,
remembered.
and that emptiness
Because the
will
truth
terrify
is,
you.
the mask
Because most
served its
people use
purpose. It
relationships
protected the child,
to
it
avoid
guided the
themselves.
adult.
But
But it was
Stoicism
never meant to be
teaches,
permanent.
sit with it.
Transformation
Do not run.
begins
Do
when
not
you
distract.
stop polishing
Do
your
not
disguise
rebound.
and start
Do not
confronting
numb.
what's underneath. And
Face the silence,
somewhere in
because
that
in the silence,
confrontation, beneath
you
the
meet
noise of
your
who you were
real
told
self.
to be, the
And once you
unconscious
meet
begins to
yourself,
stir.
You stop searching
Change
for
feels
someone
mystical
else
when you're in
to
it,
save you.
like your soul is
Act
shedding its
3
skin.
teaser.
But underneath the
In part
poetry,
3,
there's
we go
science
deeper
quietly
than most
unfolding.
people ever dare.
Every time
The
you
ego
repeat a
behind
thought,
romantic
every time you
obsession,
react the same
the
way,
hidden childhood
every time you
wound,
choose comfort
the
over
reason you
courage,
chase
your
unavailable
brain
people,
is taking notes.
and the Stoic method
It's building
to become
highways of
emotionally
habit,
untouchable.
carving grooves
Because
in
the
your neural
truth
landscape.
is,
And
you were
over the
never
years,
chasing them.
those grooves
You were
become
chasing what
identity.
you thought you
You don't
lacked.
just have thoughts,
And
you
Stoicism
are the
will show
patterns
you.
that repeat inside you.
You lacked
Neuroscientists
nothing. You are
call
not
it
in love.
neuroplasticity,
You are in captivity.
the brain's ability to
High value
rewire
men and
itself
women
based on
understand.
experience.
The moment you chase,
What fires together
you surrender
wires
your
together.
power.
Meaning,
You tell the world,
if you spend
"I
10
am
years believing you're
incomplete."
unworthy,
But
your
Stoicism
neurons
teaches
have rehearsed
you
that
are
story
complete
into
by
permanence.
discipline.
They've built a
complete
chorus
by
that sings it
self-respect,
automatically.
complete
It's not
by
weakness
mastery.
when you struggle
You do
to
not
change.
beg.
It's
You do not
biology.
plead. You
You're
do not
fighting a
shrink
machine
yourself
you unknowingly
to be
programmed.
chosen,
But the miracle
because
is
the
this:
person meant
the same
for you
brain that
will
learned
not
fear
require
can
you
learn
to
freedom.
betray your
Studies on
dignity.
cognitive restructuring show
Act
that with
3,
conscious effort,
you are not chasing
emotional
them,
reflection,
you are
and
chasing your
repetition,
wound.
the brain begins to prune
Let's speak the
old
truth
pathways
now.
and grow new
The truth
ones.
most people
Just
will
like
never
muscles,
admit. You are
thoughts
not
strengthen
chasing
with
love.
use.
You are chasing
Each time
a
you
feeling,
pause before
a
reacting,
memory, a
each time you
missing
question
piece.
an old belief,
You are chasing the
each time
version
you
of
sit with
yourself
discomfort, instead
you
of
thought
escaping
you
it,
became
you're teaching your
when they
brain a
noticed
new
you,
language,
when they
a new
texted you
self.
back,
Psychologists
when they
describe
wanted you,
identity as a
because
feedback
for a
loop.
moment
Your
you
beliefs
felt
shape your
worthy,
behavior,
and when they
and your
pulled
behavior
away,
reinforces those
that
beliefs.
worth disappeared. disappeared.
break one
So you
side of that
chase.
loop. and the
not because
entire
they are
cycle
special,
begins to shift.
but because
That's
they
why
activated
change
something
doesn't begin with
unresolved
motivation.
inside you.
It begins with
Stoicism
awareness.
calls this
Viktor
slavery.
Frankl once wrote,
Modern
"Between
psychology
stimulus
calls
and
it
response,
attachment trauma.
there is a space.
But the
In that
reality is the
space
same.
lies our
You are
power
not
to choose.
addicted to them.
That space
You are
is
addicted to what
neuroplasticity
they
in motion,
represent.
the tiny moment
The
where the
childhood
story
root
can change.
of romantic obsession.
And yet,
Most
neuroscience
romantic
alone
obsession
can't
begins
explain
long
the ache of
before
transformation.
romance. It begins
Carl
in
Jung
childhood.
believed that the psyche's
love was
evolution
inconsistent,
requires
you
integration,
learn to
that to
perform
change,
for it.
you must
If
face
affection
what
was
you've repressed.
conditional,
The emotional
you learned
truth
to
buried in
chase
your unconscious
approval.
holds the
If
keys to
attention
real
came only
rewiring.
when you achieved,
Without it, change
learned
remains
that you must
surface level
earn
and
being
intellectual
chosen.
concept, not an
So as an
embodied
adult,
experience.
you don't
Modern
fall in
trauma
love
research
peacefully.
echoes this.
You fall in love anxiously.
When emotions are processed
You
and
confuse
reintegrated
intensity
rather
with
than
intimacy.
avoided, the nervous
You
system
confuse longing
literally
with connection,
recalibrates.
because
The
your
past
nervous
stops
system
looping, the body
was
stops
trained to
bracing,
associate
and
love
the mind
with
begins to trust
uncertainty.
its own calm.
And so you repeat the
So
pattern,
perhaps the brain
not
is
because it
more than an
feels
organ.
good,
It's a
but because it
storyteller,
feels
one that
familiar.
has told the same tale
Stoic
for so
logic
long,
says
it's forgotten
familiar
there are blank
pain
pages
is
ahead.
still pain.
Change begins
Do
not
not
when you
call
invent a
your
new
womb
story,
a soulmate.
but when you stop believing
Why you want
every
what you can't
chapter
have.
before this one was
The
final.
mind desires what
Because
it cannot
transformation
control.
isn't an idea,
That is ego.
you think it's
Ego
a truth
does not
you feel.
want love.
And feeling
Ego
it
wants
is where the
conquest.
rewiring truly
Ego
begins.
wants validation.
There comes a
Ego
moment in
wants to
every
win.
transformation when
So when
everything
someone
you
is
once were
unavailable,
begins to
your ego
collapse.
becomes
It doesn't
obsessed.
happen with
Not
fireworks
because
or
they are
revelation, but in
but because they are
silence, the
distant,
kind that hums
and
behind
distance
closed doors
creates
and sinks
fantasy.
into your bones.
You begin to imagine,
You wake one day
to idealize,
and realize the
to
world that
project.
used to fit you now
You
feels
fall in
too
love with a
small,
person
like a room
who
whose
does
walls are
not
inching
exist.
closer each time you
You
breathe.
fall in love with
The
potential,
conversations that once
with
sparked joy
possibility,
sound hollow.
with the version of
The
them
relationships that once
that only
defined
lives
you
in your mind.
feel foreign. Even
Marcus
your own
Aurelius
reflection
warned,
seems like
do
a
not
ghost
let your
of someone
imagination
you
be
used
crushed
to know.
by life.
This is what mystics
The Stoic
call
does not
the
worship
dark night
illusion.
of the soul,
The Stoic
the quiet
sees
death
clearly.
of who you thought you
The
were.
most dangerous drug.
It isn't depression in
Hope.
the clinical
Hope
sense,
is
though it
beautiful.
often feels like it.
But hope can also
It's a spiritual
destroy you.
undoing, the
Because hope keeps
disintegration
you
of
waiting.
identity,
Hope
the
keeps you
loss of the
attached.
false self
Hope
you've
keeps you
worn for so
tolerating
long that you
disrespect.
forgot it was a disguise.
You tell yourself,
Psychologists
maybe they'll
might call it ego
maybe
death,
they'll realize
the
my
mind's
value.
desperate attempt to
Maybe if I'm
hold on to its
patient.
old stories,
But
while the deeper
Stoicism
self
is not
demands
built
liberation.
on maybe.
You can
Stoicism
feel
is
it in your
built on
nervous
reality.
system, that
If someone
trembling
wanted to be in
confusion,
your life,
the mix of grief
they
and
would
relief,
be.
like
If
mourning
someone
your own
valued
shadow.
you,
The brain,
you would not feel
wired for
confused.
stability,
The
panics
Stoic does
when its
not
senses
live on
collapse.
crumbs. The Stoic
It floods
walks
you
away
with fear
from
and doubt,
uncertainty, not with
convincing
anger,
you that you're falling
with
apart.
clarity.
But in truth, you're being
Emotions are not
dismantled,
guides.
so
They are
something
signals.
new can take
Here is where
shape.
people fail. They treat
Neuroscientists
emotions
who study
like truth.
trauma integration
But
describe
emotions are
it
not
as
truth.
neural pruning,
Emotions
old
are signals.
connections,
Fear
dissolving to
signals
make space
danger.
for new ones.
Desire
What
signals
feels
hunger.
like destruction
Loneliness
is actually
signals
creation in
absence.
disguise.
But none of these
You're
signals
not
mean
losing yourself.
this person is
You're
meant
shedding
for you.
what was never truly
It means
you.
you are feeling
Imagine
something,
a garden in winter.
and
The soil
feelings
looks barren,
are
lifeless,
temporary.
almost forgotten.
The Stoic does not obey
But beneath
feelings.
it,
The Stoic
unseen
observes
roots
them.
are
You do
rearranging,
not act because
preparing for
you
something
feel.
you can't
You
yet
act
see.
because you
That's what this
choose.
season of darkness
That
is, the
is
quiet
freedom.
reconstruction of your
The Stoic
inner world.
difference, love
You'll
without
feel like
need.
you're disappearing
The
because,
weak love
in a way,
desperately.
you are.
The strong
The version
love
of you
freely.
built on
The
approval,
weak say,
control,
I can't
or
live
fear
without
is
you.
dissolving.
The strong
And that
say,
dissolution
I
hurts.
enjoy you, but
The
I am
applause
whole
fades,
without
the
you.
noise dies down,
That is not
silence
arrogance, that
becomes
is
your
health.
only witness.
That is emotional maturity.
But maybe, just
because the
maybe,
moment love
your
becomes
sadness
need,
isn't failure.
it becomes
Maybe it's your
fear.
soul outgrowing
And
its
fear
old cage.
creates control.
Maybe the
Control
emptiness you feel is
creates
not a
resentment.
void, but a
Resentment
doorway.
destroys
The ancient philosopher
connection.
Heraclitus
Stoicism teaches
once wrote,
love is not
"The soul
possession.
is dyed
Love
by the
is
color of its
appreciation.
thoughts."
You do not own
Perhaps
people.
yours is
You
simply
experience
changing
them.
hue.
And if
The
they
world
leave,
will tell you to move on
you do not
quickly,
collapse.
to fill the silence,
Because you
to
never
distract
abandon
yourself with
yourself.
new beginnings.
Why people
But
lose
real
themselves
transformation
in
doesn't
love.
rush. It
Most
lingers
people
in the
don't
ruins.
want love.
Because
They want
before
to
something
escape.
inside you can
Escape
be born again,
from loneliness.
something
Escape
else
from
must
boredom.
first be allowed
Escape
to die.
from themselves.
Have
So
you
they
ever
merge.
noticed how the
They
world
obsess.
applauds you when
They
you stay the
overgive.
same but
They
grows
become a
silent
servant
the
of
moment you
attention.
change? Society
Stoic
has a
logic
strange
says,
affection for
never give
consistency.
someone the power
It wants you to be
to
predictable,
determine your inner
understandable,
peace.
easy to
Because
categorize.
peace is
Be
your
reliable,
responsibility,
they say.
not theirs.
Be stable.
If your peace depends on
But
another
what they
person,
really mean is,
You are
don't
not
evolve
in
too
love.
far beyond our
You are in
comfort zone.
danger.
Because the moment you
Stoic
start
law.
transforming,
What is not
you
reciprocal
threaten the
is
fragile
not real.
order that keeps everyone
Real love
pretending
is
they're
mutual.
content.
Real love is
From
consistent.
childhood,
Real
you're taught
love
that
does not
identity
leave you
is
guessing.
something to protect,
If you
not
are always
question.
questioning,
You choose a career path
is not love.
and are told to stick
it
to
is
it.
imbalance.
You fall in love
Stoicism
and are told to
demands
never change too
reciprocity.
much.
Not because
Even
you
your
are
friends, the ones
but
who
because
say
you
they
are
want the
disciplined.
best for you, can become
You do not invest
unsettled
where you are
when
not
you start to
valued.
outgrow
You
the
do not
role they're
chase
used to.
where you are not
You were the
chosen.
quiet one,
You do not
the
beg
funny one,
where you are not
the reliable
respected.
one. But now
The
you're
Stoic
something
walks
else
away
uncertain,
so
introspective,
they do not
becoming,
suffer late.
and that terrifies them
The moment
because
of
your
awakening.
transformation exposes
One
the
day you will
stagnation
wake
they've
up
learned to
and you
justify.
will realize
Philosopher
you are not
Jean-Paul
chasing
Sartre
love.
called this
You are
bad
chasing
faith, the
permission
act of living in self-deception,
feel enough.
pretending that we're fixed
But you do not
entities
need
instead
permission.
of beings in motion.
You do not need
To
someone's
admit that we can
attention
change
to
would mean
validate
admitting
your
that everything's
existence.
stable
You are
might
enough
be temporary
by
marriages,
discipline,
beliefs,
enough by self-respect,
hierarchies, even
enough
the self.
by solitude.
So
enough
society
by
builds
purpose.
cages of identity
And when you truly
and
believe
rewards you
that,
for staying inside.
you become
The employee who stays
unstoppable.
20 years in the same
Because
job is
nothing is
called
more
loyal.
attractive
The one
than
who
someone
leaves to
who no
start
longer
anew
needs
is
to be
called
chosen.
reckless.
You stop
The
searching
partner who
for someone
sacrifices
else
growth
to
for
save
comfort
you.
is called
Act
devoted.
3
The
teaser.
one who evolves
In
beyond
part
what love
3,
can hold is
we go
called
deeper than most
unfaithful.
people ever
Nietzsche
dare.
called it
The
the
ego
tragedy of
behind
becoming.
romantic obsession.
He believed
the
that
hidden
humans fear
childhood
evolution
wound,
because it
the
demands
reason
the
you
death of
chase
certainty.
unavailable people,
To grow
and the
is to
Stoic
let
method
go
to
of what
become
once made
emotionally
sense,
untouchable.
to stand in the chaos
Because the
between
truth
who
is,
you were and who
you were
you're
never
becoming.
chasing them. You
But
were
culture
chasing what you
doesn't
thought
celebrate
you
chaos.
lacked.
It
And
medicates it.
Stoicism will show you.
It teaches you to suppress your
lacked
metamorphosis
nothing.
with
You are
distractions,
not in love.
routines,
You are
and
in
applause for
captivity.
conformity.
High-value
And yet,
men and women
somewhere deep
understand
within,
the
your
moment
spirit
you
aches
chase.
for more.
You
feel it
surrender
when your
your
ambitions
power.
no longer
You
fit
tell the
your
world,
surroundings.
"I am
when your
incomplete."
conversations
But
begin to
Stoicism
sound rehearsed.
teaches you
when
are
you sense
complete
that life
by
is quietly
discipline,
asking you to
complete
move,
by
but you stay
self-respect,
still because no
complete
one else is
by
moving with you.
mastery. You do not
Transformation,
beg.
in
You
this
do not
sense,
plead.
becomes
You do not
rebellion.
shrink
You
yourself
become like a butterfly,
to be
returning to a
chosen.
world that
Because
still
the
expects a
person meant
caterpillar.
for you
They see
will
your
not
wings as
require you
arrogance,
to betray
your
your
silence as
dignity.
distance,
Act
your
4,
growth as
the
betrayal.
Stoic system to
But
stop
what they cannot
chasing
understand
forever
is
if you
that
have
change
listened
was
this
never
far.
an act of defiance,
already
it was
waking up.
survival. And it's
Because
in that
most
survival
people
that
never
the
reach
loneliness
this
begins,
point.
the aching
Most
isolation
people
of
stay
outgrowing
addicted.
everything
Most
that
people
once felt
stay
like home.
emotional.
No one
Most
warns
people
you that
stay
transformation is lonely.
chasing
They speak of
their
growth
entire
as
lives.
enlightenment,
But you are
never
here,
of the emptiness that
which
follows.
means something inside
When you begin
is
to
ready
shed
for
old
discipline,
identities,
ready for truth,
it doesn't feel
ready
like liberation.
for freedom.
It feels like
So now we
mourning.
move from understanding
You start walking
to
through a life that no
transformation.
longer fits,
Here
surrounded
is the
by
Stoic
familiar
system,
faces that no
not
longer
theory,
see you.
not
Conversations
motivation,
that
a
once
system.
flowed now feel
First
rehearsed.
principle,
Laughter
control
feels
the
like an
inner
echo
empire.
from a version of you that's
Stoicism
already gone.
begins with one
and in
law.
the silence that
You
replaces
cannot
it all,
control
you wonder,
people.
was change
You
worth
cannot
the
control
cost?
outcomes.
There's a peculiar
You cannot
kind of
control
grief that
love.
comes from
You
evolution.
can only control yourself.
Psychologists call it
Marcus
identity
Aurelius
loss.
called this your
The
inner
emotional
empire.
fallout that happens when
Most
your
people
internal
abandon
world
their empire
changes
the moment they
faster
fall
than
in
your
love.
external one.
They
Your
hand over
mind
the
tries to
keys.
hold on to the past
They let another
because it
person
confuses
determine their
familiarity
mood,
with safety.
their
The
confidence,
neural pathways
their
that once
peace,
defined your habits,
their
your
worth.
relationships, your sense
is
of
not
self,
love.
they resist
That
being
is
rewritten.
surrender.
The brain
The
doesn't
Stoic
crave
never surrenders
happiness.
the inner
It
empire.
craves what's
They feel
predictable.
emotion, but they
Even
do
if the
not
pain
yield
was
to it.
toxic, it was
They
yours.
ask,
And
"What
that
is
makes
within
letting
my
go
control?
feel like betrayal.
My action,
You begin to
my
miss
standards,
even the
my
wounds that
discipline,
once defined
my
you.
response.
The heartbreak that
is
gave
power.
you purpose. The
Second
chaos
principle,
that gave you identity.
remove the need to be
It's strange
chosen.
how pain can feel
The
like
deepest
home
addiction
when
is
you've lived
not
in it long enough.
romance. It is
In its absence,
validation.
you feel
Most
naked,
people do not
undefined,
chase partners.
floating in the vast
They
space
chase
between
proof.
who you were
Proof
and who
that
you're
they
becoming.
are enough. Proof that
This
they
is
are
what
desirable.
Carl Jung meant
Proof
when he
that
spoke
they
of
matter.
individuation,
But
the painful
Stoicism
separation
teaches
from the
the
collective
man who needs
illusions that
approval
once held
is
you.
weak.
To
The
become
woman who needs
yourself
attention is
to
trapped.
step away from the
Freedom
comfort of
begins
belonging.
when you no longer require
The
an
loneliness
audience.
deepens
to
when those
respect
around you resist
yourself.
your transformation.
When you stop
Friends
asking,
pull away,
do they
sensing
want
the
journey
change, but
and
not
start
understanding
asking,
it.
do
They
I
miss the
want
version
them?
of you that was predictable,
That
the one
is
who
the
made them
reversal.
comfortable.
That is
Growth,
the awakening.
after all,
You were never meant
is a
to
quiet
beg.
form of
You were
rebellion,
meant to choose.
and not everyone wants a mirror that
Third
reflects their own
principle,
stagnation.
detach
You
from
don't blame
outcomes.
them. but you do
This is where
feel
most
the
people
ache of
fail.
walking alone,
They do
of
something
realizing
kind,
that
then
sometimes
expect
becoming your
something
true
back.
self
They show
means
love,
leaving behind
then demand
those who only
security.
loved your disguise.
They give effort,
In this void,
then feel
your nervous
entitled
system
to return.
trembles. You reach
Stoicism
for old
destroys
habits
this.
just to feel real again.
Epictetus taught,
You tell yourself
do what is
stories
right,
of return.
then release the result.
Maybe I overreacted.
Because the moment you
Maybe
attach
I
your
was
peace
happier
to an
before.
outcome,
But
you
that's just
become
the voice
a
of your old
hostage.
identity
You can
begging
love
for
deeply.
resurrection. Because
Without
every
clinging,
rebirth
you can
demands
care.
a burial.
Without
And the one
collapsing,
being
you
buried
can desire.
now is the self
Without
that clung to what no
dependence.
longer fits.
Detachment is
And
not
yet,
coldness.
amid the
Detachment
loneliness,
is strength.
something
It is
begins
saying,
to whisper.
I will not
It's
lose
faint
myself.
but steady, a new
Fourth
rhythm
principle,
forming beneath
stop
the grief.
romanticizing
Because
people.
there comes a moment when
Most
you stop
heartbreak is
fighting
not
what you're
heartbreak.
losing
It is
and start
disillusion.
listening to what's trying
You were
to
not
emerge.
mourning them.
Eventually,
You were mourning the
storm
fantasy,
passes,
the version
not
of them
because it
you
weakens,
created,
but
the
because
future
you've
you
learned how
imagined,
to stand
the
in
story
it without
you told
breaking.
yourself.
The silence
Stoicism
that once felt
demands
unbearable
brutal
begins to
clarity.
feel sacred.
See people as
The
they
loneliness
are, not
that
as
once
they could
hollowed
be,
you out
not as they
now
promised,
becomes
not as
space
you
room for
hoped.
something new
Reality
to grow.
is the cure.
You realize that
Fantasy
transformation
is
was
the
never
drug.
about erasing your
The
past,
Stoic
but about
stays
reclaiming
sober.
what was buried beneath
Fifth
it.
principle.
This is where
Build a life
rebuilding
they cannot
begins,
compete
not from the
with.
outside,
Here
but
is the
from
secret
within.
of high-value individuals.
It's slow,
They do not
patient
chase
work.
love.
There's no
Because
applause
their
here,
life
no
is
dramatic
already
moment of
full.
rebirth.
Purpose,
Just small
mission,
choices,
discipline,
repeated
health,
until they
growth,
to become strength
legacy.
again.
When
You
you are
start
building
setting
something
boundaries,
meaningful,
not as
you do not
walls,
obsess
but as
over
lines of
attention.
respect
You do
drawn
not
in the
spiral
soil of
over
your soul.
texts. You do not
You
beg
begin to
for
write,
presence,
not to be understood,
you are present
but to understand
in your own
yourself.
life.
You meet your
Most
shadow
people
in
chase
quiet
love
moments,
because they have
noticing the
nothing else.
parts of you you once
Stoicism
denied:
says,
anger,
"Fill
desire,
your
fear,
life."
and you
Then
stop
love
trying to
becomes
exile
an
them.
addition.
You realize they were
rescue.
never enemies, they were
Sixth
messengers.
principle. Let
The parts you
silence
tried
do
to
the
destroy
work.
were simply
Weak
asking
people
to be heard.
over-explain. Weak
Psychologists
people
call
double-text.
this integration
Weak people
the
chase
process
closure.
of reuniting
Strong
the
people
conscious
understand
and
silence.
unconscious self.
Silence is a mirror.
It's the healing
Silence
that
reveals
happens when you
truth.
stop
If you
fighting
stop
your
chasing,
darkness and
and
start
they
learning its
disappear.
language.
That
Neuroscience
was your answer.
echoes this
If you
truth.
stop reaching,
Every time
then
you
nothing
respond to
returns.
pain with awareness instead of
That
avoidance,
was your
your
answer.
brain rewires itself
Stoicism
toward
teaches,
resilience.
do not
New
force what
neural
is not
pathways
mutual.
form
Let
ones
absence
rooted in
speak.
presence,
Let distance
compassion,
clarify.
and
The
self-trust.
Stoic does not demand
It's
love.
not about
The
becoming
Stoic
fearless.
observes
It's about
reality.
walking with fear and
Seventh
choosing to
principle,
move anyway.
accept loss
And in
as
that
training.
movement, something
Every
miraculous
person you
begins
lose
to unfold.
teaches you something.
You start
Every
building yourself
rejection
anew, brick by brick,
strengthens you.
breath by
Every
breath.
ending
You discover
refines you.
that stability doesn't
The
mean
Stoic
stillness.
does not collapse at
It means
loss.
being
They
rooted enough to
transform
bend
through
without
it.
snapping.
Marcus Aurelius
You
wrote,
learn to forgive,
what stands
not
in the
because
way
others deserve it,
becomes the way.
but because your peace
Heartbreak
does.
becomes
You stop
wisdom.
chasing
Loneliness
validation
becomes
and start
strength.
creating meaning.
Detachment becomes
And the strange,
peace.
tender truth
You were not
emerges.
punished.
You were never
trained.
broken, only rearranged.
The final Stoic truth about
Transformation,
love.
you realize, is
Love
not
is
a
not
makeover.
something you chase.
It's a remembering.
Love is something you
The
meet.
child who
When
dreamed
you are
freely.
whole,
The
when you are
soul that
disciplined,
trusted life
when you are grounded,
before it was
when
taught
you no
to
longer
fear
need it
they're still within
to
you,
survive.
waiting patiently
The moment
beneath the rubble.
you stop
And
chasing,
now, with
you
your
become
adult hands,
magnetic,
you begin to unearth
because
them.
nothing is more powerful.
Every moment of awareness
someone who is
becomes a
complete.
foundation stone. Every
Closing
breath
message.
becomes mortar.
Stop running back to
Every
chains.
act of honesty
So let
becomes
this be
light,
your vow.
breaking through the
I will
cracks.
not beg.
You're not
I will
escaping
not
your old
chase.
self,
I will not
you're
abandon
guiding it
myself.
home.
I will not confuse
And as you
anxiety
rebuild,
with love.
something
I will
inside
not
you
call
whispers,
obsession destiny.
almost like an
I will not
echo
worship
from a life you once
inconsistency.
knew.
I will walk
What
away
if transformation
with
was
dignity,
never about
and I will
becoming
build a
someone
life
new,
so strong
but about finally
that love
remembering
must
who you
meet me
were
in peace,
before the world told you
or
to
not
forget?
at all.
If you look closely at the old
Because
photo
Stoic
again,
logic
the one that
is
used to
simple.
make you ache,
If
something
it
has
costs
changed.
your
The
self-respect,
person staring back
it is
no
too
longer feels like a
expensive.
stranger.
You stop
Their eyes,
searching for
once
someone
naive,
else to save
now
you.
seem gentle, almost
Act
forgiving.
3 teaser.
You see now that
In
they
part
weren't
3,
weak.
we
They
go
were
deeper
becoming.
than most
You
people
realize
ever
that
dare.
every version of
The
yourself,
ego behind
every
romantic
heartbreak,
obsession,
every
the
collapse
hidden
was
childhood
not an ending,
wound,
but a
the
necessary
reason you chase
dismantling.
unavailable people,
Because all life,
and the Stoic
in the end,
method to
is a
become
cycle of
emotionally
death and
untouchable.
rebirth.
Because
Change
the
was
truth
never
is,
meant to be graceful.
you were never chasing
It's violent,
You are chasing
disorienting,
what you thought
raw,
you lacked.
a kind of sacred
And
destruction.
Stoicism will show
The
you.
universe itself
You
operates
lacked
on that
nothing.
rhythm.
You are
Stars
not in
collapsing
love.
to forge
You are in
light,
captivity.
forests burning to make room
High-value
for
men
new
and women
roots,
understand.
hearts breaking
The
to
moment
remind us
you
that
chase,
love isn't found.
You
it's
surrender
revealed.
your power.
Nietzsche once
You tell
wrote,
the world,
one must
"I
still
am
have chaos
incomplete."
in oneself to
But
give birth to a
Stoicism
dancing
teaches
star.
you are complete
You
by
understand now
discipline,
what he meant.
complete
The
by
chaos within
self-respect,
you was never your
complete
enemy.
by mastery.
It was the fire
You do not
preparing
beg.
you for flight.
You do not plead.
Carl Jung
You do not
called this
shrink
process
yourself.
individuation,
To be
the integration
chosen.
of your shadow,
Because
your pain,
the person
your
meant
potential.
for you
It's not
will
about
not
becoming
require
perfect.
you
It's
to
about
betray
becoming whole.
your dignity.
The phoenix does
Stop
not rise despite the
before you
ashes,
send
it
that
rises
message.
because of them.
Before you
Transformation,
beg for
in this
attention.
way, is not an
Before
upward
you
escape,
chase someone
but a
who gives
downward
you
descent into the
breadcrumbs.
parts of yourself you
Listen
once
carefully.
feared to touch.
Your
Into the
emotions are
shame,
lying
the
to
grief,
you.
the
Not
quiet
because you are
truths
weak,
you buried.
not because
you
you are
fall,
broken,
and in
but because
falling,
emotions
you find wings that were waiting
never
all
designed
along.
to tell
When you
you the
begin to
truth.
live with this awareness,
They were designed
something
to make
miraculous
you
happens.
react.
You stop
And
fearing
nowhere
the
is
cycles.
this more dangerous
You no longer panic when
than in
things fall
love.
apart because you recognize
Because
the
love,
pattern decay
modern
is not
love,
death,
is
it's
no
the
longer
soil
about
of rebirth.
connection.
The
It's
same
about
pain that once felt
obsession.
like
It's
punishment
about
begins to look
attachment.
like
It's about
purification.
emotional
Every
addiction.
ending
You
starts
don't
to
miss
shimmer
them.
with the quiet
You
promise
miss the
of beginning
dopamine.
again.
You don't want them.
And so, you breathe.
You want the relief.
You stop
You're not
running
in
from the
love.
ruins and
You're
start
in
building
withdrawal.
temples out of them.
And
You
the
forgive
worst
yourself
part,
for the versions
your
that had to
emotions will
die for
convince
this one to
you
live.
that chasing them
You see that the
is the
cracks
only
weren't
way to
flaws,
feel
they were
whole
doorways.
again.
You see
But
that
Stoic
every
Logic says
silence,
something
every
brutal.
scar,
If
every
you have to
sleepless
chase
night
love,
was leading
it was
you here
never
to
love.
this moment of
It was
recognition.
hunger.
Because you were never
Today,
meant to stay the same.
you will learn
You were
why
meant
your
to
heart
evolve, to
misleads
fall
you.
apart and come together
Why longing is
over
not
and
destiny,
over until every
and how to
fragment
finally
of your
become
being remembers its
unshakable.
place in the whole.
Because the strongest
That is the
people
art of sacred
do
destruction.
not chase
That is the
love.
beauty of the phoenix
They
within you
attract it
burning, rising,
by mastering
burning again,
themselves.
not to become someone
In 2026,
new, but to remember
people are
that
more
even in
emotionally
the ashes,
confused than ever.
you were always the fire.
We have endless options, endless messaging, endless situationships. Yet people feel lonelier, more desperate, more anxious than any generation before.
Have you noticed there is a certain
Why?
kind of person who
Because
doesn't
we have
fear
been taught
silence?
the most
They
dangerous
seek
lie.
it. You've probably
That love
felt this yourself
is
on
something
nights
you
when
find
the world grew too loud,
instead of something
and the
you
quiet
build.
room you walked into
That if you feel
felt like a
strongly,
soft exhale,
It must
a
be
place
real.
where your heartbeat finally
it hurts,
matched the rhythm of your
It
thoughts.
must be meaningful.
People assume
But
solitude is
Stoicism
a
has
sign of
always warned
withdrawal,
us.
a
Emotion
symptom of
is not
sadness,
wisdom.
or
Emotion
a
is
reflection
weather.
of brokenness.
It changes. It
But you know,
storms.
in a way,
It
you
passes.
can't always
And if you build
explain
your life
that
on
being
weather,
alone carries a strange
you will
comfort,
collapse every
like stepping
season.
into a warm
So in this
shadow
video,
that
we are
finally
going
fits
deep
the shape of your
into
soul.
why emotions distort reality, why chasing love destroys your self-respect, why detachment is power, and how Stoic Logic frees you from emotional slavery. This is not about becoming cold.
You carry this
This is
truth
about
quietly
becoming free.
because the world is quick
Act
to
1.
misunderstand it.
Your emotions
They
are
see
primitive.
someone who chooses the corner
Let's
seat
begin
at
with
a
a truth
gathering
most people
and whisper
refuse
that
to
you're
accept.
distant.
Your
They
emotions
notice
are
how you
ancient.
slip away
They are
early,
not modern.
how your
They are not
energy drains
intelligent.
faster in
They are
crowded
survival
rooms,
software.
and they label you
Your brain
antisocial,
was not designed
avoidant,
for
or
romance.
cold.
It
Yet
was
what they
designed
never
for
see
survival.
is the quiet storm
Fear
inside you,
kept
the
you
sensitivity, the depth,
Desire made
the
you
way your mind
reproduce.
reads, the
Attachment
emotional
kept
temperature of a
tribes
room
together.
before others
So when you
even
feel
register.
intense longing,
They don't
your
know
brain
how
is not
heavy
saying,
that constant
this
awareness
person
can
is
be,
your soulmate.
how it makes
Your brain is
solitude
saying,
not an escape,
this person
but a
is a
form of
source of emotional
self-preservation.
safety.
Maybe it
Do
started
not
years ago,
lose them.
before you even
It
had
is
words for
biology,
it.
not
A child
destiny.
sitting at the edge of
The
a
Stoics
noisy
understood
living
this
room,
centuries ago.
feeling everything too
Marcus
intensely.
Aurelius wrote,
A
"You are
child who
disturbed
learned
not by
early that
events,
people are
but by your
unpredictable.
judgment about them.
Emotions are
Your pain
contagious,
is not the person.
and
Your
silence
pain
becomes
is
a
the story.
kind of shelter.
I need them.
It becomes the
And
place where you don't
is
have
not
to
love.
perform,
Need
where you
is
don't have to
dependence.
translate yourself
Love
into
without
versions
freedom
that make others
becomes
comfortable,
a cage.
where you don't have to shrink
Why you
or
chase what
stretch
hurts
to be
you?
understood.
Why do people
In
chase the ones who
silence,
ignore them?
You simply
Why do you
exist,
crave
and
someone who
that
gives you less?
somehow
Because
feels
the brain
like safety.
confuses uncertainty
There
with
is a
value.
science behind it
The less
too,
available
though you
someone
may
is,
not have known it.
the more
Some
your
minds
mind
process
obsesses.
the world more deeply.
It's the same mechanism
Some
as
nervous
gambling.
systems react
slot
more
machine doesn't
intensely to
reward
noise,
every pull.
conflict,
So you
or
keep
social
pulling.
unpredictability.
Maybe this time,
For
maybe
these
now.
people,
Maybe if I try
solitude
harder.
regulates the inner
And
chaos.
modern dating
It is
has
not
become
loneliness.
emotional
It is
gambling.
equilibrium.
You are not chasing love.
Loneliness
You are chasing
is what you feel
validation.
when you can't connect.
Stoic Logic says,
Solitude
if someone makes you anxious,
is what you feel
they're not your
when you
peace.
finally do.
Love is
and
not
yet,
anxiety.
even with its
Love is
comfort,
not panic.
solitude
Love is not
carries
obsession.
its own shadow.
Love is calm.
Because
Love is
the more
stable.
you retreat
Love is
into
chosen,
it,
not
the more the
chased.
world begins to blur
The Stoic
at
rule,
the edges.
never
The more
abandon
you
your
protect
dignity.
your inner world, the harder
Epictetus
it
said,
becomes to let
no
anyone
man is
enter
free
it.
who cannot control himself.
You learn to prefer silence.
If your happiness
but you
depends on
also
another
learn
person's
to hide
reply.
inside it.
You are not in
Still,
love. You are
this
in
is only
captivity.
the beginning of the story.
High-value men
Because
and
the
women
strange
understand.
comfort of being
The
alone
moment
is
you
never
chase,
just about today.
you surrender
It
your
is
power.
rooted in something
You tell the
older,
world,
something
I am
softer,
incomplete.
something forgotten.
But
And
Stoicism
to understand why
teaches
solitude
you are
feels like
complete
home,
by discipline,
you have to return to the
complete
first place it
by
ever saved you.
self-respect.
Have you ever
complete
wondered
by mastery.
when it truly
You do not
began,
beg.
that
You do
instinct
not
you
plead.
have to
You do
seek
not shrink
quiet
yourself.
places, to slip
be
into solitude
chosen
the way others
because the
slip
person
into
meant
conversation?
for you
Somewhere
will
in
not
your
require
childhood,
you to
long
betray
before you
your
understood
dignity.
psychology or patterns or
Act
attachment
2,
styles,
love is a chemical
you learned
illusion.
something
Most people
quietly,
think love is spiritual.
almost accidentally.
They think love is fate.
Silence
they think
could
love is
protect you
destiny.
in ways
But the truth
people
is far
couldn't.
more uncomfortable.
You were just
Most
a
of what
child,
you call
but
love
the world around
is
you
chemistry,
often felt
a
too
drug,
sharp.
a
Maybe
neurological
the house
storm,
wasn't violent,
dopamine,
but it was unpredictable
oxytocin,
voices
serotonin.
rising without warning.
The brain does not
Tension
fall in
in
love
the air
the way
so
poets
thick it made your
describe.
small chest
The brain
tighten.
becomes obsessed
Maybe
the
nothing
way
dramatic
addicts
happened.
do. That's
Yet
why when
everything
someone
felt
pulls away,
emotionally unstable.
you don't simply feel
You
sad.
learned to read the
you
energy
feel restless.
before you
feel
understood
panicked.
the words.
You feel like
You
something
could
has been
sense
taken
when an
from
adult
you.
was moody,
Because
and something
has.
was about to erupt,
Your brain was
when it was
receiving
better to
a
disappear.
reward,
And
attention,
so you did into your
affection,
room,
hope,
into your drawers,
and now the reward is gone.
into the soft refuge
so your
of
emotions
being
scream.
alone. There is a
"Fix it,
memory
chase
you
it,
might still feel
do
in
something."
your bones.
But Stoic
Sitting
Logic
on the floor with a
whispers,
toy or a book,
this is not love.
not
This
because
is
you were told to,
withdrawal.
but
You are
because
not
being around
heartbroken.
people
You are chemically
demanded too much from you.
destabilized, and
You
the
didn't
modern
have
world
the
has
vocabulary
mistaken
to describe
addiction
overstimulation
for romance.
or emotional absorption.
Why longing
But your
feels
nervous
like
system
meaning.
knew.
Have you noticed
You felt
something strange?
everything. The disappointment
who give you
behind your
peace
parents' sigh,
feel
the frustration
boring,
hidden in
but
their
the people
silence,
who give you
the
anxiety
heaviness they tried to ignore.
feel unforgettable.
Children like you don't rebel.
That is not
You
destiny.
retreat.
That is
you become
trauma.
small enough to
The
survive.
nervous system becomes
and maybe
attached
the adults
to what is
praised you for
unpredictable.
it. You were
Because unpredictability
easy,
forces
calm,
attention.
no trouble.
Your mind
They
becomes
loved the version of you who
hyper-focused.
stayed
Your
quiet,
body becomes
that didn't
alert.
complain,
You call it
that handled
passion.
their inconsistency
But it is
with a
survival
maturity
energy.
you were far too
Stoicism
young to possess.
teaches that peace
You
is
learned
the
a
signal.
dangerous lesson
Chaos
without
is the
realizing it.
warning. If
Your
you are
needs were
constantly
easier to carry
overthinking,
when you kept them
if you are
inside.
constantly
Your emotions were
questioning,
safer when no
if you
one
are
else had
constantly
access to them.
checking your
People
phone,
applauded your quietness.
that is not love.
Without seeing the loneliness
that is
beneath
emotional
it.
slavery.
Psychologists
Love does not
call
make you
this
smaller.
an avoidant
Love does not
attachment
make you
response.
beg. Love
The
does not
child
make
who
you
learns
lose
that
yourself.
expressing need
Real
brings no
love
comfort, so
expands
they turn
you.
inward.
Anything else is a
Neuroscience
trap.
shows that these patterns
The emotional
don't
lie,
fade with time.
they complete me.
The brain wires
One of the
itself
most
around
poisonous
safety.
ideas in modern
And
culture
for you,
is this.
safety lives
You need
in
someone
solitude.
to complete you.
When other phases,
Think about how weak
children
that
ran
sounds.
toward noise
Think
and
about how
attention.
dangerous that
You
is.
found comfort
If another
in the
person
quiet world
completes
you
you,
built inside
then
your
without
mind.
them,
Alone
you are
time
nothing.
was never a punishment.
that is not romance.
It was your first
That is
act of
dependence.
self-protection. And
The
so the
Stoics
seed
would
was
call
planted
this
the
a form
idea
of
that silence is
self-abandonment.
safer than
Marcus
uncertainty.
Aurelius never
That
said,
your room is more
find someone to
predictable
make
than
you
human
whole.
emotion.
He said,
That solitude
be
is the
enough
only
for
place
yourself.
where your nervous system
because
can
if you do not
finally
own
breathe.
your soul,
A child who
someone
grows
else
up
will
like
rent
this
it.
doesn't suddenly
And most
become an
people
adult who loves
are
being
paying
alone.
rent with their
It happens
dignity.
slowly, quietly,
Why chasing love
like a shadow that
destroys your
lengthens
value.
with the setting sun.
Here is
But
a brutal
every shadow
truth.
has a shape,
The more you
and
chase,
yours would
the less
eventually
you are
become a
respected.
mask, the
Not
one you
because
carry
people
into
are evil,
adulthood,
but
without
because
even
human
realizing
psychology
when you
is
first
simple.
learned to wear it.
What is abundant
Have you ever noticed
is
how,
cheap.
somewhere along
What is
the
desperate
way, you
is
learn to move
unattractive.
through the world with a
When
softness
you chase someone,
that protects you?
you
Not
communicate,
loud, not
I have
brash,
no options.
not demanding,
I have no
just
standards.
quietly present,
I will accept
like a shadow
less.
that chooses
And the world
where it wishes
responds
to fall.
accordingly.
People think
High-value
this is
people
your
do not chase.
personality.
They choose.
But
They
you
observe.
know it's something
They
deeper.
vet.
It's the
They
mask
walk
you
away
learned to wear
when
long
peace
before
is
adulthood
absent.
arrived. The
Stoicism
one
is not
built
about
not from
pretending
deceit,
you don't care.
but from survival.
It is about refusing
As an
to
adult,
lose
you
yourself.
navigate rooms
Stoic
differently.
detachment
You step
is not
into a gathering
coldness.
and
People
instantly
misunderstand
sense the emotional
detachment.
temperature,
They think
as if your
detachment
mind
means you
carries a
don't
built-in
feel.
radar
No.
for tension.
Detachment
You
means you
observe
don't
before you
collapse.
speak.
You feel.
You feel before
But you do not
act.
become
And
ruled.
most of all,
You love.
you withdraw
But you do
before the
not
noise
worship.
inside you becomes
You
too
desire.
loud.
But you
Others
do not
mistake
beg.
this for shyness or
Epictetus
aloofness
said,
or
"Do not seek
indifference.
for events to
But the
happen as
truth
you
is
wish,
simpler
but
and
wish
far
for
more
them to happen as
misunderstood.
they do happen.
You've spent
and
years
your life
learning how to
will go
protect the parts of
smoothly.
yourself that the world
Stoicism
didn't know
is
how to
emotional
hold.
maturity.
Your
It is the ability to
quietness
say,
is not
"I
emptiness,
want this,
it's armor.
but I do not
a gentle
need it."
armor, but
Need
armor
is where
nonetheless.
suffering begins.
You find yourself
Desire with
craving
discipline
conversations
is
that
freedom.
have weight,
The
exchanges
truth
that
about
don't
attachment.
feel like sand.
Most
slipping
people are
through
not
your
attached
fingers.
to love.
You grow restless
They're
when
attached to the
small
idea
talk
of being
drags on,
chosen.
as
They
if your
want
mind
proof
is
that they
starving in a
matter,
garden
that they are
without
worthy,
water.
that they are enough.
You watch
So they
people
chase
laugh loudly,
relationships,
perform
not because the
loudly,
person is right,
live loudly,
but because rejection
and you wonder
feels
how they
like
do
death.
it so effortlessly.
But rejection is
For
not
you,
death.
that kind of energy
Rejection
feels
is
borrowed,
redirection.
maybe even forced.
The Stoic does not
Your
interpret
peace comes
rejection
from
as
stillness,
humiliation.
the way
The
a
Stoic
forest
interprets
regains
it as
itself after
information.
a storm.
If someone does
And
not
yet,
choose you,
none of this means
they have
you're
revealed
broken.
the truth.
Neuroscience
And
shows
truth
that some people
is always
process
a
emotional
gift,
and sensory
when it hurts.
information more deeply.
Stop romanticizing
meaning
the struggle. There is
chaotic
another emotional lie.
environments drain
If
their
it's hard,
internal
it
battery
must be
faster.
real.
Psychologists
hard
call
is
this
not holy.
high sensitivity.
Struggle is not
Others
romance.
call it
Pain
introversion.
is not proof.
But you
The movies
simply
trained
call
you
it
to
truth,
believe
the
love
way you've
is
always
suffering,
been wired,
that
the way
chasing
silence
is
resets
devotion,
you like
that
nothing else ever
heartbreak
could.
is passion.
But it creates
But
a
Stoic
strange
logic
duality
says,
inside you.
love without respect
On the outside,
is not love.
you look calm,
Love without
composed,
peace is
low
not
maintenance.
Love without
On the
reciprocity
inside, you're
is
carrying
not love.
currents of perception
always the one
and
reaching,
intuition that
then
others
you're not
don't see.
building love.
You feel the
You are
shift
feeding
in someone's
an
smile
illusion.
before they notice it
The
themselves.
moment you stop
You sense
chasing,
when a conversation is hiding
something
the wound.
incredible happens.
You
The fog
understand
clears.
what
You begin to
isn't
see people
being
as they
said.
are, not as you
And
imagine.
because of this,
you stop projecting
solitude
fantasies.
becomes
You stop
more than a
rewriting
preference.
red
It becomes
flags.
the only place
You stop
where you're
confusing
not
potential
absorbing
with
everyone
reality.
else's emotions
You stop
like a
begging
sponge.
for effort.
People ask you,
And that is when
why
you
don't
become
you talk more?
dangerous.
Why don't you
not
come out?
dangerous to others.
Why are you so
dangerous
distant?
to
They never
manipulation.
realize that your
Because the
distance is
person
not
who no
rejection,
longer chases
it's restoration.
cannot
You're not avoiding
be
the world,
controlled.
you're trying to survive it
The Stoic
without losing
practice,
yourself.
remove the
And this
fantasy.
mask you wear,
Here is your first
this
discipline.
quietness others
remove
don't understand,
the fantasy.
did not appear overnight.
Do not ask,
It
what
has
could this
roots,
become?
deep ones,
Ask,
in the way
what
your
is this
mind
right
and heart
now?
learned to
Do they
protect
show
themselves,
effort?
long
Do they show
before
respect?
adulthood gave you
Do they
words
show
for it.
consistency?
But understanding
or do they
those
show
roots requires
confusion?
looking beneath the mask
The Stoic does
and
not
into
fall
the
in
mind
love with
that built
words.
it.
The
And
Stoic
science
watches
has more to say about that than most
because
people
actions
realize.
are truth.
Have you ever
Words
wondered
are cheap.
why certain
Attention
moments
without
drain
commitment
you while
is
others
cheap.
seem to bring
Real
you back to
love
life?
is expensive.
Why an
it costs
hour
effort.
of conversation
It costs
can
clarity.
leave you exhausted,
It costs
yet
presence.
an hour alone can feel like
The
someone
second
quietly
discipline,
stitching
sit
your
with the
spirit back
emptiness.
together? People often
When you stop
rush to call
chasing,
it
you will
introversion,
feel
as if
emptiness,
one word
and that
can
emptiness
explain
will
an
terrify
entire
you,
inner universe.
because most people
But the
use
truth
relationships
is far more
to
intricate,
avoid themselves.
woven
But
into your
Stoicism
biology,
teaches,
your
sit
history,
with it. Do not
and
run.
the way your
Do
mind
not
learned
distract.
to survive
Do not
long
rebound.
before you ever
Do not
understood
numb.
yourself.
Face the
Neuroscience
silence,
shows
because
that
in the
some
silence,
people have a different
you
relationship
meet your
with
real
stimulation. Not better,
And once you meet
not
yourself,
worse,
you
just
stop
different.
searching
Your
for someone
brain
else
might
to
react
save
more
you.
intensely to noise,
Act 3
conflict,
teaser.
cluttered
In
environments.
part 3, we go
even
deeper
the subtle
than most
shifts
people ever
in another
dare.
person's
The
expression.
ego behind
Studies
romantic
on
obsession,
dopamine
the
sensitivity
hidden childhood
reveal that
wound,
highly attuned
the reason you
minds
chase
don't
unavailable
crave
people,
constant social
and the
reward.
Stoic method to
They
become
don't need
emotionally
the external
untouchable.
buzz to feel alive.
Because the truth
Instead,
is,
your nervous
you were never
system
chasing
thrives
them.
in quieter
You were
spaces
chasing what you
because
thought
that's where
you
it can
lacked.
regulate itself
And
without
Stoicism
fighting
will
the
show
currents
you.
of overstimulation.
you lacked
You
nothing.
can feel this in
You are not
everyday
in love.
moments.
You are in
When you
captivity.
step into a noisy
High-value
room,
men and women
it's as if the
understand.
volume of
The
the
moment
world
you chase,
rises inside
you surrender
your chest,
your power.
not just around
You
it.
tell the world,
When someone
I am
speaks with too much
complete.
intensity.
But Stoicism
You don't just
teaches
hear their tone,
you are complete
you absorb
by
it.
discipline,
Your brain
complete
processes
by
emotional
self-respect,
data deeply,
complete
thoroughly,
by mastery.
sometimes
You do not
painfully.
beg. You
This
do
is
not
why
plead.
solitude
You do not
feels
shrink
so necessary.
yourself. to
It's
be
not
chosen
running away.
because the
It's
person meant for
rebalancing
you
the way
will
a
not
snow
require
globe
you
settles
to
after
betray
being
your
shaken.
dignity.
Psychologists
Act 3,
often
you are
describe
not
people
chasing
like
them,
you as
you are
highly
chasing your
sensitive
wound.
persons, not
Let's
fragile,
speak the truth
but
now.
finely tuned.
The truth most
Your
people
emotional
will
antenna
never
picks
admit.
up signals
You're
others
not
miss.
chasing love. You
You
are
sense
chasing
tension
a feeling,
before a word is
memory,
spoken.
a missing
Sense
piece.
disappointment
You are
that never
chasing
makes
the
it
version
into a sentence.
of yourself
Sense the
that you
shift
thought
in
you
someone's
became
energy even when they smile.
noticed you,
This isn't
when they
imagination,
texted you back,
it's perception.
when they wanted you,
And perception,
because for a
when
moment
constant, becomes
you felt
weight.
worthy.
Solitude
and when they pulled
becomes
away,
the only place where you can
that
finally
worth
set it down.
disappeared to be
Attachment
chased.
theory also
Not
lingers
because
in
they
the
are
background
special,
of this story.
but because
When you
they
grow up
activated
learning
something
that your emotional
unresolved
world
inside you.
is yours to handle
Stoicism
alone.
calls this slavery.
You don't develop fear,
Modern psychology
you
calls
develop
it attachment trauma.
self-sufficiency.
But the reality is the
Not
same.
because you don't
You are
trust
not
others,
addicted to
but
them.
because your nervous
You are
system
addicted
learned
to what
early
they
that
represent.
safety often comes
The
from
childhood
within.
root
So yes,
of romantic obsession.
you sometimes withdraw.
Most romantic obsession
Yes,
begins long
you sometimes
before romance.
hesitate to rely on
It begins in childhood.
But this isn't
If love
avoidance.
was inconsistent,
It's emotional
you learned to
intelligence
perform
shaped
for it.
by experience.
if affection was
People
conditional,
misunderstand this.
you learned
nuance.
to chase
They think
approval.
solitude
If
equals
attention
fear
came only when you
or
achieved,
trauma or avoidance.
you learned that you must earn
But sometimes
being chosen.
it is simply wisdom.
So as an
the
adult,
wisdom of knowing your
you don't
limits,
fall in love
your rhythms,
peacefully.
your thresholds.
You fall in love
You are not
anxiously.
escaping people.
You confuse
You are creating
intensity
space to
with
hear your
intimacy.
own mind without
You confuse
interruption.
longing with connection
Still,
because
even
your
wisdom
nervous
can
system
cast a shadow.
was
And the very
trained to
traits that
associate
protect you
love
can,
with uncertainty.
slowly and quietly,
And so you repeat
begin
the
to
pattern,
isolate
not
you
because it
if you're
feels
not
good,
careful.
but because it
when
feels
silence
familiar.
becomes too familiar,
Stoic
it
logic
can turn
says
from a sanctuary
familiar pain
into a wall.
is still pain.
And that shadow
Do
is
not
where the
call
next
your
chapter
wound
of your
a
story
soulmate.
begins.
Why you
Have
want
you
what
ever
you can't
noticed
have.
how something
The mind
that
desires what
once
it cannot
saved
control.
you can slowly
That
turn
is ego.
into something that traps
Ego
you?
does not want
How
love.
the silence
Ego
that once
wants
healed
conquest.
your mind can,
Ego wants
over
validation.
time, become
Ego
a kind
wants
of
to win.
quiet prison.
So when someone
There
is
comes
unavailable,
a moment, often
your
subtle,
ego becomes
almost
obsessed.
invisible,
Not
when
because
solitude
they are perfect,
shifts from being a
but
sanctuary
because they
to
are
becoming
distant.
a wall.
And
A
distance
beautiful
creates
wall,
fantasy.
a peaceful wall,
You
a
begin to
familiar
imagine,
wall,
to
but a wall
idealize,
nonetheless.
to project.
You feel this most
fall in
in
love
the
with a
in-between
person
moments.
Who does not
When someone
exist.
asks if you want
You
to
fall in
hang
love
out,
with
and your first
potential,
instinct isn't
with
no,
possibility, with
yet
the version
word
of them
slips out anyway.
that only
When a
lives
message
in your
pings
mind.
on your phone and you stare
Marcus
at it for
Aurelius
hours,
warned,
telling
"Do not
yourself
let
you'll
your
reply
imagination be
later, but
crushed
knowing
by
later
life."
may never come.
The Stoic does
when
not
someone
worship
tries to
illusion.
get close,
The Stoic
and
sees
instead
clearly.
of opening even
The
a
most
single
dangerous
window,
drug.
you retreat
Hope
into the
is
safety of your
beautiful.
inner castle,
But
a
hope can
castle
also
with no
destroy
doors,
you.
built
Because
stone
hope
by
keeps you
stone
waiting.
from every moment
Hope
the
keeps you
world felt
attached.
too unpredictable.
Hope keeps you
You
tolerating
didn't build these
disrespect.
walls out of bitterness.
You tell yourself,
You built them out of
maybe they'll
self-preservation.
change.
But eventually
Maybe
the
they'll realize
structure
my
becomes
value.
so tall and so
Maybe if
silent
I'm patient.
that even you forget how
But
to step
Stoicism
outside.
is not built on
There's a
maybe.
strange emotional
Stoicism
paradox
is built
inside
on
you.
reality.
You
If
crave
someone wanted to be
connection
in your life,
deeply,
they would
quietly,
be. If someone
almost
valued
painfully.
you,
Yet
would
the
not
idea
feel
of letting
confused.
someone in
the
feels
Stoic
like
does
handing
not
them
live on
something
crumbs.
too delicate
The Stoic
to trust
walks
in
away from
unfamiliar hands.
uncertainty, not
Your
with
heart
anger.
remembers what
with
disappointment
clarity.
felt like.
Emotions
Your
are not
nervous
guides.
system
They are
still
signals.
flinches
Here is where
at the
people
idea
fail.
of
They
being
treat
misunderstood.
emotions like truth.
So instead of risking
But emotions
intimacy,
are not truth.
you choose the
Emotions
familiar
are
rhythm
signals.
of being alone.
Fear
even
signals
when it
danger.
hurts.
Desire
Psychologists
signals
call
hunger.
this
Loneliness
self-isolation,
signals
but it doesn't
absence.
feel like a
But none of
condition
these
to you.
signals mean
It
this
feels like
person
habit,
is meant for
a
you.
reflex,
It means
a shadow that
you are
follows you
feeling
even when
something.
you're trying to walk
And
into the light.
feelings
The very traits that
temporary.
helped you survive
The
sensitivity,
Stoic does not obey
awareness,
feelings. The Stoic
emotional
observes
depth,
them. You
now
do not
whisper
act
warnings
because
every
you feel.
time someone
You
moves
act
too
because
close.
you choose.
Neuroscience shows that the brain
is
can
freedom.
confuse safety with
The Stoic
sameness,
difference,
preferring
love
the
without
predictable
need.
quiet of loneliness
The weak
to
love
the brain,
desperately.
unpredictable
The strong
noise
love
of love.
freely. The weak
Inside
say,
your
I
solitude,
can't live without
everything
you.
is controlled.
The strong say,
Nothing
I
surprises
enjoy
you,
but I am whole
Nothing
without
hurts you.
That is
but
not
nothing
arrogance,
grows
that is health.
either.
That is emotional
It's
maturity.
like tending a garden
Because the moment
that
love
never sees
becomes
sunlight.
need,
You water it
it
with your
becomes
routines,
fear.
shield it
And
from
fear
storms,
creates
keep
control.
it perfectly arranged,
Control
yet it
creates
remains dim,
resentment.
muted,
Resentment
half alive.
destroys connection.
You've kept yourself safe,
Stoicism
but you've
teaches
also kept
love is
yourself
not
small.
possession.
And the most
love
haunting
is
truth is
appreciation.
this:
You do not own people.
no one
You
knows the real
experience
you.
them. And
Not
if they
because
leave,
you're unlovable,
you do not collapse.
but because you've hidden the parts
because
of
you
yourself
never
that breathe.
abandoned yourself.
Still,
Why people lose
this shadow
themselves
is
in
not
love.
the ending of your story.
Most people don't
It is only
want
the
love.
midpoint, the
They want
moment where the
escape.
quiet becomes too
Escape
heavy,
from
the walls
loneliness.
feel too
Escape
high,
from boredom.
and you begin to
Escape
wonder
from
what life
themselves.
looks like beyond
So they
them.
merge.
And to understand
they obsess,
that,
they
you must look
overgive.
outward
They become a servant
toward
of
the
attention.
world that shaped your
But
beliefs
Stoic logic
about solitude
says,
in the first place.
never give someone the
Have you ever
power
noticed how the
to
world never
determine
stops celebrating
your inner
noise?
peace.
How the
Because
loudest
peace
person in the room
is your responsibility,
often
not
mistaken
theirs.
for the most confident,
If your peace
the
depends
most
on another
successful,
person,
the most alive.
you are not in
Modern
love.
society
You are in
worships
danger.
extroversion
The Stoic
like
law.
a religion,
What is
praising
not
constant
reciprocal
motion,
is not real.
non-stop connection,
Real
and
love
a
is
personality
mutual.
that shines
Real love
outward
is consistent.
like a spotlight.
Real love does
and in
not
this
leave
worship,
you guessing.
quiet people
If
like
you are always
become
questioning,
misunderstood shadows.
It is not love.
Defined not
It
by
is
who you are,
imbalance.
but by what
Stoicism
you refuse
demands
to pretend to
reciprocity.
be. From
Not
a young
because you are
age,
entitled,
you're told that
but
happiness
because you
looks
are
a certain way.
disciplined.
Crowded
You do not
rooms,
invest where you are
wide
not
smiles,
valued. You do not
endless
chase
conversations,
where you are not
group
chosen.
photos with
You do
bright
not beg
filters.
where you are not
You're taught
respected.
that to be fulfilled,
The Stoic walks
you must
away
be
early,
visible.
so they
To
do
be
not
loved,
suffer
you must be
later.
accessible.
The moment
To be
of
successful,
awakening,
you must
one
be
day
loud.
you will wake up
So when you
and
choose
you will
silence,
realize
or
you are not
solitude,
chasing
or
love.
space,
You are chasing
people assume
permission
something is wrong.
to feel enough.
They treat your inner life like
But
a
you do not
malfunction
need
they
permission.
need to fix.
You do not need someone's
You can
attention
feel this pressure everywhere.
to validate
in hustle
your
culture,
existence.
where
You are
rest is
enough
seen
by
as
discipline,
laziness.
enough
In
by
social media,
self-respect,
where your
enough
worth
by
seems tied
solitude,
to how often you
enough
show your
by
life to
purpose.
strangers.
And when you
In
truly believe
workplaces,
that,
where
become
speaking constantly
unstoppable,
is confused
because
with
nothing is
thinking
more
clearly.
attractive
Even in
than someone
friendships,
who no longer
where
needs
not
to be
responding
chosen.
instantly
You
is
stop
considered
searching
distance
for someone else
or
to save
coldness
you.
or
Act
indifference.
3 teaser.
The world rarely pauses
In part
long
3,
enough to
we go
understand
deeper
someone
than
who
most
carries
people
their
ever
depth
dare.
inward.
The
And
ego
yet,
behind
if you
romantic
look across
obsession,
history, the
the
monks
hidden
who walked
childhood
alone
wound,
through forests,
the reason you
the
chased
sages who
unavailable
sat
people,
beneath ancient
and the
trees,
Stoic
the
method to
samurai
become
who trained
emotionally
in silence,
untouchable.
the philosophers
Because the
who
truth
wrote
is,
by candlelight
You were
solitude
never chasing
was
them.
not weakness.
You were chasing
it was
what
a
you
path,
thought you
a
lacked.
discipline,
And
a form of
Stoicism will
clarity
show
that
you.
noise could never
You
give.
lacked nothing.
The modern world has
You are not
forgotten
in love.
this,
You are
replacing
in captivity.
contemplation with
High
consumption
value men and women
and silence
understand.
with distraction.
The moment you chase,
But your mind remembers,
you surrender
even
your
if you
power.
don't fully realize
You
it.
tell the world,
You've probably felt
I am
that strange
incomplete.
guilt when you choose
But
to stay
Stoicism
home
teaches
rather than
you are
join a
complete
crowd.
by discipline,
That faint anxiety
complete by
when someone
self-respect,
asks,
complete
"Why
by
don't you go out
mastery.
more?"
You do not
That
beg.
subtle shame
you do
when
not
people
plead.
label you
do not
alone,
shrink yourself
as if solitude is
to
a
be
flaw
chosen.
instead of a preference.
Because the person meant
But beneath
for you
all of that lies a
will not
truth the
require
world
you
doesn't
to betray
acknowledge.
your dignity.
Your quiet
Act
nature
4,
is not
the
a
Stoic
failure to
system
meet
to stop
societal
chasing
expectations.
forever if you have
It is a
listened this far.
refusal to abandon
You are
your
already
inner
waking
alignment.
up.
The irony
Because
is
most
almost
people
poetic.
never reach this point.
Society teaches
Most
people to
stay
fear
addicted.
solitude as if it is
Most people
emptiness.
stay emotional.
But for you,
most people stay
it feels like fullness,
chasing
a
their
return,
entire lives.
a
But you are
rebalancing,
here,
a place where
which
your
means
thoughts
something inside
stop
you is ready
scattering
for
like
discipline,
frightened birds
ready for
and
truth,
settle into
ready
something
for
coherent,
freedom.
honest,
So now we
and
move
alive.
from understanding
Still,
to transformation.
even a peaceful inner
Here
world
is the
carries
Stoic
its emotional
system,
cost.
not theory,
Because while
not
solitude
motivation,
protects you
a
from
system.
noise, it also
First principle,
distances you
control
from connection.
the inner empire.
And that distance,
Stoicism
over time,
begins with one
begins
law.
to carve its own
You
kind
cannot
of ache,
control
the quiet
people.
ache that leads
You
into
cannot
the next
control
chapter of your story.
outcomes. You
Have you
cannot
ever felt the
control
kind of
love.
loneliness
You can
that
only
doesn't
control
come from being
yourself.
without people, but
Marcus
from being
Aurelius
unable to
called
let
this
anyone
your
close
inner
enough to see you?
empire.
It's a
Most
quiet
people
ache,
abandon their empire
the kind that
moment they
grows
fall
in the
love.
spaces between your
They
thoughts,
hand over the keys.
the kind that settles
They
into
let
your
another
chest
person
like a weight
determine
you've gotten
their
too
mood,
used to carrying.
their
When you
confidence,
prefer
their
solitude,
peace,
the world assumes you
their
cannot be
worth.
lonely, but your loneliness
not
has
love.
always been a different kind.
That is
It's
surrender.
the loneliness of
The
self-containment,
Stoic never surrenders the inner
of
empire.
holding every
They feel
emotion
emotion,
inside because you
but they
don't
do not
know how to
kneel
place
to
it
it.
in someone else's
They
hands.
ask,
You
what is
feel it
within
in
my
small,
control?
unexpected
my actions, my standards,
scrolling through
my
your
discipline,
phone late at night,
my response.
seeing
That
people laugh
is
together,
power.
argue together,
Second principle,
live together.
remove the
And
need
even
to
though
be
you don't
chosen.
crave constant
The
social
deepest
noise,
addiction is not
there's a
romance.
whisper inside
It
you
is
that wonders
validation.
what it would
Most
feel
people
like to
do
be
not
held
chase
emotionally,
partners.
without
They chase
hesitation.
proof.
You watch others
Proof
connect
that they are enough.
effortlessly,
Proof
like
that
their
they are
hearts come with
desirable.
open doors,
Proof that they
while
matter.
yours has always been
But
a
Stoicism
slow-moving gate,
teaches the
rusted
man
from
who needs
years of
approval
protecting
is
itself.
weak.
There's
The woman
a
who
moment
needs
you might
attention
know
is
too
trapped.
well, standing
Freedom
at a
begins
distance
when you
while
no
others
longer
talk,
require an
joke,
audience
melt into
to
each other's
respect
presence.
yourself.
You feel the
When
pull
you stop
to
asking,
join them,
do they want
a
me?
gentle tug from
And start
somewhere
asking,
deep inside,
do I
but
want
habit
them?
holds you in place.
That
like
is the
your
reversal.
feet are rooted
That
in
is
the
the
quiet
awakening.
soil of
You
your
were never meant
past.
to beg.
You tell
you were
yourself
meant to
you're
choose.
fine. You tell yourself you
Third
don't
principle,
need it.
detach
You tell
from
yourself
outcomes.
silence is where you
This is where
thrive.
most people fail.
But
They do
beneath
something
those
kind,
truths
then
lies
expect
another
something
truth,
back.
softer
They show love,
and harder
then
to admit.
demand security.
You want to
they
be
give
known,
effort,
but you're terrified
then feel
of being
entitled
seen.
to return.
Psychology explains
Stoicism
this
destroys
as
this.
emotional
Epictetus
self-sufficiency,
taught,
a
do
trait
what
that
is right,
forms when
then
you
release
learn
the result.
early that your
Because the
needs
moment you
must be
attach your
managed
peace to
alone.
an outcome,
So now,
you become
as an
a
adult,
hostage.
asking for
You
help
can love deeply.
feels like stepping
Without
into
clinging,
an
you
unfamiliar
can care.
landscape.
Without collapsing,
Expressing
you can
vulnerability
desire.
feels like
Without
handing someone the
dependence.
blueprint
Detachment
to your weaknesses.
is not coldness.
Even trusting
Detachment
someone enough
is
to
strength.
share a difficult
It is saying,
moment
I will
feels
not
like
lose
exposing
myself.
a wound you've kept neatly
Fourth
stitched
principle,
under layers of
stop
calm.
romanticizing people.
And so you push through everything
Most
alone.
heartbreak is not
every
heartbreak.
bad day,
It is
every
disillusionment.
overthinking spiral,
You were not mourning
every
them.
moment of doubt,
You were mourning the
every
fantasy,
night when
the
your
version of
thoughts
them
feel
you
heavier
created,
than
the future you
usual.
imagined,
You
the
carry
story
it all
you told
quietly,
yourself.
because silence has always
Stoicism
been your
demands
safest
brutal
companion.
clarity.
But the weight
See
adds
people
up,
as they are,
slowly,
not as they could be,
visibly.
not as they
It
promised,
presses into your
not as you
shoulders,
hoped.
wraps
Reality
itself
is the
around your
cure.
ribs,
Fantasy
fills the empty
is the
spaces
drug.
inside you with a
The
tired
Stoic
kind of
stays
loneliness, the
sober.
kind that doesn't cry out,
Fifth principle,
the kind that
build
just
a life
lingers
they
like a
cannot
shadow
compete with.
that never learned how
Here
to
is the
live.
secret of high-value
You survive
individuals.
it, of course.
They do not chase
You
love.
always do. But
Because
deep
their
down,
life
a
is
question
already
grows
full.
in the dark.
Purpose,
What if
mission,
this wasn't meant to
discipline,
be carried alone?
health, growth,
And that question,
legacy.
fragile
When you
as
are
it
building
is,
something meaningful,
becomes the first
you do
small
not obsess
light
over
that leads
attention.
into the
You
possibility
do not
of
spiral
change.
over texts.
A hint that
You do
healing
not
may begin
beg
not by
for
abandoning
presence,
solitude,
because you are
but by
present
learning
in
how
your
to
own
open
life.
its door.
Most
Have you
people
ever wondered
chase
what
love
healing
because
looks like
they
for
have
someone
nothing
who
else.
finds peace? in
Stoicism
being alone?
says,
Not
fill
the
your
loud,
life.
dramatic
Then love
healing the world
becomes an
loves to
addition,
romanticize, but
not
the
a rescue.
quiet, steady,
Sixth
kind
principle,
that doesn't
silence
demand you
do
become
the work.
someone you're not.
Weak
There's a strange
people
myth that
over-explain.
healing means
Weak people
becoming
double
more
text.
social,
Weak people
more open,
chase
more
closure.
outward.
Strong people
But for
understand
you,
silence.
healing
Silence
isn't
is a
about
mirror.
replacing
Silence
solitude.
reveals truth.
It's
If
about
you stop
reshaping
chasing,
it, turning it from
and
a
they
shield
disappear.
into a sanctuary.
That was
You
your
start to
answer.
feel this shift
If you stop
the
reaching,
moment you
then
realize
nothing
that your
returns.
solitude doesn't have to protect
That
you from the world.
was your answer.
It can coexist with
Stoicism
connection.
teaches,
gently,
do not force what is
slowly,
not mutual.
on your own
Let
terms.
absence speak.
And
Let
it begins
distance
in the
clarify.
smallest
The
moments.
Stoic does not demand
A conversation
love.
you
The
allow
Stoic
yourself to
observes
stay in just
reality.
a little longer.
Seventh
A
principle,
feeling you choose
accept
not to
loss
hide.
as training.
A truth you speak,
Every person
even
you
though your
lose
voice trembles.
teaches you something.
Healing isn't loud.
Every
It
rejection
rarely announces itself.
strengthens
It
you.
shows up
Every
like a
ending
soft light
refines
under a
you.
closed door.
The Stoic
It
does
may
not
even
collapse
start
at
with
loss.
one person.
They transform
Someone who
through
feels
it.
safe enough that
Marcus
your nervous
Aurelius
system
wrote,
doesn't
what
rush to
stands
build a
in the
wall.
way becomes
Someone who
the
listens
way.
without pushing,
Heartbreak
understands
becomes
without
wisdom.
demanding, stays
Loneliness
without
becomes
crowding.
strength.
You don't
Detachment
fling your doors open.
becomes peace.
You simply
You were
crack
not
the
punished.
window.
You were trained.
And for someone who
The
has
final
spent
Stoic
years
truth about
carrying
love.
everything alone,
Love is not
even,
something you chase.
that is an act
Love
of
is
courage.
something you meet.
Psychology
When you
calls
are
this
whole,
earned
when you are
security,
disciplined,
the
when you are
slow
grounded,
rebuilding of
when you no
trust
longer need it
through consistent,
survive.
gentle
The moment
experiences.
you stop chasing,
Your brain learns
you
that
become
connection
magnetic,
doesn't always mean
because
danger.
nothing is more powerful
That vulnerability doesn't
someone
always
who is
lead to
complete.
disappointment. That letting
Closing
someone
message.
see an unguarded
Stop
part
running
of
back
you
to
isn't the
change.
same as losing
So
control.
let this be your
Over
vow.
time, this
I will not
rewires
beg.
you from the the
I will
inside
not
out.
chase.
The
I
way
will not
roots
abandon myself.
slowly reshape
I will not
the soil
confuse
around you.
anxiety with love.
You begin to
I will not
recognize
call
your needs
obsession
not as
destiny.
burdens but as
I will not
truths.
worship inconsistency.
You start expressing
I will
them,
walk away
not
with
perfectly,
dignity.
but honestly.
And I will build a life so strong
You learn that asking for help
that love
doesn't
must
erase
meet
your
me in
strength.
peace.
Nor does choosing
not at all.
companionship diminish your love for
Because
solitude.
Stoic logic
You discover that
is
you can
simple.
step outward without
If it
abandoning
costs
your inner
your
world,
self-respect,
that the heart doesn't have
it
to
is
choose
too
between
expensive.
silence and connection.
You stop searching
The
for
beauty
someone
is,
else to
you
save
don't need
you.
a crowd.
Act
You don't need
3
to become
teaser.
someone loud
In
or
part 3,
universally
we go
open.
deeper than most people
Healing
ever
simply
dare.
asks
The
you
ego
to
behind
make room
romantic
for a
obsession, the
meaningful
hidden
threads of
childhood
connection,
wound, the
woven
reason you chase
carefully
unavailable
into the
people,
fabric of your solitude.
and the Stoic method
You
to
keep
become
your quiet,
emotionally
your
untouchable.
depth, your inner sanctuary,
Because
but
the
now
truth is,
there are a few chairs
you were never
inside it
chasing
instead
them.
of just one.
You were chasing
And slowly,
what you thought
the
you
solitude
lacked.
that once felt like
And
armor
Stoicism will
begins
show
to
you.
feel like home,
You
not a
lacked
hiding place,
nothing.
but a
You are
space
not
you
in
can
love.
return to
You are
after
in
experiencing
captivity.
the world
High
instead of
value
escaping
men and
from
women
it.
understand.
Because the truth is,
the moment you
healing
chase,
doesn't take away
you surrender
the quiet
your
parts of
power.
you. It
You
simply
tell the
gives
world,
them light.
I am incomplete.
And in that light,
But
you finally
Stoicism
begin
teaches
to understand
you are
why
complete
your relationship
by
with
discipline,
solitude was
complete
only
by
ever half the
self-respect,
story. A
complete
story that
by
leads
mastery.
toward a quieter,
You do not beg.
deeper
You do
kind
not
of
plead.
wisdom waiting
You do
in
not
the final
shrink
chapter.
yourself.
Have you ever noticed
be
how some
chosen.
people seem
Because
to
the
move through
person
life
meant
as if
for
they're
you
carrying a secret,
will not
a soft,
require you
inner world
to
that no one
betray
else can
your
fully see?
dignity.
They
Stop
walk quietly,
before you
think
send that
deeply,
message,
love
before
gently,
you beg for
and
attention,
disappear into silence.
before you chase someone
Not because
who
they're
gives you
afraid of the world,
breadcrumbs.
but because they hold
Listen carefully.
entire worlds
Your emotions are
within
lying
themselves.
to you.
And
Not
maybe,
because you are weak,
without
not
realizing,
because you are broken,
you've always
but because
been one of them.
emotions,
There is a
were
beauty
never
in
designed
being
to tell
someone
you
who
the
feels more than they can explain.
they were designed to make
Someone
you
who has
react.
learned to sit with their own
And
thoughts the
nowhere
way
is this
others
more
sit with
dangerous
friends. Someone
than
who
in love.
knows that solitude is not
Because
emptiness,
love,
but a
modern
kind of
love,
fullness,
is no
a place
longer
where the
about
noise of the world
connection.
dims
It's
just
about
enough for you to hear the
obsession.
truth you've
It's
been
about
carrying all
attachment.
along.
It's about
It
emotional
takes strength
addiction.
to be this way.
You don't miss
A
them.
quiet strength.
You miss the dopamine.
The kind
You
that
don't
doesn't
want
demand
them.
recognition or applause.
You want the relief.
The
You're not
kind
in
that
love.
grows like
You're in
roots beneath
withdrawal.
the surface,
And the
holding
worst
everything
part,
together even when no
your
one is
emotions
watching.
will
You've
convince
spent
you
years
that
moving
chasing
between
them
two worlds,
is
the
the only
outer
way
world,
to feel
where
whole
people speak
again.
loudly and live
But
quickly,
Stoic Logic says
and
something
the inner
brutal.
world, where
If you have to
everything
chase
breathes
love,
slower,
it was
softer.
never love.
You've learned
It
to
was
find
hunger.
meaning in pauses,
Today,
in
you
stillness,
will learn why your
in
heart
the small,
misleads you,
unnoticed moments
why longing
that
is
most
not
people
destiny,
rush past.
and how to finally
And though the
become
world often
unshakable.
misunderstands you,
Because the strongest
though it
people
labels your silence as
do
distance
not
or your
chase
solitude
love.
as sadness,
they attract
there is a quiet truth
by
you've always
mastering
felt,
themselves.
but rarely say out
In
loud.
2026,
The depth
people are more
inside
emotionally
you is
confused
not
than
a
ever.
flaw. It is your
We have endless
greatest
options,
gift.
endless messaging, endless
Neuroscience might call it
situationships.
sensitivity.
Yet people feel
Psychology
lonelier,
might call it
more
introspection.
desperate, more
Philosophy
anxious
might call it soul
than any
awareness,
generation before.
but you know it simply as
Why?
you. The
Because
way
we have been
your
taught
heart
the most
listens.
dangerous lie,
The way your mind
love
absorbs.
is something you find.
The way you can sit in
instead
a
of
room
something
full of
you
people
build.
and still
That if you
hear
feel
the faint
strongly,
echo of your own
it must
thoughts
be
calling
real.
you back home.
That if it
And
hurts,
yet, the
it must be
journey you've
meaningful.
taken from childhood
But
shadows
Stoicism has
to adult
always warned us.
solitude,
Emotion
from
is not
emotional
wisdom.
walls to
Emotion
gentle
is weather.
openings,
It changes.
reveals
It
something
storms.
even more
It
profound.
passes. And if you
You
build
are
your
not
life
silent
on weather,
because you have nothing to
you will
say.
collapse
You are
every
silent
season.
because you have
So in this
learned to
video,
speak only
we are
when
going
it
deep
matters.
into
You are not alone because
why
you cannot
emotions
connect.
distort
You
reality,
are alone because your
why
spirit
chasing love
refuses to
destroys
settle
your
for
self-respect,
surface level
why
living.
detachment
In
is
a world
power,
that
and how
demands
Stoic
noise,
logic frees you
the
from emotional
quiet
slavery.
ones are the last
This is not
keepers
about
of death.
becoming cold.
So, if
This
you've
is
ever
about
felt different,
becoming free.
distant, or misunderstood,
Act 1.
remember
Your
this.
emotions are
Your
primitive.
solitude is not a weakness
Let's begin with
to
the truth
outgrow.
most people
It is a
refuse to
wisdom
accept.
to understand.
Your emotions are
a
ancient.
sanctuary
They are not
to
modern.
protect.
They are not
a
intelligent.
compass
They are
pointing you
survival
inward
software.
toward the parts
Your
of
brain
yourself
was not
that
designed
were
for
always
romance.
waiting to be
It was
seen.
designed for
And as
survival.
you step into the next chapter
Fear
of your life,
kept you alive.
carry this truth
Desire
with
made you
like a
reproduce.
lantern in the dark.
Attachment
You are not
kept
alone in your
tribes
silence.
together.
You are
So when you
simply
feel
among the
intense
few who
longing,
know how to hear
your
the
brain
world
is not saying,
without
"This
losing the
person
sound of
is
their
your
own soul.
soulmate." Your brain is saying, this person is a source of emotional safety. Do not lose them. It is biology, not
Have you ever
destiny.
noticed how
The Stoics
exhausting it
understood
is
this
to be
centuries
yourself?
ago.
Not
Marcus
in the
Aurelius
poetic
wrote,
way,
"You are
not
disturbed
in the
not by
philosophical
events,
way, but in the
but by your
daily,
judgment about them."
grinding,
Your brain
silent
is
way,
not the person.
the way you
Your
watch
pain,
your own
the
tone
story.
when you speak,
I
the way
need
you
them,
measure your laughter so
and
it doesn't
need
seem too loud or
not
too
love.
quiet,
need is
The way you
dependence.
replay conversations
Love
later,
without freedom
wondering if you
becomes
sounded
a
strange,
cage.
foolish,
Why you
too
chase what hurts
intense,
you?
or
Why
not
do people
enough.
chase the ones
There is
who
a
ignore
quiet
them?
tension
Why
that
do you
follows
crave
you,
someone who
a
gives
subtle
you
awareness
less?
of being seen,
Because the brain
judged,
confuses
evaluated.
uncertainty with value.
You may not
The less
speak
available
of it,
someone
but you
is,
feel it, the pressure
The
to
more your
hold
mind
yourself together.
obsesses. It's the same mechanism as gambling. A slot machine doesn't reward every pull. So you keep pulling. Maybe this time, maybe now, maybe if I try harder. And modern dating has become
This is the
emotional
ego,
gambling.
not arrogance,
You are not chasing
not
love.
pride, but
You
the
are
fragile
chasing
structure you
validation.
built long before you
Stoic
knew what a
Logic
self
says,
even was.
if someone makes you anxious,
back to
they're not
childhood.
your peace.
The first time
Love
someone
is not
laughed
anxiety.
when you didn't expect
Love is
it.
not panic.
The first
Love
time
is not
someone called
obsession.
you
Love
too
is
much,
calm.
or
Love is stable.
too emotional,
Love is chosen,
or too
not
quiet.
chased.
You
The
didn't
Stoic
argue.
rule,
You
never
adapted.
abandon your dignity.
A mask was formed,
Epictetus said,
not
no
out
man
of
is
vanity,
free who cannot
but out of
control
survival.
himself.
You
If your
learned
happiness
to protect
depends
something
on another person's
tender
reply,
inside you, something
you are not
that
in
felt
love,
too
you are in
delicate to
captivity.
expose again.
High-value
And now,
men and women
you
understand.
live as the protector
moment
of
you
that
chase,
image. You defend your
surrender your
opinions
power.
because if they are
You
wrong,
tell the world,
what does that
I
mean
am
about
incomplete.
you? You withdraw when
What
you feel
Stoicism
challenged
teaches,
because
you are
vulnerability
complete
feels
by
dangerous.
discipline,
You compare
complete
yourself
by
because your worth
self-respect,
seems tethered to
complete
where you
by
stand
mastery.
in the
You do not
invisible
beg.
hierarchy
You do
of
not
everyone
plead.
you know.
You do not shrink
You think
yourself
you're defending yourself,
to
but
be
what you are actually
chosen,
defending
because
is the
the
version
person
of you
meant for
that was
you
built to avoid
will
pain.
not require you
You get jealous.
to betray
You get
your
insecure.
dignity.
You feel
Act
replaced.
2. Love is a
unseen,
chemical illusion.
overlooked.
Most people think love is
Every
spiritual.
time this happens,
They think love is fate.
you feel the
They
panic
think love
rise
is destiny.
because the ego
But the truth
believes
is far
that being
more
diminished
uncomfortable.
is a form
Most
of
of what
death.
you call love
So it reacts,
is chemistry,
it fights,
a drug,
it hides,
a neurological
it performs,
storm,
it
dopamine,
wears the smile,
oxytocin,
it doesn't feel,
serotonin.
it nods
The brain
at a
does
joke
not fall in
that
love
hurt
the
a
way
little.
poets describe.
It says,
the brain
I'm
becomes
fine,
obsessed the
when
way
something
addicts
inside
do.
is
That's why when
quietly
someone
bleeding.
pulls away,
But what if the
you don't
self you are
simply feel
defending
sad.
is
You
not
feel
the self
restless.
that is?
You feel panicked.
Suffering?
You feel
What
like
if the
something
one
has
who
been
is
taken
tired,
from you?
overwhelmed,
Because
and
something
aching
has.
beneath the
Your
surface
brain was
is the
receiving
real
a reward,
you, the one who
attention,
never needed
affection,
a mask at all?
hope.
What if
And
the
now the
ego
reward
isn't
is
who you
gone.
are,
So
but
your
only who
emotions
you learn to
scream,
be?
fix
This
it,
is not about
chase it,
destroying the ego.
do something.
It is about seeing
But
it the
Stoic
way you
Logic
might see a
whispers,
shadow when you
This
turn
is not
toward
love.
light.
This is withdrawal.
The journey ahead is not
You're
a
not
battle.
heartbroken.
It is an
You are chemically
unmasking,
destabilized.
a remembering,
And the modern
a
world has
quiet
mistaken
stepping back into the
addiction
person you were before the
for
world told
romance.
you who to be.
Why
And to
longing
understand how the
feels
mask
like
was
meaning.
built, we must
Have you
return to where it
noticed
first
something
began.
strange?
Do you remember the
The people
first
who
time
give
you
you
pulled
peace
yourself inward?
feel
The first
boring,
time something
but the
in you
people who
decided
give you
it was safer
anxiety
not to be fully seen.
feel
You may not
unforgettable.
recall the day
That
or
is
the
not
room
destiny.
or the faces
That
around
is
you,
trauma.
but your
The
body
nervous system
remembers.
becomes attached to
The
what is
ego begins
unpredictable.
not as arrogance,
Because
but as a
unpredictability
shield.
forces attention.
It forms
Your mind
in the
becomes
quiet spaces of
hyper-focused.
childhood,
Your body
when
becomes
love
alert.
feels like
You call
something
it
that can be
passion.
gained or lost,
But it is survival
depending
energy.
on how well you
Stoicism
behave,
teaches that
how
peace
softly
is the signal.
speak,
Chaos
how little
is the
trouble you
warning.
cause.
If you are constantly
You learned very early
overthinking,
that being
if you are
yourself was not
constantly
always safe.
questioning,
Picture a
if you are
child,
constantly
maybe it was you,
checking
a
your
child
phone,
who laughs too loudly,
that is not love.
asks too many
That is emotional
questions,
slavery.
or cries
Love
when the
does not
world
make you
becomes
smaller.
too heavy.
Love does not
At
make
first,
you beg. Love does
everything
not make
is
you
innocent.
lose yourself.
But then a sigh,
Real love
a sharp
expands
tone,
you.
an impatient
Anything else
glance
is a trap.
changes everything.
The emotional
Maybe someone
lie,
said,
they
"Stop
complete
crying,
me."
it's not that big of a deal."
One of the most
or,
poisonous
"Why are
ideas
you like
in modern
this?"
culture
Maybe
is this:
love was
you
warm
need
one
someone
moment
to complete
and distant
you.
the next.
Think about how
Maybe
weak
approval
that
came
sounds.
only
Think about
when
how
you were
dangerous
useful,
that is.
quiet,
If another
impressive.
person completes
And in
you,
that moment,
then without
something
them,
inside shifted,
are
not
nothing.
drastically,
that
but
is not
subtly,
romance.
like a
That is
door
dependence.
closing 1 inch at a time.
The Stoics would call
You
this a
learned
form
to
of
become what brought
self-abandonment.
love, and to
Marcus
silence
Aurelius never
what brought
said,
rejection.
"Find someone
Some
to make
children
you
become
whole."
the strong
He said,
one,
"Be
refusing
enough
to show
for
weakness.
yourself." Because
Some
if you do
become
not own your
the
soul,
achiever, trying to
someone else
earn
will
worth
rent
through
it.
perfection.
and most
Some
people
become
are
the
paying
peacekeeper,
rent with their
smoothing
dignity.
over conflict at the
Why
cost of their
chasing
own
love
needs.
destroys your
And
value.
some become
Here is a
the
brutal
invisible
truth.
one,
The more you chase,
believing that
the less
blending
you are
into the
respected.
background is safer
Not because
than
people
risking
are
being
evil,
seen and
but because human
misunderstood.
psychology is simple.
These
What is
adaptations are not
abundant
mistakes,
is cheap.
they are survival.
What is desperate
Psychology
is
calls this
unattractive.
attachment conditioning.
When you chase
The
someone,
nervous system
you
shapes
communicate,
itself around
I
the
have no
responses of our
options.
caregivers.
I have no standards.
The brain
I
learns
will
which
accept
versions of
less.
you receive warmth
And the world
and
responds
which versions are
accordingly.
met with coldness.
High-value people
And so
don't
the
chase.
ego is
They
formed,
choose.
not
They
as
observe.
an enemy,
They
but as a
vet.
protector.
They walk
It says,
away.
let me
Peace
handle
is
this.
absent.
Let me keep
Stoicism
you
is not
safe.
about pretending
Let
you
me
don't
hide the
care.
parts of
It
you
is
that
about
once felt
refusing
too
to
vulnerable.
lose yourself.
And for a while,
Stoic
it
detachment
works.
is not coldness.
You are praised
People
for being
misunderstand
mature,
detachment.
helpful,
They think
responsible.
detachment means
But
you don't
beneath that
feel.
praise,
No.
something softer
Detachment
begins to
means you
fade.
don't collapse.
Because the
You
mask
feel,
you learn to wear
but you do not
doesn't
become
grow with you,
ruled.
it grows
You love,
over you. The
but you do
child
not worship.
inside remains unmet,
desire,
unheard,
but you do
unseen.
not beg.
And even now,
Epictetus
as an
said,
adult,
do not
you may
seek for
still be
events to
living
happen
by
as
those
you wish,
early rules
but wish for
without
them to
realizing
happen
it.
as they do happen.
You believe
and your life
you must
will go
earn love.
smoothly.
You believe
Stoicism is
vulnerability
emotional maturity.
is dangerous.
It is the ability to say,
You
I
believe
want
being
this,
your whole self
but I do not
is
need
too
it.
much. To
Need
understand
is
how
where
this
suffering
shapes the
begins.
person you are today,
Desire with
we must
discipline
look at how this
is
childhood
freedom.
mask
The
transforms
truth about
into
attachment.
your adult identity.
Most people
the
are not
character you're
attached
still
to
playing
love.
without realizing.
They are attached to
Have
the
you
idea
ever
of being
noticed
chosen.
how,
They
even
want
as
proof
an adult,
that they matter,
you still
that they are
feel
worthy,
the need to
that
prove
they are
yourself?
enough.
Not
So they
loudly,
chase relationships.
not dramatically,
Not
but in
because the
subtle
person
ways.
is right,
The way you correct
but
someone
because
when they
rejection
misunderstand you,
feels like
the
death.
way you feel your
But
chest tighten
rejection
when you're ignored,
is not death.
the way you replay
Rejection
small moments
is
of
redirection.
embarrassment long after
The Stoic
everyone else
does
has
not
forgotten.
interpret rejection as
It's as if you
humiliation.
are always
The
on
Stoic
stage,
interprets it as
performing a
information.
version of yourself
If
you
someone
hope
does
the
not
world will
choose you,
accept. And
they have
somewhere
revealed
deep
the truth,
inside, you
and
worry
truth
that if the
is
performance
always
ever
a
slips,
gift,
the truth
even when it
underneath will
hurts.
be judged as
Stop
unworthy.
romanticizing the struggle. There is
This
another
is the
emotional
adult
lie.
mask,
If it's
the
hard,
character
it
you
must
learned
be
to
real.
play long ago but
No,
never
hard
stopped
is
becoming.
not holy.
The responsible,
Struggle is not
the
romance.
quiet one,
Pain is not
the
proof.
strong one,
The movies
agreeable
trained
one,
you to believe love is
the one who
suffering,
never
that
asks for too
chasing
much,
is devotion,
the one
that
who
heartbreak
always has an
is
answer.
passion.
You
But
carry
Stoic
this
logic
character like
says,
armor,
love without
believing
respect
it protects
is
you,
not love.
but armor
Love
is
without
heavy.
peace
You may
is
not
not
remember
love.
choosing it,
Love without
but you feel
reciprocity
the weight of
is
it
not
every
love.
day.
If you're always
You
the
laugh a
one
little
reaching,
softer when
then
you
you're
feel
not building
insecure.
love.
You
are
speak
feeding
carefully,
an illusion.
choosing words that
The
won't
moment
offend.
you
You
stop
tell stories
chasing,
in a way that makes you appear confident,
something incredible happens.
capable,
The
put
fog
together,
clears.
even when you
begin
feel
to see
anything
people
but.
as they are,
You
not
do
as
not
you
lie.
imagined. You stop
simply shape
projecting
yourself into
fantasies.
something that
You
feels
stop
safe.
rewriting
And
red
yet,
flags.
safety
You stop
is a
confusing
strange prison.
potential with reality.
The mask
You
looks
stop
polished
begging
from the
for
outside,
effort,
but inside
and that is when you
there is a
become
quiet suffocation.
dangerous. Not
There are
dangerous
moments
to others,
when the mask
dangerous
cracks,
to manipulation.
when you feel jealousy
Because
rise
the
like
person
heat
who
under
no
your
longer
skin
chases
because someone else is praised.
cannot be
When someone
controlled.
corrects you and you feel the
The Stoic
instinct to
practice,
defend yourself,
remove the fantasy.
not because the point matters,
Here is your first
but
discipline.
because your identity
remove
feels
the
threatened.
fantasy.
When
Do not
someone
ask,
gets close
what
to
could
you,
this
close
become?
enough to see
Ask,
your
what is this right
softness,
now?
and suddenly
Do they
you
show
pull back.
effort? Do they show
The
respect?
ego fears
Do
being
they show
seen
consistency?
more than it fears being
or do they
alone.
show confusion?
Social media
The Stoic
only
does not fall
reinforces the
in love with
performance.
words. The
You
Stoic
share images
watches
of who you
actions,
want to be,
because
not who you
actions are truth.
You curate
Words are
your
cheap.
expressions,
Attention
your
without
words,
commitment
your
is
presence.
cheap. Real love
And slowly,
is
almost
expensive.
imperceptibly,
It costs effort.
you forget
It
where the
costs
performance
clarity.
ends
It costs
and where the real
presence.
you begins.
The second
You
discipline,
become the mask,
sit with the
and the
emptiness.
mask becomes you.
When you stop chasing,
But beneath the
you
polished
will feel
surface,
emptiness,
something else
and
is
that
happening.
emptiness will terrify
A quiet
you
ache,
because most people
a sense
use
of disconnection,
relationships
a feeling that
to
no
avoid
matter
themselves.
how much you do,
But Stoicism
no matter
teaches,
how well you
sit
perform,
with it. Do not
something
run.
remains
Do not
unmet.
distract. Do not
That
rebound.
is the
Do
child
not numb.
beneath the armor, still
Face the
waiting to be
silence,
allowed to
because in the
exist
silence,
without earning
you
love
meet
first.
your real
To
self.
truly understand
And once you
why
meet
this
yourself,
mask
you
feels
stop
so
searching
necessary,
for someone
why it
else
can feel
to save
terrifying
you.
to let it fall,
Act
we
3
need to look
teaser.
not just at memory,
In
but
part
at
3,
the brain itself,
we go deeper
at
than
how
most
the mind
people
learns
ever
to
dare.
protect identity
The ego
as though
behind
it were
romantic
protecting life.
obsession, the hidden
This leads
childhood
us
wound. unknown,
into the
the reason
psychology
you chase unavailable
and
people,
science
and the
behind
Stoic
the
method
ego's
to become emotionally
survival instinct.
untouchable.
Have you ever
Because the truth
wondered
is,
why it feels
you
so
were never
threatening
chasing
to be
them.
wrong,
You were chasing what you
embarrassed,
thought
or misunderstood?
you lacked. And
not just
Stoicism will
uncomfortable,
show you
but almost like
you
a
lacked
small
nothing.
death. It's
You are not in
because,
love.
to the
You are in
brain,
captivity.
identity is not just a
High-value
story.
men and women understand
It is survival.
the moment you chase.
The mind treats
you
the
surrender
self
your power.
you present to the
You
world,
tell the world,
as something that
"I
must
am
be protected
incomplete."
at all costs.
But Stoicism teaches
And when something
you are
challenges
complete
that self,
by discipline,
even something small,
complete
your body
by
reacts
self-respect,
as if it is under
complete
attack.
by mastery.
Carl Jung
you do
called
not
this
beg.
outer
You do not
self,
plead.
the
You do
persona,
not
the
shrink
mask you
yourself.
show the world.
To be
Beneath
chosen
it lies the
because
shadow,
the person
the
meant
parts
for
of you that learn to stay
will not
hidden.
require you
Freud
to
described
betray
the ego
your dignity.
as the mediator between
Act
your
3.
desires and
You are
the
not chasing them.
expectations of the world around
You are chasing your
and
wound.
modern neuroscience
Let's speak the truth
adds another
now.
dimension to
The
this
truth most
understanding.
people will never
The
admit.
default mode
You're not
network.
chasing love.
This is
You
the
are
part of the
chasing a
brain
feeling,
that constantly
a memory,
tells you who you
a
are,
missing piece.
reminding you of
You are
your
chasing
story,
the version
your
of
memories,
yourself
your role.
that you thought you
It is the
became
narrator
when they
in your
noticed you,
mind
when
that
they texted
repeats,
you back,
"This is me.
when they wanted you.
This is how I must
because
be."
for a moment,
But here is
you
the
felt
haunting
worthy.
part.
and when
The
they pulled
default
away,
mode network
that
does not
worth
care if this story
disappeared.
makes you
So
happy.
you chase,
It only cares
because
that the
they are
story
special,
stays intact.
but because they
Your brain
activated
would
something
rather keep you
unresolved
anxious in a
inside you.
familiar identity
Stoicism
than
calls
allow
this
you to step
slavery.
into an unknown one.
Modern psychology
This is
calls
why
it
you
attachment
cling to
trauma.
behaviors that no
But
longer
the
serve
reality
you.
is the same.
Why you
are not
defend opinions you
addicted
don't
to
truly
them.
believe.
You are addicted
Why you stay
to what
small
they
where you want to
represent.
grow. Silent where you
childhood
want to
root
speak.
of
The
romantic
ego is not
obsession.
trying to deceive you. It is
Most
trying
romantic
to protect
obsession
you.
begins
It
long
remembers
before
every
romance.
time vulnerability
It begins
brought
in
pain,
childhood.
and it has learned
If
to
love
lock the
was
doors of your
inconsistent,
emotional house tight.
You learn to perform
When someone
for it.
challenges your
If
viewpoint,
affection was
your
conditional,
heart rate rises.
you learned to chase
Your breathing
approval.
shortens.
If attention
Your nervous
came only
system
when you
prepares for
achieved,
conflict,
you learned that
not
you
because
must
your
earn
belief was
being
attacked,
chosen.
but because
So as
your
an
sense
adult,
of self was.
You don't fall in love
Neuroscience
peacefully.
shows that the
fall
brain
in love
processes
anxiously.
social rejection
You
in the same
confuse intensity
region that
with
registers
intimacy.
physical pain.
You confuse longing
The ego
with
takes
connection
everything
because your
personally
nervous
because
system
to the ego
was
everything
trained
is
to
personal.
associate love
And yet
with
this
uncertainty.
survival system
And so you
comes with a
repeat
cost.
the pattern,
You
not
remain
because it feels
confined
good,
within a very
but
small
because it
version of
feels
yourself.
familiar.
One that was shaped
Stoic
by
Logic
childhood,
says,
by
familiar
fear,
pain
by
is
moments you
still
barely
pain.
remember.
Do
The
not
persona
call your
becomes a
wound
costume
a
stitched
soulmate.
together from old defenses.
Why you want what you can't have.
The shadow becomes
The mind
a locked
desires
room
what it
filled with
cannot
everything
control.
you were once
That is
afraid
ego.
to feel.
Ego
But
does
awareness
not want love.
changes everything.
Ego wants
The
conquest.
moment you begin to notice
ego
the
wants
ego
validation.
acting the
ego
defensiveness,
wants to win.
the anxiety,
So when someone is
the need to
unavailable,
prove something
your ego
shifts.
becomes obsessed.
You stop being
Not
the
because
mask
they are perfect,
and begin to observe
but because
the
they
mask.
are distant.
And once you
And
can see the
distance
structure,
creates fantasy.
you can begin to
You
loosen
begin to
its grip.
imagine, to idealize,
But seeing the
to
mask
project.
is only the
You fall
beginning.
in love with a
The
person
real turning point
who
comes
does
when the
not
mask begins to
exist.
crack,
You
when
fall
the
in love
ego's
with
protection becomes
potential,
the very thing that
with
suffocates you.
possibility, with
That
the
is
version
where
of
we
them
now go.
that only
Have you ever
lives in
felt
your
like
mind.
you were living behind glass?
Marcus Aurelius
Everyone
warned,
can see
do not
you.
let your
Or at
imagination
least
be crushed by
the
life.
version of you they believe
The Stoic
is real,
does not worship
but no one
illusion.
can touch the
The
part
Stoic
of you
sees
that matters.
clearly.
There is a
The most
quiet ache
dangerous
that
drug.
begins to grow when the
Hope-
mask you
hope
once built
is
for protection
beautiful.
becomes the very
But
thing
hope
that
can
traps
also
you.
destroy you.
You start to
Because
realize
hope keeps you
that the
waiting.
life you're performing
Hope keeps you
is not the
attached.
life you're
Hope
living.
keeps you
And yet,
tolerating
you keep
disrespect.
performing
You tell
because
yourself,
the ego whispers
maybe
that
they'll
without the
change.
performance,
maybe
you will
they'll
not
realize
survive.
my value.
The ego
Maybe
is
if I'm
terrified
patient.
of humiliation,
But Stoicism is
terrified
not
of
built
being
on
overlooked,
maybe. Stoicism is
terrified
built on
of
reality.
being ordinary.
If someone
It
wanted
clings
to be
to
in your
identity like a
life, they
lifeline.
would be.
So when
If
someone
someone
threatens your
valued
image
you,
simply by being
you would
better,
not feel
louder,
confused.
more admired,
The Stoic
jealousy
does not live
slithers
on
in.
crumbs.
Not
The
because
Stoic
you dislike
walks away
them,
from uncertainty,
but because their
not with
existence
anger,
feels like it
with
cracks
clarity.
the mirror in which you've been trying
Emotions
to
are
see
not
yourself.
guides, they are signals.
You may feel
Here is
your
where
heart
people
tighten
fail.
when someone
They
else
treat emotions
succeeds,
like truth.
and you don't know why.
But emotions
you
are
may
not
feel
truth.
unseen in a room.
Emotions are signals.
And you can't explain
Fear
it.
signals
The
danger.
ego believes
Desire
that
signals
attention
hunger.
equals existence,
Loneliness
and being
signals
ignored
absence.
feels like
But none of these
erasure.
signals mean
This is where
this
anxiety
person
begins.
is meant for you.
You start monitoring every
It means
word you speak,
you are feeling
every
something.
expression on your face.
And feelings
You worry about
are
being
temporary.
misunderstood, being
The Stoic
judged,
does not obey
being
feelings.
forgotten.
The Stoic observes
You replay
them.
conversations
you do not, act
not because you care
you
about the
feel.
details,
You act
but because because your
you
identity
choose.
feels fragile
That
in the memory.
is freedom.
Your mind becomes an echo
The
chamber,
Stoic difference,
repeating your
love
fears back
without
to you.
need.
louder each time.
The weak love desperately.
And beneath all of
the
this,
strong love
something
freely.
inside is
The weak
screaming.
say, I can't
A
live
voice
without
you
you.
learned to silence long
The strong
ago.
say,
A
I
voice
enjoy
that remembers
you, but I
who
am
you
whole
were
without
before
you.
the world
That is not
taught you
arrogance,
to hide.
that is health. That is
That
emotional
voice feels
maturity.
like hunger,
Because the moment love
like
becomes
longing,
need,
like a quiet
it becomes
grief.
fear.
But the ego
And fear
tells you to
creates
push it
control.
down, because if you
Control
ever let
creates
that voice
resentment.
speak,
Resentment
the mask might fall.
destroys connection.
And the ego believes
Stoicism
that if
teaches
the mask falls,
love is not
you
possession.
fall.
Love is
This
appreciation.
is why ego
You do
death
not
feels
own
like
people.
dying.
You
The
experience
ego
them.
is not
And
the
if they
self,
leave,
but it
you
believes
do
it
not
is.
collapse.
So when your
Because
defenses
you
begin
never
to
abandon
collapse,
yourself.
when the persona begins
Why people lose
to
themselves
crack,
in
your
love.
nervous system
Most
reacts
people don't want
as if your
love.
life is at risk.
They want escape.
You feel fear,
Escape from
disorientation,
loneliness. Escape from
confusion.
boredom. Escape
You
from
feel the world
themselves.
shift under
So
your
they
feet.
merge.
You
They
feel the
obsess.
glass
They
castle
overgive.
shudder.
They become a servant
and yet
of attention.
something inside you
But Stoic
knows the
Logic
truth.
says,
You were never
give
meant to
someone
live
the
inside a
power
castle made of
to
mirrors.
determine your
The
inner
collapse
peace.
of the false self
Because peace
is not destruction,
your
it
responsibility,
is emergence.
not theirs.
The beginning
if your
of
peace
remembering
depends on
who
another
you
person,
were before you
you are
learn
not
to perform.
in love.
But to
You
reach
are in
that
danger.
emergence, you must
The Stoic
first
law,
understand the world
what is
that
not
taught you to
reciprocal
hold
is
the
not
mask
real.
so tightly in the first place.
Real love is
and
mutual.
that world
Real
is
love
the culture
is
that
consistent.
rewards the persona
Real love does not
more than
leave
the
you
person.
guessing.
Have
If
you
you are
noticed
always
how the modern
questioning,
world is built
it is
like
not
a
love.
stage? Not a
It is
grand one
imbalance.
with velvet curtains and
Stoicism
golden
demands
balconies, but a
reciprocity,
subtle one,
not
made of
because you are
screens,
entitled,
reflections,
but because you are
and watching
disciplined.
eyes.
You do not
Everywhere you
invest
go,
where you are not
you
valued.
feel observed.
You do not chase
Not directly,
where you are not
but
chosen.
indirectly.
You do not beg
by
where you are not
expectations,
respected.
by
The
comparison,
Stoic walks
by
away
the
early,
silent pressure to
so they do
become
not
someone.
suffer
It
later.
is as though
The
society
moment
has
of
agreed
awakening.
that being yourself
One
is
day
not
you will
enough.
wake up
You
and
must
you will
present
realize
yourself.
you are not chasing
We live in a
love.
culture that
You are
teaches you to
chasing
value the
permission
mask more than the
to
face
feel
beneath
enough.
it. Social media
But you do not
is a
need
gallery
permission.
of
You
polished
do not need
identities,
someone's attention
carefully arranged,
to validate
filtered,
your existence.
and edited
You are
until
enough
the
by
person looks
discipline,
less like a
enough
human
by
and more like
self-respect,
an idea.
enough
You
by
don't simply
solitude,
wake up anymore.
enough
You
by
wake
purpose.
up to be seen.
And when you truly
You don't
believe
simply
that,
enjoy a moment, you
you
document
become
it to prove that it mattered.
unstoppable.
Life
Because
becomes
nothing
less
is
about
more
living
attractive
and more about
than
displaying
someone who no
evidence of
longer
living.
needs to be
And
chosen.
without noticing
You
it,
stop searching
you begin
for
to
someone
measure
else
your
to
worth
save
through
you.
the eyes of others.
Act 3.
Capitalism
In part
reinforces
3,
this conditioning
we go
from the
deeper
beginning.
than most
Your
people
value
ever
becomes
dare.
tied to
The ego
productivity,
behind romantic obsession,
accomplishment,
the hidden
output.
childhood wound,
You are
the
praised
reason
for the
you
things
chase
you do,
unavailable people,
not the person
and the
you
Stoic
are.
method
You
to
learn
become
to chase
emotionally untouchable.
achievements, titles,
Because the truth
roles,
is,
because
you are never
the world
chasing
rewards
them.
the performance.
You are chasing what you
You
thought
become a
you
brand
lacked.
without realizing
And
it,
Stoicism will show
curating
you.
your personality
You lacked
like
nothing.
a product.
You are
Even
not
your
in love.
uniqueness
You are in
is expected
captivity.
to be marketable.
High value men
You are
and women
told to
understand.
stand
The
out,
moment you
be
chase,
confident,
you surrender
make your mark.
power. You
Yet
tell the
everyone
world,
is
I
being
am
shaped
incomplete.
by the same
But
invisible
Stoicism
mold.
teaches
The
you are
command to be
complete
unique
by discipline,
often results in
complete
imitation
by
of the same
self-respect,
aesthetics, the
complete
same ambitions,
by mastery.
the same
You do
hunger
not beg.
to be
You do
recognized.
not plead. You do
The
not
world
shrink
does not
yourself
ask, "Who
to
are
be
you?" It
chosen.
asks, "How
Because
do you
the
appear?
person meant
How do you
for
rank?
you
How do you
will
compare?"
not require you
And so
to
you learn
betray
to shine your
dignity.
mask while the person
Act 4,
beneath it
the Stoic
grows dimmer,
system to stop
quieter,
chasing forever.
almost
if you have
forgotten.
listened this far.
Confidence culture
You're
tells
already
you to
waking up.
love yourself,
Because most people
but what it really
never
means
reach
is
this
love
point.
your image.
Most people stay
The
addicted.
ego swells,
Most people stay emotional.
not out of genuine
Most
security,
people stay
but out of fear
chasing
of being insignificant.
their entire
And
lives.
ironically,
But
the
you are
louder
here,
the mask becomes,
which means something
the
inside you
lonelier
is
the
ready
person
for
beneath
discipline,
it feels.
ready for truth.
Like a statue
ready for
polished to
freedom.
perfection, but
So
hollow
now we move
inside.
from understanding
You begin to sense
to
a void, a
transformation.
quiet sadness
Here
that
is
creeps
the
into
Stoic
moments that
system,
should feel
not
full.
theory, not
You can be
motivation,
surrounded by
a system.
applause and still
First
feel
principle,
unseen.
control the inner empire.
You can be admired
Stoicism
and still
begins
feel
with one
unloved,
law.
because
You
the
cannot
world falls in
control
love with the
people.
mask.
You
and
cannot
the real
control
you
outcomes.
remains untouched,
You cannot control
breathing behind
love.
glass.
You can only control
This is where
yourself.
the emotional cost
Marcus
begins
Aurelius
to
called
reveal
this
itself.
your
The
inner
loneliness of
empire.
being known everywhere
Most
and
people
understood
abandon their
nowhere.
empire
And
moment
it is
they
here,
fall in love.
in this silence,
They hand over
that
the
the
keys.
consequences of
They
ego
let another
attachment
person
begin to
determine
show.
their mood,
Have you ever felt
their
lonely while
confidence,
surrounded by
their
people?
peace.
Not the kind of loneliness
their
that
worth.
comes from being physically
That is
alone,
not love.
but the kind that sits in
is
your chest
surrender.
while you're laughing.
The Stoic never
talking,
surrenders the inner
performing.
empire.
The
They feel
loneliness
emotion,
of being unseen.
but they do not kneel
It is a
to it.
strange kind of
They
ache,
ask,
quiet
what is
but
within
heavy,
my control?
like carrying a weight
My
that
actions,
no one knows
my
you
standards,
hold.
my
Because
discipline,
how could they?
my response.
They don't know
that
you. They
is
only know
power.
the mask.
Second
When you
principle,
spend your life
remove the
defending an
need
identity,
to be chosen.
polishing it,
The
maintaining
deepest
it,
addiction is
you
not
begin
romance.
to realize
it is
how
validation.
exhausting it truly
Most people
is.
do not chase
You
partners.
monitor your tone,
They
your
chase
posture,
proof.
your reactions.
Proof that they
You
are enough.
carefully choose
Proof
which
that they are
parts of
desirable.
yourself
Proof
to
that they
reveal
matter.
and which to bury.
But Stoicism
You perform
teaches
connection
the man who needs
rather than
approval
experience
is
it.
weak. The woman
You
who needs
speak,
attention is
but it
trapped.
doesn't feel like your
Freedom
voice.
begins when you no
You
longer
laugh,
require an audience
but the sound feels
to
distant.
respect
You are
yourself.
present, but not there.
When you stop asking,
And
do
slowly,
they want me?
a hollowness
and
begins
start
to grow
asking,
like a room
do I
inside
want
you
them?
that no one has ever entered.
That is
Relationships
the reversal.
built
That
on identity
is the
instead of
awakening.
truth
You were never
always
meant to
remain
beg.
shallow.
You were meant
Even
to
the
choose.
ones that look deep from the
Third
outside
principle,
feel strangely
detach
thin,
from outcomes.
like a painting of an ocean
This is
instead
where
of the
most
ocean
people
itself.
fail.
You
They
can
do
talk for
something
hours,
kind,
share
then expect
jokes and
something
memories,
back.
take
They show
photos
love,
and celebrate
then demand
milestones,
security.
and still feel
They
that
give
no one
effort,
has ever truly touched
then
you.
feel entitled
You
to
ache
return.
not for company,
Stoicism
but for
destroys
recognition.
this.
Not to be
Epictetus
seen
taught,
in the crowd,
do what is
but
right,
to be seen
then
in your
release the
silence.
result. Because
And
the
so
moment you
begin
attach
to
your peace
withdraw
to an
in subtle
outcome,
ways.
you become
speak less
a
openly,
hostage.
you
can
share
love
less
deeply.
vulnerably. You
Without
avoid
clinging,
moments where the
you can
real
care.
you might accidentally
Without collapsing,
surface.
you can desire.
You fear being
Without
understood
dependence.
because being understood
Detachment
would
is not
require being
coldness.
exposed.
Detachment
The ego
is strength.
tells you that no
It is
one
saying,
could love what
I will
lies
not
beneath the
lose
surface,
myself.
that the shadow is too messy,
Fourth principle,
too emotional,
stop
too
romanticizing
raw.
people.
So you keep the doors
Most
closed.
heartbreak is
and you
not
call
heartbreak.
that safety.
It is disillusionment.
But safety has
You were
a
not
cost.
mourning them.
The nervous
You were
system is
mourning
not
the
designed
fantasy,
to live in disguise.
the version of them you created.
When you suppress
the
your
future
true
you
self,
imagined.
your
the
body
story
interprets
you
it
told yourself.
as abandonment,
Stoicism
self-abandonment.
demands
Studies in
brutal
attachment
clarity.
psychology show
See people
that
as they
when
are,
your emotional
not as they
truth
could
is
be,
rejected,
not as they promised,
even by yourself,
not as you hoped.
the
Reality
brain responds
is the
with the
cure.
same loneliness
Fantasy
as losing
is the
someone you
drug.
love. The grief
The
you
Stoic
feel is not for
stays
others,
sober.
it is for yourself,
Fifth principle,
for the
build a
version of
life
you that
they
never
cannot
had the
compete
chance to
with.
breathe.
Here is
And
the secret
perhaps
of high-value
that is the
individuals.
tragedy of the mask.
They do not chase
It protects
love,
you from pain,
because
but it
their
also
life
blocks you from
is
love.
already full.
It keeps you guarded,
Purpose,
composed,
mission, discipline,
admired,
health,
but never held.
growth,
This is
legacy.
the quiet suffering that
When you are
leads you to
building
the
something
edge of
meaningful,
ego death.
You do not obsess
The moment where
over
something
attention.
inside whispers,
You do not spiral
there
over
must be more
texts.
than this.
You do not beg
And
for
there is but to
presence,
reach.
because you are present
the mask,
in your own
must
body.
first loosen.
Most people
The
chase
self
love
beneath
because they have
must be
nothing
allowed
else.
to rise.
Stoicism says,
Have you ever
"Fill
felt
your
the
life."
quiet urge to
Then love
stop
becomes an
pretending?
addition,
Not
not a rescue.
dramatically, not in
Sixth
some
principle,
grand rebellion,
let silence
but in a
do the
soft,
work.
tired way.
Weak people
A whisper
over-explain.
inside you saying,
Weak people double text.
I can't keep
Weak
holding
people
this
chase
together.
Closure.
It
Strong
is not
people
weakness.
understand
It is the
silence.
beginning
Silence
of
is
truth.
a mirror. Silence
The
reveals
ego
truth.
does not
If you
collapse
stop
through
chasing,
force.
and
It
they
loosens
disappear,
when you become weary
that
of
was
carrying
your
it.
answer. If you
Ego
stop
death
reaching,
is
then
not
nothing
a
returns.
moment of destruction.
That was
It is a
your
gradual
answer.
unlearning, a
Stoicism
gentle
teaches,
peeling away
do not
of
force
everything
what is not
that is
mutual.
not yours.
Let absence speak.
And it begins
Let distance
with
clarify.
noticing.
The Stoic
The next
does not
time you
demand
feel yourself
love.
react,
the Stoic
anger
observes
rising in your chest,
reality.
jealousy
Seventh
burning under
principle,
your skin,
accept loss as
defensiveness
training.
sharpening your words.
Every
Pause.
person you lose
Not to
teaches
suppress
you
the
something.
reaction,
Every
but to observe
rejection
it. Ask yourself,
strengthens you.
who is feeling
Every
threatened
ending
right now?
refines you.
You might
The
realize
Stoic
that it is
does
not your
collapse
true
at
self that
loss.
feels in
They
danger.
transform
It is the
through
mask.
it. Marcus Aurelius
This
wrote,
awareness
what stands in
changes
the way
everything.
becomes the way.
Neuroscience
Heartbreak
shows that when you
becomes
observe
wisdom.
a thought
Loneliness
rather than
becomes
merge with
strength.
it, the brain's
Detachment
emotional
becomes
centers calm.
peace.
The
You are not
storm does
punished.
not control
You were
you when
trained.
you know you are watching it.
The final Stoic truth
Instead of
about
drowning in
love.
emotion, you
Love is
become
not
the
something
one who
you
stands
chase.
on the shore.
Love is
But this
something you
path
meet.
requires compassion,
When you are whole,
not judgment.
when you are disciplined,
The parts of
when
you
you are
that
grounded,
cling, that defend,
when you no longer need it,
that fear, they
to
are not
survive.
your enemies.
The moment
They were born
you
in
stop
rooms where
chasing,
you once felt small,
you become
unheard,
magnetic,
or unsafe.
because nothing is more
When the
powerful
ego panics,
than
it is the
someone
child
who is
inside
complete.
you saying, Please don't let
Closing
me be
message.
hurt again.
Stop running
And
back
so you
to
do not
chains.
fight the ego.
So let this
You
be
soothe
your
it.
vow.
You
I will
hold
not
it.
beg. I
You
will
let
not
it know
chase.
it no
I will
longer
not
has to
abandon
protect you
myself.
alone.
I will not confuse
There will be
anxiety
moments
with
when
love.
the mask
I will
tries
not
to
call
tighten
obsession
you.
destiny.
That
I will
is
not
natural.
worship inconsistency.
The ego
I will
does
walk
not
away
die
with
in
dignity,
a single breath.
and I will build a
It
life
learns to
so
step
strong
aside, slowly,
that love must
gently,
meet me in
one
peace.
layer at a time.
or not at all.
Some days you will feel expansive,
Because Stoic
open,
logic
real.
is simple.
Other days you will
If
feel
it
the old
costs
persona
your
return
self-respect,
like armor you no
it is
longer
too
need,
expensive.
but still remember how
You
to
stop
wear.
searching for someone
Healing
else
is
to
not
save
linear.
you.
It is
Act 3
cyclical,
teaser.
like waves
In part
returning
3,
to shore.
we go deeper than
Shadow
most
integration
people ever
begins
dare.
when you let the
ego
parts of
behind
yourself you
romantic
once rejected
obsession,
return home.
the hidden childhood wound,
The anger you were
the
taught
reason
to
you
fear,
chase unavailable
the
people,
softness you were taught
and the
to
Stoic
hide,
method
the
to become
longing you
emotionally
tried to bury.
untouchable.
These are
Because
not
the truth
flaws.
is,
They
you
are
were never
your debt.
chasing them.
To
You were
let the
chasing
false
what you
self
thought
fall
you
apart
lacked.
is to allow the
Stoicism
real
will show
self to
you.
breathe.
You lacked
And when this
nothing.
begins,
You are
even
not in
subtly,
love.
you will
You are
feel
in
a shift,
captivity.
a
High
quiet,
value men and women
unfamiliar
understand.
peace,
The
a
moment
presence
you chase,
that doesn't need to be
you surrender
proven,
your power.
but the journey does
You
not
tell
end
the world,
here.
I am
Something
incomplete.
waits beyond
But Stoicism
ego death.
teaches
Something
you are
deeper,
complete by
quieter,
discipline,
and
complete
far more true.
by self-respect,
Now we arrive at the
complete
final
by
threshold.
mastery. You do not beg.
What remains
you do
when
not
the mask
plead.
is finally
You do not
gone?
shrink yourself.
What if the person
To
you have
be
been searching
chosen.
for has been here
Because the
all
person
along,
meant
quiet,
for you
patient,
will not
waiting
require
beneath the
you
noise?
to betray
There comes a moment
your dignity.
after the struggling, after the
before you send
grasping,
that message,
after the endless
before you
effort to
beg
maintain
for
who you
attention,
think you are,
before you
where
chase
something
someone who
inside you
gives you
softens,
breadcrumbs.
the performance slows,
Listen carefully.
the defenses
Your emotions are
loosen,
lying to you.
and you begin
Not
to
because
sense
you
a
are
presence
weak,
within
not because
yourself
you are
that
broken,
feels
but
older
because
than your
emotions
memories, older
were
than your
never
insecurities,
designed to tell you the truth.
older than the identity
They were
you
designed
spent a
to make
lifetime
you react.
protecting. A presence
nowhere
that does
is this
not
more
need to be
dangerous
seen to exist.
than in love.
When the mask begins to
Because
fall,
love,
you might
modern
expect a
love,
collapse,
is no longer
chaos,
about connection.
confusion,
It's about
loss.
obsession.
But instead,
It's about
you may
attachment.
feel something
It's about
strangely
emotional
gentle,
addiction. You
like
don't miss
stepping
them.
into warm water,
You miss the dopamine.
like
You
exhaling
don't want
after
them.
years of holding your
You
breath.
want the relief.
Because
You're not in love.
ego death
You're in
is not the end of you. It is the end
Worst
of the
of all,
version of you that was
your
built from
emotions
fear.
will convince
The self
you
that
that
remains
chasing
is not
them
dramatic.
is the only
It
way
doesn't
to
need to
feel
announce
whole
itself.
again.
It doesn't chase
Stoic logic
admiration
says
or
something
flee from
brutal.
disapproval.
If you have to
It
chase
simply
love,
is
it was never
a
love.
stillness, like
It
the
was
surface
hunger.
of a lake untouched
Today,
by wind.
you will learn
You begin to
why your
listen
heart
differently, not
misleads
for
you,
how people perceive
why
you,
longing is not
but for what
destiny,
is real
and
inside
how to
you.
finally become
You begin to
unshakable.
speak differently, not to
Because the
impress
strongest
or
people
prove, but
do
to
not
express what
chase
feels
love.
true.
They
Even
attract
silence becomes
by
different.
mastering themselves.
It no longer feels
In
like
2026,
emptiness.
people are more
It
emotionally
feels like
confused
space.
than ever. We
From
have
this
endless
place,
options,
presence
endless messaging,
replaces
endless
performance.
situationships.
You
Yet
no
people
longer walk
feel
into a
lonelier,
room hoping to
more
be
desperate,
liked.
more anxious
You walk in simply
than any
being,
generation before.
and that is enough.
Why?
Relationships
Because we have
deepen,
been taught the most
not because you
dangerous
become
lie,
more impressive,
that love
but because you
is
become
something
more
you find,
open.
instead
You
of something
allow
you
yourself
build,
to be seen,
that if you feel
gently,
strongly,
without
it
the
must
old
be
fear
real.
that exposure
hurts,
means danger.
it must
And in
be
being
meaningful.
seen, you
But
finally
Stoicism has always
experience
warned
what
us.
intimacy
Emotion
was
is not
always meant to
wisdom.
be.
Emotion
Two
is weather.
souls
It
meeting
changes,
without
it storms,
pretense.
it passes.
There is a
And if you
humility
build your
here,
life on
but it is
weather,
not weakness.
you will
It is
collapse
strength
every
that
season.
requires no
So in
defense.
this video,
A
we are going
quiet
deep
authority.
into why
A peace
emotions
that cannot be
distort
given or
reality,
taken by
why
others.
chasing love destroys your
Neuroscience calls this the
self-respect,
shift
why
from
detachment
ego
is
identification
power, and how
to
Stoic
awareness,
logic frees
where
you
the
from
self is no
emotional
longer the
slavery.
story, but the
This is
one
not about
witnessing the
becoming
story
cold.
unfold.
This is
You
about
begin to
becoming
understand
free.
that your worth does not rise
Act
or
1.
fall.
Your
It
emotions
simply
are
exists,
primitive.
steady,
Let's begin with a
untouched,
truth most people
whole.
refuse to accept.
And in that
Your emotions are
realization,
ancient.
something
They are not
remarkable
modern.
happens.
They are not intelligent.
The world
They are survival
no
software.
longer feels
Your
like
brain
a stage.
was not designed for
You are no
romance.
longer performing.
It was designed
You are
for
living.
survival.
You return
Fear
to the
kept
child
you
you once
alive.
were,
Desire
not the
made you
frightened one,
reproduce.
but the original,
Attachment
the
kept
one who
tribes
existed before
together.
the first wound,
So when you feel
before the
intense
first
longing,
mask,
your brain is
before the
not
first
saying,
fear of
this
being
person Time
much
is your
or not
soulmate.
enough.
Your brain
And so
is
the
saying,
truth reveals
this person
itself
is a source
quietly,
of emotional safety.
without force.
Do not
When the
lose them.
ego dies, the
It is
self
biology,
is finally
not
born.
destiny. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You are disturbed not by events, but by your judgment."
Have you ever
about them.
noticed how your life
pain is not
quietly
the person.
bends toward
Your
the
pain
things you
is
think
the
about
story.
most? Not
I
in a
need them.
mystical wish
And
upon a
need
star kind of
is
way,
not love.
but in the subtle
is
patterns that
dependence.
repeat themselves when
Love
no
without
one is
freedom
watching. You
becomes
think you'll be
a
disappointed
cage.
and somehow
Why you chase what
disappointment
hurts you?
arrives
Why do people
right
chase
on
the
time.
ones who ignore them?
You expect
Why do you crave
someone to
who
leave,
gives you
and
less?
slowly
Because
they do.
the brain
Yet
confuses
there are others who
uncertainty
walk
with
through
value.
the world
The
expecting
less
good
available
fortune,
someone is,
and opportunities
the more your
seem
mind
to lean in their
obsesses.
direction,
It's
as
the
if they
same
are being
mechanism as
quietly
gambling.
escorted by something
A slot
unseen.
machine doesn't reward
It makes
every
you wonder,
pull.
is
So you
life
keep
happening
pulling.
to you,
Maybe
or is
this
life
time,
responding
maybe
to you?
now, maybe if I try harder. And modern dating has become emotional gambling. You are not chasing love, you are chasing validation. Stoic Logic says, if someone makes you anxious, they are not
Imagine a
your
child
peace.
who grew up
Love
always
is
hearing,
not anxiety.
be careful,
Love is not panic.
don't expect
Love is
too
not
much,
obsession.
life
Love
is
calm.
hard.
Love is
Their
stable.
mind becomes
Love
a
is
room
chosen,
with low
not
ceilings.
chased.
They walk carefully,
The Stoic rule,
speak softly,
never abandon your
dream
dignity.
cautiously. Their
Epictetus
world
said,
shrinks to
no
the
man
size
is
of their
free who
belief.
cannot control
Now
himself.
imagine another child,
If your
one
happiness
who is
depends
told,
on another person's
try,
reply,
explore,
you are not
there is
in
room
love,
for you in
you
this
are in
world.
captivity.
There,
High-value men and
imagination
women
stretches
understand.
like warm light.
The moment you chase,
Their steps are bold,
you surrender
their
your
voice
power.
steady. Both
You tell the
children
world,
walk into
"I
adulthood
am
believing they are
incomplete."
simply being
But
realistic.
Stoicism teaches,
But in
you are
truth,
complete
they
by
are living the
discipline,
echoes of
complete
beliefs
by
planted long
self-respect,
before they knew they were
complete
believing
by
anything
mastery.
at all.
You do not
This
beg,
is the
you do
quiet
not
psychology
plead, you
behind
do not shrink
manifestation,
yourself
not magic,
to
not
be
wishful thinking,
chosen,
but the
because the
mind's
person
incredible
meant for
ability
you
to filter the
will not
world
require
in
you
ways that confirm
betray
what you
your
already
dignity.
expect. Your brain
Act
is
2,
always listening
love
to
is a
you.
chemical illusion.
If you think
Most people think
are
love is
untrustworthy,
spiritual. They
you will
think love is
notice
fate.
every
They think
flaw,
love is
every
destiny.
hesitation,
But the truth is
every
far more
crack
uncomfortable.
in loyalty.
Most of what you
If you
call
believe
love
opportunities
is
never
chemistry,
come, you will
a
overlook
drug,
them,
a
even when they
neurological
stand
storm,
in front of you.
dopamine,
Your beliefs
oxytocin,
shape your perception.
serotonin.
Your
The brain does
perception
not fall in love
shapes
the way
your behavior,
poets describe.
and your behavior
The brain becomes
shapes
obsessed the
your
way
outcomes.
addicts do.
The
That's why
cycle
when someone
completes
pulls
itself
away,
without
you
ever
don't
announcing
simply
that
feel
it has
sad.
begun.
You feel restless.
There is someone out there
you
right
feel
now with
panic.
half your talent,
You feel like something
half your
has been
skill,
taken from you.
half your
Because
intelligence,
something
living a
has.
life you
Your
believed was
brain
too big
was
for you.
receiving a reward,
Not because they are lucky,
attention,
but because they
affection,
permitted
hope.
themselves to believe
And now the
it was
reward is
possible.
gone.
The
So your
forces
emotions
shaping your
scream,
life are
"Fix
not
it,
distant.
chase it,
They are
do
intimate.
something."
They
But
begin
Stoic
in
logic
the quiet
whispers,
corners of your
"This is not
thoughts,
love. This
in
is
the
withdrawal.
stories you tell yourself
You are not heartbroken.
when no one
You are
can hear.
chemically destabilized.
And perhaps the most haunting
And the
question
modern
is
world
this.
has mistaken
If your mind has
addiction
been shaping your reality all
romance,
along without your awareness,
why longing
without your intention,
feels like meaning.
then what reality have you
Have you
unknowingly
noticed something
created?
strange?
And more
The
important,
people who give you peace
what could your life
feel
become
boring,
if you
but the
chose
people who
differently
give you
from this
anxiety
moment forward?
feel unforgettable.
Have you ever wondered when you
That
first
is not
learned what
destiny.
you were allowed to
That
hope
is
for?
trauma.
It didn't
The
happen
nervous
in a
system
classroom
becomes
or
attached
during a
to what is
conversation you
unpredictable.
consciously remember.
Because
It happened
unpredictability forces
quietly,
attention.
long
Your
before you
mind
knew what
becomes
belief even
hyper-focused.
meant.
Your
You
body
were a
becomes
child,
alert.
watching
you
the
call it
world
passion,
with wide and
but it is
unguarded
survival
eyes.
energy.
Every
Stoicism
tone of
teaches
voice,
that peace is
every
the signal.
sigh of
Chaos
disappointment,
is the warning.
every
If you are
moment of
constantly
silence after you
overthinking,
spoke it,
if
all
you are
became part of
constantly
your internal weather.
questioning,
A
if you are
child doesn't
constantly
just observe
checking your
love
phone,
or rejection.
that
They
is not
absorb
love.
it, like skin
That is emotional
soaking in
slavery.
sunlight or frost.
Love does not make you
Picture
smaller.
a child
Love does
drawing
not
with
make you
bright
beg.
colors,
Love does not
proudly
make you
turning
lose
to show their
yourself.
creation.
Real love
If the parent
expands
smiles,
you.
if they kneel
Anything
down,
else is a trap.
if they say, "That's
The emotional
beautiful,
lie,
keep going,"
they complete
something
me.
blooms. The
One of the
child
most
learns that
poisonous
their ideas
ideas
have
in
value,
modern culture
that expression
is
is welcome,
You need
that the world
someone
responds
to
to them with
complete
warmth.
you. Think about
Now
how
picture
weak
another
that
child,
sounds.
same colors,
Think about how dangerous
same hope for
that
recognition.
is. If another
But when
person
they turn
completes
around,
you,
the
then
adult
without
barely
them,
looks up,
you are
or
nothing.
worse, they
That is
laugh,
not romance.
dismiss,
That is
or
dependence.
compare.
The
Something
Stoics would
in
call
the
this a
child
form of
wilts.
self-abandonment.
Not suddenly,
Marcus
not
Aurelius
dramatically,
never said,
but slowly,
"Find
like
someone
a plant
to make you
deprived
whole."
of light.
He
The
said,
message settles
"Be
quietly.
enough
quietly.
for yourself.
Your voice is too small.
Because if you do not
Your
own your
dreams
soul,
are too loud.
someone else
The
will
world is
rent
not
it.
waiting for you.
And most
This is
people
how
are
self-concept
paying
forms,
rent
not as a
with
choice,
their dignity.
but as an inheritance.
Why chasing love
A child doesn't
destroys
think.
your value.
They ignored me because
Here is
they
a
are
brutal
stressed or
truth.
distracted.
The more you chase,
A child
the less
thinks.
you are respected.
They ignored me
Not
because I am
people
not
are
worth
evil,
noticing.
but because human
And that
psychology is
belief
simple.
becomes the blueprint.
What is abundant,
The mind begins
is true.
shaping reality
what is
around,
desperate,
building
is
walls
unattractive.
where there should have been doors,
When you chase
ceilings
someone,
where there could have
you
been
communicate,
sky. Neuroscience
no
tells
options.
us that the
I have no
emotional
standards.
experiences of
I will
childhood
accept
carve
less.
deep grooves in
and
the
the world
developing
responds
brain.
accordingly.
The nervous
High-value
system learns
people do
which
not
feelings
chase.
are safe,
They choose.
which
They
expressions
observe.
are dangerous,
They vet.
which hopes are
They
allowed.
walk away.
And long
when
after
peace
childhood
is absent.
ends,
Stoicism
those
is not
patterns
about
remain.
pretending you don't care.
You grow older,
It is about
but you
refusing
continue to
lose
manifest the
yourself.
world you were conditioned to
Stoic
expect.
detachment is
Not
not
the world you
coldness.
want, the world
People
you believe you
misunderstand
deserve.
detachment.
So when someone
They
tells you
think
to just
detachment
think
means you
positive
don't feel.
or
No.
believe in
Detachment
yourself,
means you don't
they are
collapse.
speaking to the adult
feel.
mind. But the
But you do
one
not
who
become
actually
ruled.
chooses your
You love.
possibilities
But you
is
do
the
not
child
worship.
still living
You
inside
desire.
you, the one
But you
who
do not
learned
beg.
what to reach for and what
Epictetus
to
said,
never attempt.
"Do not seek for events to happen
This
as
is
you
where the
wish,
story of
but wish for them
manifestation
to happen
becomes
as they
more than
do happen,
mindset.
and your life
It
will go
becomes a
smoothly."
return.
Stoicism
return
is
to the
emotional
origin,
maturity.
to the
It is the
moment
ability
where
to say,
belief first
"I
took
want
shape.
this."
Because if
but I
your
do not
beliefs
need
were
it.
learned,
Need
then they can be
is where
rewritten,
suffering begins.
and that changes everything.
Desire with discipline
Have you ever wondered
is
why
freedom.
you shrink in
The
moments when
truth
you need to
about
rise?
attachment.
Why,
Most people
when a
are
door
not attached
finally
to
opens,
love.
something
They are attached
inside
to
you
the idea of
hesitates,
being
as
chosen.
if stepping
They want
forward
proof
would be a
that
kind
they
of
matter,
betrayal.
that they are worthy,
This is
that
the
they are
quiet
enough.
inheritance
So they
of
chase
childhood
relationships.
beliefs. You don't
Not
leave them
because the
behind
person
when you
is
grow
right,
up. You simply
but
learn
because
to disguise
rejection
them.
feels
You
like
build a
death.
personality, a
But
mask,
rejection
shaped
is not
around the
death.
things you once
Rejection
feared, lacked,
is
or
redirection.
learned to suppress.
The Stoic
And you
does
tell
not
yourself,
interpret rejection
this
as
is just
humiliation.
who I am.
The Stoic interprets
But
it
identity
as
is often a
information.
survival strategy,
If someone does not
wearing
choose
the
you,
costume of self.
they have revealed the
You
truth.
learn to smile,
And truth
so no one sees
is
your
always
hunger for
a gift,
validation. You
even
learn
when
to
it
act
hurts.
confident, so
Stop
no one
romanticizing
hears
the struggle.
tremor
There is
beneath
another
your
emotional
voice.
lie. If it's
You
hard,
learn to
it
become
must be
agreeable,
real.
gentle,
No, hard
apologetic,
is not holy.
even when something in
Struggle
your
is not
chest is
romance.
begging to breathe.
Pain is not proof.
The world
The movies
sees
trained
your
you to
mask
believe love
and
is
assumes
suffering,
it is your face.
that chasing
But you
is
know the
devotion,
truth.
that heartbreak
Underneath,
is passion.
there is a child
But Stoic
still
logic says,
negotiating
love without
how much
respect
space
is not
they are
love.
allowed to take.
Love without peace
And so,
is not
you
love.
choose people
Love without
who fit
reciprocity
the beliefs
is not
you
love.
already carry.
If you're always
If you
the one
secretly
reaching,
believe you are
then you're not
unworthy of
building
being
love.
prioritized,
you are feeding.
you will find
illusion.
yourself drawn to
The
those who
moment
make you an option.
stop chasing,
If you believe your voice is
something
too much,
incredible happens.
you will love
the
those
fog
who silence
clears.
it.
You begin
If
to
you
see
believe
people
happiness
as they
cannot
are,
last,
not as
you
you
will
imagine.
unconsciously
You stop
sabotage it the
projecting
moment
fantasies.
it feels real.
You stop rewriting
Not because
red
you are
flags.
broken, but
You
because
stop
the mind
confusing
longs for the
potential
familiar,
with reality.
even when the
You
familiar
stop
is
begging
painful.
for effort.
It's the same phenomenon
that is
seen
when you
in the
become
bird raised in a
dangerous.
cage.
Not dangerous
One day,
to others.
the door opens.
Dangerous to manipulation.
Freedom is right there.
Because the person
Light,
who no longer
sky,
chases
infinite space.
cannot be
But the
controlled.
bird doesn't fly. It
The Stoic
returns to the
practice,
only
remove
world
the
it
fantasy.
has ever known.
Here is your first
The cage
discipline.
is not metal.
Remove
the cage is
fantasy.
memory. And
Do not
manifestation
ask, what could this become?
works the same way.
Ask, what is this right
Not
now?
as a
Do they
wish
show
sent
effort?
into the universe,
Do they show respect?
but as a
Do they
reflection
show
of what you
consistency?
believe you are
or do they
allowed
show
to receive.
confusion?
You do
The
not
Stoic does
manifest
not fall
with your
in love
hopes.
with words.
You manifest
The Stoic
with your
watches
self-concept.
actions.
The person
Because
who believes they
actions
are
are
unworthy
truth.
of abundance
Words are cheap.
will never recognize
Attention without
abundance
commitment
when it
is
stands
cheap.
quietly at their
Real
door.
love
The person
is
who
expensive.
believes they are
It
meant to
costs
struggle
effort. It
will
costs
reject
clarity.
ease when it arrives,
It costs
calling it
presence.
suspicious,
The second
unrealistic,
discipline,
or
sit with the
undeserved.
emptiness.
Your life
When you
does
stop
not bend
chasing,
to what you want.
you will feel
it
emptiness,
bends to what you are.
and that emptiness
And so
will
the question
terrify you,
shifts.
because most
Who
people
are you
use relationships
beneath the mask you learn to
to
wear?
avoid themselves.
If you
But
remove
Stoicism
the fear,
teaches,
the
sit with
memory,
it. Do
the
not
wound,
run. Do
who
not
might
distract.
you become if you
Do not
finally
rebound.
believed you could?
Do not numb.
Have you ever wondered why,
Face the
once
silence,
something
because
captures
in
your
the
attention,
silence,
you suddenly
you
start
meet
seeing
your
it
real
everywhere?
self.
A car
And
you've
once
never
you meet
noticed
yourself,
before becomes
you stop
visible
searching
on every
for
street.
someone else else
A
to
fear
save you.
you've tried to ignore
Act 3
begins
teaser.
appearing in every situation.
In part 3,
This
we
isn't
go deeper
coincidence.
than most people
This
ever
is
dare.
Your brain
The ego
revealing one of its
behind romantic
oldest,
obsession,
most powerful
the hidden
mechanisms,
childhood
the
wound,
reticular
the
activating
reason you
system.
chase unavailable
A small
people,
network of
and
neurons
the
at the
Stoic
base of your
method to become
brainstem
emotionally
decides what you
untouchable.
notice and
Because
what
the
remains
truth
hidden
is,
in the background.
you were never chasing
It is the
them.
silent
You were
gatekeeper
chasing what
of
you
your
thought
reality.
you lacked.
Your mind cannot
And
process
Stoicism
everything
will
at
show
once, so it filters.
You lacked
And
nothing.
what does it prioritize?
You are not in love. You
Whatever
are in
matches your
captivity.
beliefs.
High
If
value
you believe
men and
people
women
are
understand.
untrustworthy,
The moment you
your
chase,
RAS highlights
you surrender
every
your
flinch,
power.
every
You tell
hesitation,
the world,
every
"I am
inconsistency in
incomplete."
others.
But
If you
Stoicism
believe life is
teaches
generous,
you are complete
it draws your
by
attention
discipline,
toward opportunities,
complete by self-respect,
kindness, and
complete
subtle blessings.
by mastery. You do
The
not
world
beg,
does not
you do not
change.
plead,
Your
you do not
filter
shrink
does.
yourself.
This is why two
To be
people
chosen
can walk through the same
because the
city,
person meant
live
for you
through the same day,
will not require
and return
you
with
to
completely
betray
different stories.
your dignity.
One will say,
Act 3,
nothing works
you are
out
not
for me.
chasing them,
The other
you are
will say,
chasing your wound.
there is always something to
Let's
learn.
speak the truth now.
Reality is not just
the truth
what
most
happens.
people will never
It is what
admit.
your mind
You are not
decides
chasing
to see.
love. You are
Psychology
chasing a feeling,
calls
a
this
memory,
confirmation
a missing
bias.
piece.
The
You are chasing
tendency
the
to
version of
notice
yourself
and remember
that
experiences
you became
that confirm what
when
you
they noticed
already
you,
believe. It
when
is
they
not a
texted you
flaw.
back,
It is the
when
brain's
they wanted
attempt
you,
to make the
because for a
world
moment
feel predictable.
you felt
But
worthy,
predictability comes with a
and when they
cost.
pulled away,
If your beliefs
that
were
worth
shaped by fear,
disappeared.
rejection,
So you chase.
or scarcity,
not because they
your
are
mind
special,
will continue
but
recreating
because
those
they activated
patterns long
something
after the
unresolved
original wound
inside
is
you.
healed. And then there
Stoicism
is the
calls this
self-fulfilling
slavery.
prophecy.
Modern
When you
psychology
expect
calls it
failure,
attachment
your body
trauma.
language shifts,
But the reality
your voice
is the same.
becomes smaller,
You are not
your
addicted
decisions
to
become
them.
cautious,
You are addicted
you don't notice
to
the
what
door
they
half open,
represent.
because
The
you've already
childhood
convinced
root
yourself it's
of
locked.
romantic obsession.
And so the
Most
failure you
romantic
feared
obsession
becomes the
begins
result
long
you live.
before romance.
Not because the world
It
denied
begins
you,
in
but because your
childhood.
belief
If love
denied
was
you the attempt.
inconsistent, you learned to
Neuroscience
perform
extends this
for it.
further.
If affection was
Neuroplasticity,
conditional,
the brain's ability
you
to
learned to
rewire
chase
itself based on
approval.
repeated thought.
If attention
Every
came
time
only
you
when
think
you
a
achieved,
thought,
you learned
strengthen
that you
its
must
pathway,
earn being chosen.
like walking the same.
So as an adult,
trail through a field of
you
tall
don't fall in
grass,
love
the more
peacefully.
you walk it, the
You fall in
clearer
love
and more
anxiously.
automatic it becomes.
You confuse
Your
intensity
thoughts
with
are
intimacy.
not just ideas,
You
they are
confuse longing
instructions.
with connection.
They are
because
architecture.
your nervous system
This is why
was
manifestation
trained
is
to
not
associate
magic.
love
It is
with
structure.
uncertainty.
It is the
And so you
progression of
repeat
the unseen
pattern, not
becoming
because it
seen.
feels good, but
Focus
because it feels
shapes what
familiar.
you notice.
Stoic
What you
Logic
notice
says
shapes how you
familiar
feel.
pain is
How
still
you feel
pain.
shapes what you
Do
do.
not call your
And
wound
what
a
you
soulmate.
do shapes
Why you want what you can't
become.
have. The
So
mind
the question
desires
is
what
no
it
longer,
cannot control.
does manifestation
That is ego.
work?
Ego does not
The
want
real
love.
question is,
Ego wants conquest.
what have you
Ego wants
unknowingly
validation.
been instructing
Ego
your
wants
mind
to win.
build?
So when
all
someone
this
is
time?
unavailable,
Have you ever
ego
noticed
becomes
how some people
obsessed.
seem to
Not
recreate
because
the
they are
same
perfect,
pain over and
but
over
because they are
again?
distant.
The same kind of
and
heartbreak,
distance
the
creates
same kind of
fantasy.
disappointment,
You
the
begin
same
to imagine,
endings dressed in
to
different
idealize,
faces.
to project.
At first, it
You fall in
feels
love
like
with a
bad
person
luck, like
who does
fate has a
not
personal
exist.
grudge. But
You
if
fall
you
in
look
love
closer,
with
painfully
potential,
closer, you begin to
with
see something
possibility,
haunting underneath.
with the version of them
Not everything you
that only
lose was
lives in
taken
your
from.
mind.
Some of it
Marcus
you
Aurelius
pushed
warned,
away without realizing.
do not let your imagination
And
be
not every
crushed by
door that
life.
remains closed is
The Stoic
locked.
does not worship
Some of them
illusion.
you never
the Stoic
tried to open.
sees clearly.
Because when your beliefs
The
are
most
shaped by
dangerous
fear,
drug,
by old wounds,
hope
by the
is
quiet whisper
beautiful.
that says you are
but
not
hope can
enough,
also destroy you.
manifestation
Because
takes
hope
a darker
keeps you
form.
waiting. Hope
You
keeps
begin
you
to
attached.
attract what
Hope
you
keeps
expect.
you tolerating
You start to
disrespect.
gravitate toward what is familiar,
You tell yourself,
even if the familiar
maybe they'll
hurts.
change.
The person
they'll
who grew up
realize my
unseen
value.
will choose lovers
Maybe if
who
I'm
overlook
patient.
them. The one who
But
grew up
Stoicism
walking
is
on
not
emotional
built on
eggshells
maybe.
will find themselves
Stoicism
in
is built on
relationships
reality.
where they must stay
If someone
small
wanted to be
survive.
in your life,
The one who
they
fears
would be.
abandonment
If
will
someone
cling
valued
until
you,
the other person leaves,
you would not feel
fulfilling
confused.
the very fate
the
they were
Stoic does
trying to
not live
avoid.
on crumbs.
The mind
Stoic
becomes
walks away
its
from
own
uncertainty,
puppeteer,
not with
pulling
anger.
your strings with
with
memories
clarity.
you didn't choose.
Emotions are
There
not
is a
guides.
voice inside
They
you,
are
the
signals.
inner critic
Here is where
shaped
people
long ago
fail.
by someone who
They treat
didn't know
emotions
how
like
to love
truth.
you properly.
But emotions
Now
are
that
not
voice
truth.
speaks in your
Emotions
tone,
are signals.
using your breath,
Fear signals
convincing you
danger.
that every good
Desire
thing is temporary,
signals hunger.
that every joy has has a cost.
signals
But
absent.
every soft moment
But none of
is
these
the beginning
signals
of the
mean
end.
this person
So you
is
brace
meant
yourself.
for you.
You flinch
It
at
means
happiness.
you are feeling
You
something
sabotage beginnings
and
because
feelings
endings feel
are
safer.
temporary.
After all,
The Stoic
if you
does not
ruin
obey
something
feelings.
yourself,
The Stoic
at least you
observes
won't
them.
be surprised
You do not
when
act
it breaks.
because you feel.
This is the
You
dark
act
side
because
of
you
manifestation.
choose.
You don't
That
manifest what
is
you
freedom.
want. You manifest
The
what
Stoic
you believe
difference,
you deserve.
love without need.
If deep down, beneath
The weak
your
love
confidence, in your
desperately.
humor,
The strong
in your
love
carefully
freely.
put together life,
The weak say,
you still
"I can't
believe
live
you are
without
unworthy,
you."
then the world will
The strong
rearrange
say,
itself to
"I
mirror
enjoy
that
you,
belief.
but I am whole
Not because the
without
world is
you."
cruel,
That
but
is not
because the
arrogance,
mind is
that is
obedient.
health. That is emotional
And
maturity.
here is the quiet
because the moment
tragedy.
love becomes
People
need,
don't fear
it becomes
change.
fear.
They fear the
And
version
fear
of themselves
creates
they would
control.
need to become
Control
in order to hold
creates
something
resentment.
good. To step
Resentment
into a life where love
destroys
stays,
connection.
where opportunities
Stoicism
open,
teaches
where peace
love is
feels
not
natural.
possession.
You must
Love
first
is
step away
appreciation.
from the
You do not
familiar
own
shadows
people.
that once
You experience
protected you.
them. And
But
if
the
they
mind
leave,
clings
you do
to the
not
cage
collapse.
it knows.
because
Which
you
leads us to
never
the next
abandon
question,
yourself.
the one that
Why
cannot be
people
avoided.
lose themselves
Who
in
taught
love.
you to choose pain
Most
over
people
possibility?
don't want love.
And why did you
They want
listen?
escape.
Have you noticed
Escape
how the
from
world
loneliness.
teaches you to
Escape
measure
from
yourself
boredom.
by
Escape from
everything
themselves.
outside of you?
So they
Your
merge.
value
They
becomes
obsess.
something you must
They
prove
overgive.
through
They
success,
become a servant of attention.
through beauty,
But
through
Stoic
productivity,
logic says,
through
never
how
give
well you
someone
can perform the
power
role of someone
to
who is
determine
doing
your
fine.
inner peace.
From a young
Because
age,
peace
you are
is your
taught that your worth is
responsibility,
not something you
theirs.
inherently possess.
If your peace depends on another
It is
person,
something you must earn,
you are not
display,
in love.
and
You are
constantly
in
defend.
danger.
You grow
The
up in a
Stoic law,
society that whispers,
what is not
if
reciprocal
you have
is not
more,
real.
you are more.
Real
More
love
followers,
is mutual.
more money,
Real love
more
is
admiration,
consistent.
more
Real love
achievements,
does not leave
stacked
you
like
guessing.
trophies on a shelf
If you are
that
always
never feels
questioning,
full. And so you chase.
it is not love.
Not because the
It is
chase
in
brings
balance.
meaning, but because slowing
Stoicism
down would mean
demands
confronting the
reciprocity.
silent fear
Not
that
because you are
without
entitled,
accomplishment,
but because you are disciplined.
you might not matter at
You do
all.
not invest where you are not
This
valued.
is the
You do not
cultural
chase
trap.
where you are
A
not
world
chosen.
built on
You do not
comparison
beg where you are
is a
not
world
respected.
built on
The
insecurity.
Stoic walks away
You look
early,
at others not to
so they do
understand
not
them,
suffer
but to
late.
understand what is lacking
The
in
moment
yourself.
of awakening.
You scroll through
One day
images
you
of
will wake
curated
up
lives,
and you will realize
edited happiness,
you are not chasing
carefully
love.
filtered
You are
excellence,
chasing permission.
and somewhere
to
inside,
feel
a
enough.
quiet voice begins to say,
But you do not need
you are
permission.
behind.
You do not need someone's
But behind
attention
what? Behind
to validate
who?
your existence.
There is no finish line.
You are enough.
Yet you
by
feel like you are
discipline.
losing a race
Enough
that
by
never had rules,
self-respect.
never had
Enough by
purpose,
solitude.
never had meaning
Enough
except the
by
meaning we were
purpose.
conditioned to give
And when
it.
you truly believe
Capitalism thrives on dissatisfaction.
that, unstoppable.
If you believed you were already
Because
enough,
nothing is more
you would be
attractive
harder to sell to.
than someone who no
If
longer
you felt
needs
whole,
to be chosen.
You wouldn't need
You
to
stop
buy
searching
anything
for
to
someone
complete
else
yourself.
to save you.
And so the system
Act
teaches
3
you to want
teaser.
endlessly,
In
a
part
hunger
3,
without nourishment,
we go deeper
a
than
thirst
most
without
people
water.
ever dare.
You
The ego
manifest
behind
not from
romantic
abundance,
obsession,
but from
the
lack,
hidden childhood wound,
not from belief,
the reason you
but from
chase unavailable
desperation.
people,
and
the Stoic
desperation
method
bends
to become
your
emotionally
life into the
untouchable.
shapes of your fears.
Because the truth
Psychology
is,
calls this the
you are never
scarcity
chasing
mindset,
them.
the quiet
You are chasing what you
expectation
thought
that there is
you
not
lacked.
enough love, not enough
Stoicism
time,
will show
not
you.
enough space in the
You
world
lacked
for you to
nothing.
exist
You
without
are not in
proving
love.
that you deserve
You are
to
in
be
captivity.
here. And so your
High-value
manifestations
men and
become
women
pleas
understand.
instead of
The
expressions.
moment you chase,
You ask the universe for
surrender
things
your
you
power.
secretly believe
You tell the
cannot
world,
hold.
I am incomplete.
And life mirrors back that
But Stoicism
belief
teaches
again
you are
and again.
complete
But
by
there is
discipline,
another truth
complete
hiding
by
beneath
self-respect,
all this noise.
complete by
A
mastery.
truth that is
You do
older
not
than
beg.
achievement,
You do not plead.
older than society,
You do not shrink yourself.
older than every story you
to
were
be
told about what
chosen.
makes you worthy.
Because the
Before you
person
were
meant
taught
for
to
you
chase worth,
will not
you
require
simply
you
were
to betray
worth.
your dignity.
So the journey of
Act 4,
manifestation
the Stoic
is
system
not about
to stop
reaching
chasing
outward.
forever.
It is
If you
about
have listened this
turning
far,
inward and
you are
remembering.
already waking up.
And now, the
Because
real
most
question
people
emerges.
never reach this
What
point.
happens when you
Most
stop
people
performing
stay
for the
addicted.
world
Most
and start
people
returning
stay
to
emotional.
yourself?
Most people
Have you ever
stay
felt like no matter how
chasing
hard you try,
their entire
life
lives.
somehow
But
slips
you are
through
here,
your fingers,
which means something
like you are
inside you is
walking
ready for
with your
discipline,
hands open,
ready for
hoping
truth,
for something to
ready
finally
for
stay.
freedom.
But everything
So
good
now we move
fades
from
just
understanding
when you start to
to
trust it.
transformation.
There is a specific kind
Here
of
is
pain
the Stoic
in
system,
always
not
expecting
theory,
disappointment.
not
A
motivation.
quiet
a
dread
system.
that sits under your ribs,
First principle,
whispering,
control the inner
don't get
empire.
too comfortable.
Stoicism
This won't
begins
last.
with one law.
You carry it
cannot
with you
control
in
the
conversations,
You cannot
in
control
friendships,
outcomes.
in love,
You cannot
even
control
in moments
love.
of joy.
You can only
something
control
inside you
yourself.
flinches.
Marcus
waiting
Aurelius
for the fall,
called this
the
your
shift,
inner empire.
the moment the world
Most
remembers
people
you were
abandon their
never meant to
empire the
keep
moment
something
they
this
fall in
beautiful.
love.
And
They
so you
hand over the
hold back.
keys.
You don't
They let
fully
another person
celebrate.
determine
You don't
their
fully
mood,
receive.
their
You live
confidence,
almost,
their
but not
peace,
quite.
their
This is
worth.
the emotional cost of
That is
living
not
from
love.
old beliefs.
That is
Anxiety
surrender.
becomes your
The Stoic
background
never
noise.
surrenders the inner
Self-doubt
empire.
lives
They feel
like a
emotion,
shadow at your feet.
but they do not kneel
You
to
apologize before you
it.
speak.
They ask,
You
what is
soften
within
your
my
desires
control?
until they are small
My
enough
actions,
not to offend.
my standards, my
And when
discipline,
something goes
my
wrong, even
response.
slightly, you
That
don't just
is power.
feel disappointment.
Second principle,
You feel
remove
confirmation.
the need to be chosen.
As if the universe is telling
The
you,
deepest
yet
addiction
again,
is not romance.
see,
it is
you were
validation.
foolish to hope.
Most people do not
Psychology
chase
calls
partners.
this learned
They
helplessness.
chase proof.
When you've been hurt enough
Proof
times,
that they are
the
enough.
mind concludes
Proof
that
that they are
effort is
desirable.
pointless,
Proof
hope
that
is
they
dangerous. And so
but
the heart grows
Stoicism
cautious.
teaches the man who
You
needs
begin to
approval
expect
is
life to
weak.
happen to
the woman
you,
who needs
not
attention
through you.
is trapped.
You move like
Freedom
a passenger
begins when you
inside
no
your
longer
own story,
require an
never
audience
holding the steering wheel,
to
never
respect
trusting your
yourself.
hands to guide the path.
When you stop asking,
And the loneliness
do they
that comes
want
with
me?
this is
and
quiet,
start asking,
but devastating.
do I want them?
It is not the loneliness of being
That
alone.
is the reversal.
It is the loneliness
That
of being
is the
surrounded by
awakening.
people
You were
and
never
still
meant to
feeling
beg.
like no one
You were
can
meant
reach
to
you.
choose.
Because how can they,
Third principle,
when even you don't
detach
truly
from
open
outcomes.
the door? How can they,
This is where most
when you
people
don't
fail.
fully believe
They do something
you deserve
kind,
to be seen?
then expect something back.
There comes a moment,
They show
sometimes
love,
sudden,
then demand
sometimes gradual,
security.
when the
They
weight
give
becomes
effort,
impossible to ignore.
then feel
You
entitled
look around
to return.
and realize the bars
Stoicism
of the
destroys
cage
this.
were never built by
Epictetus
the
taught,
world.
do what is right,
They were built
then
by
release
fear,
the result.
by memory,
Because the moment you
by a
attach your
younger
peace to an
version of
outcome,
you who was
you become
only trying
a
to stay
hostage.
safe.
You can love
The
deeply.
prison was internal.
Without clinging,
The
you
lock
can care.
was belief.
Without collapsing,
And in that moment,
you can desire.
something
Without
shifts, not loudly,
dependence.
but like the
Detachment
first crack
is
in
not
ice.
coldness.
A realization
Detachment
that
is strength.
hurts,
It is saying,
also
I will not
liberates.
lose
If the
myself.
mind was powerful enough to
Fourth
build the
principle,
cage,
stop
then it may also be
romanticizing
powerful
people.
enough to open it.
Most
And that
heartbreak
is where the
is not
story of
heartbreak.
change begins.
It is disillusion.
Have you ever asked
You were not
yourself
mourning them.
who you might
You
be
were mourning the
if
fantasy.
you weren't afraid?
The version of them
Not
you
in a
created,
dramatic sense,
the future you
but
imagined,
quietly.
the story
If you removed
told
every
yourself.
memory that made you shrink,
Stoicism demands
every voice
brutal
that told
clarity.
you to lower your
See
expectations,
people as they are,
every
not as they
lesson
could be,
that taught you to
not as they
settle,
promised,
who would
not as
remain?
you hoped. Reality
This question is
the
not about
cure.
fantasy.
Fantasy
It is the
is
doorway
drug.
to transformation.
The Stoic stays
Because change
sober.
does not begin
Fifth
when
principle,
your circumstances
build a
shift.
life they cannot
It
compete
begins
with.
when your identity
Here is the
does.
secret of high
The
value
first step is
individuals.
awareness.
They do not chase,
Not the loud, motivational
because their
kind,
life
but the
is
soft,
already full.
honest noticing
Purpose,
of the
mission,
thoughts
discipline,
that move
health,
inside you.
growth,
You
legacy.
begin to see how automatic
When you are building
they are.
something meaningful,
The way you
you do not
apologize
obsess
before
over
you
attention.
even
You do not
inconvenience someone.
spiral over texts.
The way you
do
brace
not beg
yourself
for
when
presence
something good happens.
because you are present.
The way
in
your
own
mind
life.
rehearses worst case
Most people
scenarios
chase love
like a
because
script
they have
it has
nothing else.
memorized too well.
Stoicism says,
These are not
build
reflections
your
of who
life.
you are. They
Then
are
love
echoes
becomes an
of who
addition,
you were taught to be.
not a rescue.
And once you see them,
Sixth
truly
principle,
see them,
let silence
something
do
subtle
the work.
changes.
Weak
The
people
autopilot
over-explain.
loosens.
Weak people
You begin to
double-text.
ask,
Weak people
what if this
chase
belief is not
closure.
mine?
Strong people understand.
What if I inherited
silence.
it?
Silence
And
is a
just
mirror.
like that,
Silence
a
reveals
door you
truth.
did not notice
if you
before
stop chasing,
appears.
and they disappear.
Transformation is
That
not
was
about
your answer.
becoming someone
If you stop
new.
reaching,
It
and
is
nothing
about
returns.
remembering the parts of yourself you
was your
abandoned
answer.
to survive.
Stoicism teaches,
Psychology
do not
shows
force what
that
is
the
not
brain
mutual.
does not
Let
distinguish
absence
well
speak. Let
between
distance
imagination
clarify.
and
The Stoic
lived
does not
experience.
demand love.
When you
The Stoic
visualize a future
observes
self,
reality.
not vaguely, but with
Seventh
texture,
principle, accept
emotion,
loss as
breath,
training.
your brain begins
Every person
wiring
you
that
lose
identity
teaches
as if
you
it already
something.
exists.
Every rejection
This is not wishful
strengthens
thinking.
you. Every
It is
ending
memory rehearsal
refines
for a
you.
reality you are
The
moving
Stoic
toward.
does not collapse at
You are
loss.
teaching your
They
mind how to
transform
recognize a
through it.
life it
Marcus
has
Aurelius
never lived
wrote,
before.
"What stands in the
But
way
visualization
becomes
alone
the
is not
way."
enough.
Heartbreak
The world
becomes
changes when
wisdom.
your actions
Loneliness
align with the
becomes
identity
strength.
you are growing
Detachment becomes
into. Not
peace.
massive leaps,
You are not punished.
not
You
dramatic
were trained.
reinventions.
The
Small,
final Stoic truth
consistent
about
choices.
love.
speaking a
Love
boundary
is not something
softly
you chase.
instead of swallowing
Love
your
is
voice,
something you meet.
applying even
when you are
when you
whole,
fear rejection,
when you are disciplined,
allowing
when you are
yourself to
grounded,
receive a compliment
when you no longer need
without
it
deflecting.
to survive.
These are not
The moment
small
you
acts.
stop chasing,
They are
you
declarations.
become magnetic
I am becoming
because
someone
nothing
who
is more
believes I
powerful
deserve to exist
than
fully.
someone who is complete.
And perhaps the most difficult
Closing
part,
message.
patience.
Stop running back to change.
Identity does not
So
rewrite
let this
itself
be your
in
vow.
one sunrise.
I will not
The
beg.
old beliefs will
I
try to
not
return
chase.
because they
I
are
will not
familiar.
abandon myself.
The
I
shadow
will
of
not
who you
confuse
once were
anxiety
will tug
with
at your
love.
ankle.
I will not call
But every day
obsession
you make
destiny.
a choice, even
I
a
will not
subtle
worship
one, you loosen the
inconsistency.
thread that ties
I will
you
walk
to your
away
past.
with dignity.
And eventually,
and I will build a life
one day,
so strong
without noticing,
that love must
will
meet me in
breathe
peace,
differently.
or
You will
not at
speak
all.
differently. You will
Because
walk into a
Stoic
room
logic
and not
is
shrink.
simple.
You will
If
recognize
it costs
yourself.
your self-respect,
And when that day comes,
it is
the
too
world
expensive.
will not have changed.
You stop searching
will.
for someone
Who
else
are you
to save you.
when no one is looking?
Act 3 teaser.
Not the version you present,
In part
not
3,
the name you answer
we go
to,
deeper than
not
most
the role
people
you play
ever
in
dare.
other people's stories.
The ego behind
Who are you
romantic
beneath
obsession,
the expectations,
the hidden childhood
beneath
wound,
the history,
the reason you chase
beneath the
unavailable
mask
people,
you learn to
and
hold
the Stoic
still.
method to become
Because
emotionally
life,
untouchable.
your life, is always
Because
asking
the
you
truth
one
is,
question.
You were never
Who do
chasing
you believe
them.
yourself
You
to
were
be?
chasing what you
Everything
thought
you have
lacked.
ever reached for,
And Stoicism
everything
will show
you have ever turned away from,
You lacked nothing.
every door you
are not
dared
in
to
love.
knock on,
You are
every
in
joy you
captivity.
quietly rejected
High-value
before
men
it
and
could
women
reject you,
understand
all of it
the moment
began
you
with
chase,
the image you held
you
of
surrender
yourself.
your power.
The
You tell
world
the
did
world,
not shape that
I am
image.
incomplete.
The world
But
merely
Stoicism
reflected
teaches
it back to
you are complete
over and
by
over
discipline,
until you
complete
mistook
by
the reflection
self-respect,
for truth.
complete by
But
mastery.
manifestation
You
was
do not
never
beg.
about wanting.
You do not plead.
It was never
You
about
do not
closing
shrink
your eyes
yourself.
and wishing. The universe
be
would bend in your
chosen.
favor.
Because
Life is
the
not
person
persuaded
meant
by
for
longing.
you
It is moved by
will
identity.
not require you
You do not receive what your
betray
voice
your
asks for.
dignity.
You receive what
Stop
your nervous system
before you
believes
send
it can
that
hold.
message.
And that
Before
belief
you beg
is
for
ancient.
attention.
It began
Before you
with a
chase
child
someone who
who
gives
once
you
looked to the
breadcrumbs.
world for recognition
Listen
and
carefully.
learned either safety
Your
or
emotions
fear.
are lying to
But you
Not
are not
because
that
you are
child
weak,
anymore.
not because you are broken,
You carry their memories.
but because
Yes.
emotions
You carry their
were
wounds.
never designed
Yes.
to tell you the truth.
But you also carry
They
their
were designed
untouched
to make you
possibilities.
react.
The parts of
And
them that
nowhere
never
is
had the
this
chance
more
to grow.
dangerous
So look at
than
your
in
life
love.
gently, not
Because
as a
love,
map of
modern
failure or
love,
success,
is no longer
but as a
about
record of
connection.
belief.
It's about
You were never
obsession.
cursed.
It's
You
about
were never
attachment.
unlucky.
It's about
You were
emotional
operating
addiction.
from scripts
You
you
don't
didn't
miss
even
them.
know you were repeating.
You miss the dopamine.
And the moment you see
don't
the
want
script,
them.
truly see it, you are
You
no
want the
longer
relief.
bound to it.
You're not in love.
The world around you is
You're in
not
withdrawal.
asking you to fight harder,
And
to
the
chase
worst part,
louder, to prove more.
Your emotions will
It is
convince
asking you
that
to
chasing
remember.
them
To
is the only
remember
way
that
to
worth
feel
is not
whole
earned.
again.
That
But Stoic
hope
logic says
is not
something
naive.
brutal. If you
That the
have to
sky
chase
you
love,
learned to fear
it
was
was never
always
love.
open.
It was
You are
hunger.
allowed to rewrite
Today,
the way you see
you will
yourself.
learn why your
Not
heart
all at
misleads
once,
you,
not perfectly,
why longing is not
but
destiny,
gradually, like
and how to
dawn
finally
easing
become
into the horizon.
unshakable.
You teach your mind
Because
to
the strongest
recognize
people
abundance by
do
allowing
not
yourself to
chase
feel deserving
love.
of it.
They
You
attract
teach your heart to stay
by
open
mastering
by letting
themselves.
joy linger
In
a moment longer
2026,
than fear
people are more
tells you
emotionally
it should.
confused than
You
ever.
step forward
We have
as if
endless
your
options,
life is already
endless
expanding.
messaging,
and
endless
slowly
situationships.
It does.
Yet people feel
Because in the
lonelier,
end, manifestation is not magic.
more anxious
It is recognition.
than any generation before.
You are not calling something
Why?
new into your life.
Because we have been
You
taught
are remembering
the most
something
dangerous lie,
ancient within you.
that love
You do not
is
manifest
something
what
you
you
find
want. You
instead of
manifest
something
what you
build.
are.
That if you feel strongly, it must be real. That if it hurts, it must be meaningful. But Stoicism has always warned
Sometimes
us.
manipulation
Emotion is
feels
not
like
wisdom.
love.
Emotion is weather.
Sometimes
it changes.
control
it
sounds
storms,
like concern.
It passes.
It can come
and if you
wrapped
build
in
your life
softness,
on weather,
in warmth,
you will collapse
in a voice
every
that says,
season.
I'm
So in
only
this
trying
video,
to help you.
we are going deep
And that is what
into
makes it so hard to
why
recognize.
emotions distort
You imagine
reality,
manipulation
why
as
chasing
something
love
sharp,
destroys
loud,
your self-respect,
aggressive.
why detachment
But the most
is power,
dangerous kind
and how
is
Stoic
quiet.
logic frees you from
It
emotional
comes without
slavery.
force.
This is not
It
about
comes through
becoming
guilt,
cold.
silence,
This is
subtle
about
pressure.
becoming free.
It comes through the fear of
Act
disappointing
1.
someone you
Your
care
emotions are primitive. Let's begin with a truth most people refuse to accept. Your emotions are ancient. They are not modern. They are not intelligent. They are survival software. Your brain was not designed for romance.
Have you ever
It was
agreed to
designed
something you
for
didn't
survival.
want, just to keep the
Fear
peace?
kept you
Have you
alive.
ever swallowed your own
Desire
needs
made you
because
reproduce.
speaking them felt like a risk?
Attachment kept
Or
tribes
have
together.
you ever noticed
So when
yourself
you feel intense
choosing
longing,
your words
your brain
carefully?
is not saying,
Not because
this
honesty
person is your
matters,
soulmate.
but because you
Your
were
brain is
afraid of
saying,
how someone
this
might
person
react.
is a
If
source
so,
of emotional
you
safety.
know that manipulation
Do not
isn't always a
lose
battle
them.
fought on the surface.
It is biology,
Sometimes
not destiny.
it's the
The
negotiation
Stoics understood
happening
this
inside your
centuries
own
ago.
mind.
Marcus Aurelius
Picture a
wrote,
moment.
you are disturbed
You're
not by
sitting
events,
beside someone
but
you
by
love.
your judgment
You
about
want
them.
to say
Your pain
no.
is not the person.
You want to explain
Your pain
how you
is the
feel,
story.
but your chest
I need
tightens.
them.
Your
And
thoughts
need
start twisting.
Is not
If
love.
I say this,
Need
will
is
they be
dependence.
disappointed? If I
Love
say
without
no,
freedom
will they
becomes
leave?
a
So you
cage.
stay silent.
Why you chase
You
what
smile.
hurts you?
You
Why do
bend.
people chase the
And
ones
the world
who ignore
praises
them?
you for being
Why do you crave someone who
understanding,
gives you less?
selfless,
Because the brain
kind.
confuses uncertainty
Yet
with
inside,
value.
something
The less
small
available
and
someone
fragile
is,
begins to
the more
crack.
your mind
This is how
obsesses.
manipulation begins,
It's the
not
same
as a
mechanism
weapon,
as gambling.
but as a survival
A slot
strategy.
machine doesn't reward
When you
every
were young,
pull.
you learned
So
that
you
your
keep
real
pulling.
feelings could cost
Maybe
you
this
love.
time,
Maybe
now.
your tears were
Maybe if
ignored.
I try harder.
Maybe your anger was
And modern
punished.
dating
Maybe
has
your
become
needs were treated like
emotional
burdens.
gambling. You are
So
not
you
chasing
adapted.
love. You are
You
chasing
learned to read the room
validation.
before you spoke.
Stoic
You
Logic
learned to
says,
soften yourself
if
to
someone
avoid
makes you
conflict.
anxious, they are
You
not
learned
your
that
peace.
honesty is dangerous
Love
when
is
love
not
feels
anxiety.
conditional.
Love is not
And
panic.
now,
Love
years
is not
later,
obsession.
you
Love
move
is
through the
calm.
world carefully,
Love is stable.
managing
Love is
emotions
chosen,
like a
not
puppeteer
chased.
controlling strings.
The Stoic rule,
because you want
never
power.
abandon your dignity.
Not because you want to deceive,
Epictetus said,
but because
no man
the
is free
idea of
who
being
cannot
unloved
control himself.
still feels like
If your
death
happiness
to the
depends
child
on another
living
person's
quietly
reply.
inside your chest.
You are not in love.
So
you are in
manipulation becomes a
captivity.
mask.
High-value
One
men and
that
women
smiles,
understand.
apologizes,
The moment you chase,
pleases, performs.
you surrender your
A
power.
mask that protects
You
you
tell the
from
world,
fear of abandonment.
I am incomplete.
But there is a cost.
But
For every
Stoicism
time you
teaches
silence yourself
you are
to
complete
maintain
by
connection,
discipline,
you drift
complete
further away
by
from the person
self-respect,
you truly are.
complete
This
by
is the
mastery.
story of how
You do not
manipulation
beg.
grows.
You do not plead.
First
you
in
do not shrink
innocence,
yourself.
then in shadow.
To be
And to
chosen,
understand how it
because the
becomes a
person
prison,
meant for you,
you must return
will
to
not
where
require
it
you
first began,
to betray
childhood,
your dignity.
where love was learned as a
Act 2.
condition.
Love is a
not
chemical
harm.
illusion.
Have you
Most
ever
people
seen a
think love is
child
spiritual.
hesitate before
They
crying,
think love is fate.
as if
They
even
think
their
love is
sadness
destiny.
needs permission?
But the truth is far more
That
uncomfortable.
hesitation
Most
is where
of what
the
you
story
call
begins.
love is
Not
chemistry,
all wounds are
a
loud.
drug,
Some
a
grow in
neurological
silence,
storm,
in rooms
dopamine,
where affection is given with
oxytocin,
conditions attached.
serotonin. The
You
brain
don't
does
remember
not fall in
learning
love
these
the way
rules,
poets
yet
describe.
they shaped everything.
The brain becomes
The rule was
obsessed
simple.
the way addicts do.
If you want to
That's
be
why
loved,
when someone pulls
you
away,
must be easy to love.
you don't simply
and
feel sad.
being
You feel restless.
easy to love
You feel
meant
panicked.
hiding the parts
You feel
of
like
yourself
something has
that
been
were
taken from
inconvenient,
you.
emotional,
Because
or
something
misunderstood.
has. Your brain
Picture a
was
small
receiving a
child
reward,
sitting on the edge of their
attention,
bed, clutching
affection,
their own
hope.
fear like a secret.
And now the reward
They want
is
to
gone.
cry, to
So your
call
emotions
out,
scream.
to be held.
Fix it.
But the
Chase it.
footsteps outside
Do
the door
something.
sound impatient.
But Stoic
The
Logic
air is heavy with
whispers,
unspoken
this is not
expectations.
love. This
So
is
the
withdrawal.
child swallows the tears.
You are not
They learn
heartbroken.
that pain
You are
expressed
chemically
is pain
destabilized.
ignored.
And the modern
But
world has
pain
mistaken
hidden is
addiction
pain that doesn't threaten
for
connection.
romance.
And connection
Why longing feels
to a child
like meaning.
is survival.
Have you noticed
Or imagine a
something
child
strange?
who gets praised for
The
being
people who give
mature
you
for their
peace
age, for
feel
taking
boring,
care of others,
but the people
for
who give
never
you
causing
anxiety
trouble. They learn that
feel
approval is
unforgettable.
earned by shrinking
That
themselves,
is not destiny.
by catering
That
to
is
the emotional
trauma.
weather
The nervous
of the
system
adults around
becomes
them.
attached
They
to
become
what is
the peacemaker,
unpredictable.
the caretaker,
Because unpredictability
the one who
forces
adjusts and adapts
attention.
before their
Your
own
mind
feelings even
becomes
surface.
hyper-focused.
Their
Your body
emotional
becomes
world
alert.
becomes something
You call it
private,
passion.
hidden,
But it is
protected like a
survival
fragile
energy.
flame that
Stoicism
might be blown
teaches
out
that peace is the signal.
exposed.
Chaos
Psychologists
is the
call
warning.
this
If you are
attachment conditioning
constantly
the early
overthinking,
shaping of how
if
you
you are
understand
constantly
love, safety,
questioning,
and belonging.
if you are
The
constantly
brain,
checking
still
your
forming
phone,
and delicate,
that
learns
is
to
not love.
associate
that is
authenticity
emotional slavery.
with danger
Love does
and
not make you
compliance
smaller.
with affection.
Love does not make you beg.
So you begin to
Love
shape
does not
yourself
make you lose
in response
yourself.
to what keeps others
Real
close.
love
You
expands
soften
you.
your voice.
Anything
You
else
learn
is
to
a
read
trap.
micro expressions.
The emotional
You
lie.
anticipate
They
needs
complete
before they
me.
are spoken. You
One of the
become
most
skilled
poisonous
at
ideas
predicting
in modern
emotional
culture
storms and
is
adjusting
this.
yourself to prevent
You need
them.
someone
This is
to
the earliest
complete
form
you.
of manipulation, but
Think
not
about
of
how
others,
weak
of
that
yourself.
sounds. Think about how
child learns
dangerous
to
that
manipulate
is.
their own
If
truth,
another
so
person
love does not
completes
leave.
you, then
It is
without
not
them,
malicious.
you
It
are
is
nothing.
survival. It
That
is
is
the
not
shadow
romance.
version of love,
That is dependence.
formed in rooms
The
where
Stoics would call
emotional
this a
honesty
form of
is too
self-abandonment.
expensive to afford.
Marcus Aurelius
So
never
you
said,
grow up with a quiet
"Find
belief
someone to make
stitched
you
into your
whole."
bones.
He said,
If I show
"Be
who I
enough
really
for
am,
yourself."
I will lose the people
Because
I
if you do
need.
not own your soul,
And that belief does not
someone
disappear
else
just
will
because you
rent it.
age.
And
It
most
becomes a
people
mask you learn
are paying
to wear
rent
with grace,
with their dignity.
with confidence,
Why
even
chasing love
with charm.
destroys your value.
What you become is not a villain.
Here is a brutal truth.
You become
The
someone
more
who
you
learned to
chase,
protect
the
themselves
less you are
before they
respected.
ever learned to
Not
be
because
themselves.
people are evil,
And the mask
but
you
because
carry
human
into
psychology
adulthood
is
began
simple.
in the trembling
What is
silence of that
abundant
child,
is cheap.
waiting to be allowed
What
to
is
be
desperate
real.
is
There comes a
unattractive.
point where you no longer
When
remember
you
when
chase
the
someone,
mask was first put
you
on.
communicate,
It sits on your
"I have
face
no
so
options.
naturally now
I have
that
no
even you forget
standards.
it's there.
I will accept
But the
less."
truth is,
And the
every
world
smile you
responds
offer has a
accordingly.
quiet tremor beneath
High-value
it.
people do not chase.
Every "it's
They
fine"
choose.
carries a
They
story
observe.
your mouth
They vet.
refuses to speak.
They walk
You
away
learned early
when peace
that vulnerability is
absent.
dangerous.
Stoicism is
So
not about
adulthood
pretending you
becomes
don't
a
care.
stage where you
It is
perform
about
safety
refusing to
instead
lose
of living
yourself.
truth. You
Stoic
move through
detachment is
conversations
not
like a
coldness.
careful dancer,
People misunderstand
stepping lightly,
detachment.
measuring tone,
They think detachment
anticipating
means you don't
reactions
feel.
before
No.
words are even spoken.
Detachment means you don't
You
collapse.
laugh at jokes
You
that
feel.
cut you.
But you do not
agree to
become
plans you don't
moved.
want.
You love.
You apologize for
But you
things
do
that
not
weren't your
worship.
fault. Not
You desire.
because you're weak,
you do
but
not
because you're
beg.
terrified of the cost of being
Epictetus
real.
said,
So
"Do
you
not
become
seek for
good
events to happen
at
as you
shaping
wish,
how people
but wish
feel
for them
about
to
you.
happen as they do
You
happen,
become the
and your
dependable
life
one,
will
the
go
understanding
smoothly."
one, the one who
Stoicism
absorbs
is
tension
emotional
and smooths
maturity.
conflict
It is
before
the ability to
rises.
say,
You
"I
give
want
more
this,
than you have.
but I do not
You say
need it."
yes when your entire
Need
body is
is where
whispering
suffering
no.
begins.
But hidden beneath that
Desire with
gentleness
discipline
is exhaustion,
is freedom.
the kind that gnaws at
The
your
truth
ribs from
about
the inside.
attachment. Most
Sometimes
people are
you
not
use
attached
silence,
to love.
not as peace,
They are attached to the
but as
idea of being
punishment.
chosen. They want
Sometimes you
proof
give
that
love
they matter,
with the subtle
that they are
expectation
worthy,
that it will
that they
be
are
returned
enough.
in equal measure.
So they chase relationships.
Sometimes you withdraw affection
not because
just
the person
enough
is right,
to make someone notice.
but because rejection
These things
feels
are
like
small,
death.
quiet adjustments.
But rejection
barely
is
visible.
not death.
But they are
Rejection
manipulations
is
not born from
redirection.
cruelty,
The
but
Stoic
from
does
fear.
not interpret rejection
Fear
as
of being
humiliation.
abandoned.
The Stoic interprets
Fear
it as
of being
information.
misunderstood.
If someone does
Fear
not choose
of being
you,
too much.
they have revealed
Fear
the truth.
of being not
and
enough.
truth
Psychologists
is
call
always a
this
gift,
adaptive
even when it
identity
hurts.
formation.
Stop
When your
romanticizing the struggle.
personality
There is
is
another
shaped
emotional
not
lie.
from
If it's hard, it
authenticity,
must be real.
but from what
No, hard
earns
is not
acceptance.
holy. Struggle is not
mask
romance.
becomes a
Pain is
survival
not proof. The
A way
movies
to
trained you to
control
believe
how
love
others
is
see
suffering,
you, so
that
they don't
chasing
see the
is
parts of
devotion,
you still
that
ache.
heartbreak
In
is
relationships, this looks
But
like
Stoic
pretending
logic
you're
says,
okay with everything
love without
just to
respect
avoid
is not
conflict
love.
until
Love
resentment
without
starts
peace
whispering dark
is not
things
love.
in the quiet hours.
Love without reciprocity
In friendships,
is not
it
love.
looks like always
If you're
being the
always the
listener,
one reaching,
the supporter,
then
the
you're
steady
not
one,
building love.
until you realize
You are
no one
feeding
knows how
an
to support
illusion.
you. In the
moment
workplace,
you
it looks
stop
like competence
chasing,
without voice,
something
doing
incredible
everything
happens.
right,
The
but
fog
never feeling
clears.
seen.
You begin to see
Your
people
mask
as they
is
are,
stitched from fear,
not as you imagine.
and your smile
You stop
hides the trembling
projecting
underneath.
fantasies.
And here
you
is
stop
the truth that
rewriting
stings.
red flags.
You
stop
don't manipulate
confusing
because you want
potential
to see.
with reality.
You
stop
manipulate
begging
because
for
you're
effort.
afraid that if you are
And that
fully
is when you
seen,
become
someone will decide
dangerous.
you are not worthy
Not
of staying.
dangerous to
But
others.
this mask, no
Dangerous
matter how
to
protective,
manipulation.
is still a barrier
Because the person
between you
who no longer
and the world.
chases
And to
cannot
understand it
be
fully,
controlled.
we must look at
The Stoic
what your
practice,
mind was trained to
remove the
believe,
fantasy.
where survival
Here is your
wired
first
itself into
discipline.
your psychology.
Remove the fantasy.
Why does it feel easier to
Do not
hide
ask,
your feelings
what
than
could
to
this
speak
become?
them?
Ask,
Why does
what
your
is
voice
this right
tremble
now?
when truth
Do they
tries
show
to escape
effort?
your mouth?
Do they show respect?
The answer isn't
Do they
weakness,
show consistency?
it's wiring.
Or do they show confusion?
Your brain did not grow
The
around
Stoic does
honesty.
not fall in love
It
with
grew
words.
around survival.
The Stoic
From
watches
the moment you were
actions,
small,
because
your nervous
actions
system
are
was
truth.
studying the
Words are
emotional
cheap.
weather of
Attention
your
without
environment.
commitment is
It
cheap.
watched faces,
Real love
tones,
is expensive.
silences.
It costs effort.
It learned
costs
which
clarity.
words opened
it
arms
costs
and
presence.
which words closed doors.
The second discipline,
Psychologists
sit
call
with the
this
emptiness.
attachment condition.
When you stop chasing,
If
you will
love was
feel
warm and
emptiness,
safe,
and that
your
emptiness
brain
will
learned
terrify
openness.
you, because most
But if
people
love came
use
with
relationships
unpredictability, cold
to
one
avoid
moment,
themselves.
tender the
But
next,
Stoicism
you
teaches,
learned
sit
caution.
with it.
And
Do
if
not
love
run.
was absent,
Do not distract.
distant,
Do not
or
rebound.
overwhelming,
Do not
You
numb.
learned to disappear.
Face the silence.
These
because
patterns
in the
become
silence,
what attachment
you
theory
meet
describes
your
as
real self.
avoidant,
And once
anxious,
you meet
or
yourself,
disorganized
you stop
styles.
searching for
But to
someone
you,
else to
they don't
save
feel
you.
like theory.
Act 3
They feel
teaser.
like instinct.
In
when
part
you
3,
learn
we
to
go
hide
deeper
your
than
needs
most
to
people
keep
ever
peace.
dare.
Your brain
The ego
rewarded
behind
you.
romantic
The
obsession,
amygdala,
the hidden
threat center
childhood
calmed.
wound, the reason you
heart beat
chase
slowed.
unavailable people,
The body
and
said,
the Stoic method
yes,
to become
this
emotionally
keeps us safe.
untouchable.
And so the brain
Because the
stored
truth
this strategy
is,
like a script.
You were never chasing
Don't
them.
speak too
You were
loudly.
chasing what you thought
Don't want
you
too
lacked.
deeply.
And
Don't
Stoicism
need
will
too
show
honestly.
you.
Manipulation
You lacked
in this
nothing.
frame
You are not
is
in love.
not a
You are in
calculated act of
captivity.
power.
High
It is your
value men and
nervous
women
system
understand
trying to
the
prevent
moment
abandonment.
you chase.
The brain
You surrender
prioritizes
your power.
connection over
You tell the
authenticity
world,
because
"I am
when you were a
incomplete."
child,
But
losing
Stoicism
connection
teaches
felt like death.
you are complete
Survival
by
meant
discipline,
being chosen,
complete by
accepted,
self-respect,
allowed to remain
complete
close.
by mastery.
So,
you do not
your
beg,
adult mind
you do not plead,
learns
you
to
do not
manage
shrink
people
yourself.
the way you once
To be
managed
chosen
caretakers.
because the person
You
meant
soften
for you
truths.
will not
You
require you
over-explain.
to
You
betray
withhold.
your dignity.
You anticipate
Act
reactions
3,
and shape
you are not
yourself
chasing
to avoid
them,
pain.
you are chasing
The
your
amygdala
wound.
fires when
Let's
honesty
speak the
feels
truth
risky.
now.
And the
The truth
prefrontal
most
cortex,
people
the
will
logical
never
part,
admit.
tries to
You are not
negotiate
chasing
safety
love.
by controlling
You are chasing
outcomes.
a feeling,
This is
a
where
memory,
the
a
mask
missing piece.
tightens.
You are chasing the
And then
version of
something
yourself
subtle
that you
happens.
thought you became.
Every time
when they noticed
manipulation works,
when they
when
texted you
someone
back,
doesn't get angry,
when they wanted
when
you,
someone stays
because
close,
for a moment
when conflict
you
is
felt
avoided,
worthy,
the
and
brain
when they pulled
rewards the
away,
behavior.
that worth
Dopamine
disappeared.
reinforces it.
So you
The
chase.
pattern strengthens.
Not because they are
the
special,
mask feels necessary.
but because they activated
But what once
something
protected
unresolved
you begins
inside
to
you.
confine you.
Stoicism
You find
calls
yourself
this
surrounded by
slavery.
people, yet
Modern psychology
unseen by
calls it
all of
attachment
them.
trauma.
You feel cared for,
But the reality
yet
is the
profoundly
same.
alone.
You are not addicted
because no one
to
is
them.
loving you.
You are addicted
They are loving
to
the
what they
performance.
represent.
The brain
The
learned to
childhood root
prioritize
of
survival over
romantic
truth.
obsession.
But
Most
survival and
romantic
living
obsession
are not
begins
the same
long
thing.
before romance.
And at some point,
it begins
the
in
very
childhood.
strategy that once
If
saved
love
you
was
begins to
inconsistent,
suffocate you.
You learn to
Because a
perform
life
for
built
it.
on emotional
If
camouflage
affection was
cannot
conditional,
offer the one thing
you
the
learned
heart
to
quietly
chase
aches for,
approval.
to be
If
seen.
attention
And
came
now the
only
shadow
when you
begins to
achieved,
show where protection
you
slowly
learned that you
turns
must
into
earn
prison.
being chosen.
What happens when the thing that
So
once
as an
protected
adult,
you begins to
you don't
quietly
fall in
destroy
love
you?
peacefully.
At first,
You fall in
the
love
mask feels
anxiously.
like armor.
You
It
confuse
shields you from
intensity
rejection,
with
from
intimacy.
conflict,
You
from the
confuse
terror
longing
of being
with
misunderstood.
connection, because your nervous
It lets you
system
move through the world
was
with
trained to
control.
associate love
But
with
over time,
uncertainty.
armor
And so you
becomes a
repeat
cage.
the pattern, not
And
because
the
it
cage
feels
becomes
good,
a home you
but
no
because
longer
it
know
feels
how to leave.
familiar.
You start to notice
Stoic
it in
logic
small
says
moments.
familiar
Someone
pain
says,
is still
I care
pain.
about you. And
Do
instead
not
of
call
warmth,
your wound
you feel a
a
strange
soulmate.
hollowness.
Why you
Not
want
because
what you
the
can't
words
have.
aren't true,
The mind
but
desires
because you
what
know
it
they were
cannot
spoken
control.
to the
That
version
is
of you
ego.
you've carefully
Ego does not
constructed.
want love.
The agreeable,
Ego wants conquest.
calm one,
Ego
the
wants
one who never
validation.
needs too
Ego
much,
wants to win.
the one who never
So when
asks.
someone is unavailable,
And a
your
thought
ego
begins to
becomes
echo in the back
obsessed.
of your mind like
Not
a
because they
slow
are
burning
perfect,
truth.
but because
They
they are
don't
distant,
love me.
and distance
They love the
creates
mask.
fantasy.
And that
You begin to
realization
imagine,
cuts
to
deeper than
idealize,
loneliness ever
to
could.
project.
So you give
You fall
more.
in love with a
You
person
perform
who
harder.
does not
You
exist.
contort yourself into
You fall in
shapes
love
that please
with
others,
potential,
hoping someone
with
might one day
possibility,
see through it
with
on
the
their
version
own.
of them
But the more effort
that only
you give,
lives in your
the
mind.
more invisible you become.
Marcus Aurelius
The
warned,
world
do
praises
not let
you
your
for
imagination
being
be crushed
strong,
by life.
mature,
The Stoic
easy,
does not worship
selfless.
illusion. The Stoic sees
Meanwhile,
clearly.
you are
The
disappearing.
most dangerous drug,
This is the dark
hope,
side,
hope is
the shadow,
beautiful.
the
But hope
emotional
can also
debt
destroy
that manipulation collects.
Because hope keeps you
The
waiting.
people around you
Hope
begin
keeps
to
you
feel
attached.
something is off,
Hope keeps you
even if they can't
tolerating
explain
disrespect.
it. They feel managed
You tell yourself,
instead of met.
maybe they'll
They
change.
feel obligated
Maybe they'll
instead of
realize
connected.
my value.
They sense the subtle
Maybe
pressure
if
in
I'm
the air,
patient.
the unspoken
But
expectation
Stoicism
that
is
they
not
should
built
act,
on maybe.
respond,
Stoicism
feel a
is
certain
built on
way.
reality.
And slowly,
If someone wanted to be in your
distance
life,
forms,
they
not
would
from
be.
conflict,
If
but
someone
from lack of
valued
truth.
you,
They begin
you
to
would
pull
not feel
back.
confused.
You feel the withdrawal.
The Stoic does not
Panic
live on
rises,
crumbs.
and
The
so the
Stoic
mask
walks away
tightens
from
again.
uncertainty, certainty, not with
Psychologists call this identity
clarity.
diffusion, the fading
Emotions
boundary
are not
between
guides.
who you are
They are
and
signals.
who you pretend
Here is
to
where
be.
people fail.
When you've spent
They treat
years
emotions
shaping
like
yourself
truth.
for others,
But
you
emotions
wake
are
one
not
day
truth.
unable to answer the
Emotions
simplest
are
question.
signals. Fear
What do I
signals
actually
danger.
want?
Desire signals
The loneliness
hunger.
here is not the loneliness of being
signals
alone.
absence.
It is the
But none of these
loneliness
signals mean
of
this
being
person is
surrounded
meant
by
for
people
you.
who cannot see
It
you.
means you are
It is the
feeling something.
loneliness of living
And
behind
feelings
glass.
are
And the
temporary.
cruelest irony
The Stoic
is
does
this.
not obey
You did
feelings.
all of this
The Stoic
to protect
observes
love.
them.
Yet
You do
in
not act
protecting
because
love,
you feel.
you restricted
You act
your ability
because
to
you
receive
choose.
it. You cannot
That
be loved
is
while
freedom.
wearing a mask.
The Stoic
Only the
difference,
mask receives
love
the
without
affection.
need.
And yet,
The weak love
the
desperately.
world often rewards
The strong
this
love
self-erasure.
freely. The weak say,
It
I
praises
can't
the
live without
performance.
you.
it
The strong
applauds
say,
the
I
silence,
enjoy you, but
which
I am
leads
whole
to the
without
next
you.
tragedy.
That is
The
not
way
arrogance, that
society
is health.
teaches
That
you
is emotional
to keep
maturity.
pretending.
Because the moment
Have
love
you noticed
becomes
how the
need,
world praises the
it
version of
becomes
you
fear.
that feels
And
the
fear
least real?
creates control.
The polite one,
control
the
creates
agreeable one,
resentment.
the one
Resentment
who never makes
destroys
things uncomfortable.
connection.
From
Stoicism
childhood,
teaches
you were
love is
taught
not
to script.
possession.
Be
love
nice.
is appreciation.
Don't upset anyone.
You do not own
Good
people.
people
You
sacrifice
experience
themselves.
them. And if they leave,
while these
you do
lessons
not
sound
collapse.
noble, they
Because you
quietly
never
teach you
abandon
something
yourself.
else. Your
Why
truth
people
is
lose
less important
themselves
than your
in
image.
love.
You learn early
people don't
that the
want
world
love.
prefers a
They want
polished version
escape.
of you, a version
Escape
without
from
sharp
loneliness.
edges,
Escape
without
from
trembling
boredom.
emotions,
Escape from
without
themselves.
needs that take
So
up
they
space.
merge. They
So
obsess.
you smooth
They overgive.
yourself down.
They become a servant of
You
attention.
soften your tone.
But Stoic
You learn
Logic
to hold
says,
back tears
never give
until
someone
you're alone.
the power
You train
determine
yourself to
your
smile
inner peace.
even when your chest
because
feels
peace
tight
is
and
your
your voice feels
responsibility,
small.
not theirs.
And everyone
if your peace
applauds you
depends
for it.
on another person,
Teachers called you
you are
well
not
behaved.
in love.
Friends
You are in
called
danger.
you easy to talk
The
to.
Stoic law.
Family
What is not
members
reciprocal
called you
is not
the
real.
responsible one.
Real love
And slowly,
is mutual.
you absorbed
Real
a
love
message
is consistent.
that took root.
Real
like
love
a
does
quiet,
not leave you guessing.
persistent vine
If you are
wrapping
always
around your
questioning,
identity.
It is
Love
not love.
is earned
It is
through
imbalance.
performance.
Stoicism
In adulthood,
demands
this
reciprocity.
performance
not
becomes
because you are
expectation.
entitled,
Society
you are disciplined.
admires the selfless
You
friend
do not
who
invest where you
always
are not
listens.
valued. You do
The
not
partner
chase
who never
where you are not
complains.
chosen.
The
You do not
worker
beg
who never
where you
says
are not
no.
respected.
You
The
are
Stoic walks
rewarded
away
for
early.
erasing yourself.
So they do not.
You are
suffer
celebrated
late.
for your emotional absence.
The moment of
so long as
awakening.
your smile remains.
One day you will wake up.
Then comes social
and you will
media,
realize
the global
you are
stage.
not chasing love.
Here,
You are
image
chasing
becomes currency.
permission.
You present
feel
highlights,
enough.
not humanity.
But you do not need
Curated
permission.
calm instead of
You do
chaos.
not need someone's
You
attention
learn to pose your
to
happiness,
validate your
filter
existence.
your sadness,
You are
and
enough
caption
by
your
discipline.
life in
enough
ways
by
that reassure
self-respect,
others you are
enough
okay.
by solitude,
Likes become
enough
proof of
by
belonging.
purpose. And when
Validation
you truly
becomes the
believe
new
that,
oxygen.
You become
And somewhere along the way,
unstoppable.
the line
Because
between who
nothing is
you
more
are and
attractive
who you perform
than
begins to
someone who
blur.
no longer
But
needs
here
to
is
be
the quiet
chosen.
tragedy.
You stop
The
searching
world
for
cannot
someone
love
else
you
to
if it
save
does
you.
not know you.
Act
And
free,
it cannot
teaser.
know you if you are
In part
always
3,
adjusting,
we go deeper
polishing,
than most people ever
perfecting,
dare.
hiding.
The ego behind
you begin
romantic
to sense
obsession,
it in
the
late
hidden
night
childhood
thoughts,
wound,
in crowded
the reason you
rooms,
chase
in
unavailable
conversations
people,
where you
and
feel
the Stoic
strangely
method to become
distant
emotionally
even as you speak.
untouchable.
A
Because the
subtle
truth
emptiness,
is,
like
you were
living
never
behind
chasing
a
them.
pane of glass.
You were chasing what
you
you
try
thought
to remember
you
what
lacked.
your unfiltered self
Stoicism
even
will show
feels
you.
like.
You
but it's
lacked
hazy now,
nothing. You are not
almost
in love.
unfamiliar.
You are in captivity.
And the worst part is realizing how
High-value
long you
men
have
and women
carried the belief
understand.
that
The moment you
authenticity is
chase,
dangerous.
you surrender
Your
your
unpolished
power.
self
You tell
is
the
too
world,
much,
I
too
am
heavy,
incomplete.
too real.
But Stoicism
the world
teaches
taught you to
you are
perform,
complete
and you
by
listened
discipline,
because you were trying to
complete
survive.
by self-respect,
But every
complete
mask
by
has a
mastery.
weight,
You do
and
not
sooner
beg.
or later,
You do not plead.
the effort
you do
of
not shrink
holding it
yourself
in place begins
to
to
be
tremble,
chosen.
which leads to the
Because the
quiet
person
collapse
meant
that
for
follows
you
the emotional
will
cost
not
of being
require
unseen
you
in
to
your own
betray
life.
your dignity.
There comes a moment when
Act
you
4,
realize you no
the
longer
Stoic
know
system
yourself.
to stop chasing
Not in a dramatic
forever
way,
if you have listened
but
this
quietly,
far.
like
You're
waking up
already
in a house
waking
you've
up.
lived in for years
Because
and
most
suddenly
people
not
never
recognizing the
reach
hallways.
this point.
You look at your
Most
life and
people
feel
stay
something
addicted.
missing,
Most
something
people
hollow.
stay emotional.
You've shaped yourself
Most
to be
people
acceptable
stay
for so long
chasing
that the original shape has
their
faded.
entire lives.
The person you
But you
once
are
were
here,
has dissolved into the
which
person
means
others
something
needed you
inside
to
you
be.
is ready for
You
discipline,
crave closeness.
ready for truth.
You you want
ready
to be
for
understood.
freedom.
You want
So
someone
now
to
we
look at
move
you and
from
say,
understanding
I see you.
to transformation.
But when someone gets too
Here
close,
is the Stoic
closer
system,
than the
not
comfortable
theory,
distance of
not
performance,
motivation. a
your
system.
chest tightens.
First principle,
Vulnerability feels
control
like
the
standing
inner empire.
barefoot at the edge
Stoicism
of a cliff.
begins with one law.
So, without
you cannot
thinking,
control
you push
people.
them away.
You cannot
Not
control
with anger,
outcomes.
not with
you cannot
distance,
control love.
but with subtle
you can only
shifts
control
changing the
yourself.
subject, withholding
Marcus
emotion,
Aurelius called this
smiling
your inner
instead
empire.
of speaking truth.
Most people abandon their
It is
empire the moment
self-protection
they
disguised
fall in love.
as calm.
They hand over the
And
keys.
yet, when they
let
finally
another person
drift,
determine
you
their
feel
mood,
abandoned.
their confidence,
A heartbreak
their
that
peace,
feels unfair
their worth.
yet familiar.
That is
You
not
ache
love.
for connection, but the
That
mask you
is
wear does not
surrender.
allow it.
The Stoic never
You cannot be
surrenders
held
the inner
if you do not
empire.
reveal
They
where
feel
you are
emotion, but they do
You
not
cannot be
kneel to
understood if you never
They ask,
speak your real
what
language.
is within my control?
Your relationships
My
become
actions,
something like
my
shadows.
standards,
You see the
my
shapes,
discipline, my
hear
response.
the laughter,
That
the conversations,
is power.
the shared moments,
Second
but
principle,
none of it touches
remove
the
the
deepest
need
part of you.
to be chosen.
You stand in rooms full of
The
people
deepest
who care
addiction
about
is not romance.
and still
it is
you feel
validation.
invisible.
Most people
It is not
do
that they do
chase
not love
partners.
you. It is that they are
They
loving a
chase
version
proof.
of you that does not include
Proof
your
that
truth.
they are enough.
Psychologists
Proof that they are
call this
desirable.
emotional
Proof that
dissonance,
they matter.
the separation
But
between your inner
Stoicism
experience
teaches the
and
man
your
who needs
outer
approval
expression.
is weak.
The
woman
brain
who needs
tries to
attention is
hold
trapped.
both worlds together.
Freedom
but
begins
the heart
when you no longer
notices.
require an audience.
The heart counts the
to
distance.
respect yourself.
And slowly,
when you stop
resentment
asking,
begins
do they
to
want me?
grow.
And start
Resentment
asking,
toward others
do I want
for not
them?
seeing you.
That
But more painfully,
is the reversal.
resentment
That
toward yourself
is the
for
awakening.
hiding.
You were never meant
You
to
start
beg.
to feel heavy,
You were meant to choose.
tired in ways sleep can't
Third
fix,
principle.
empty in
detach
ways
from
distraction
outcomes.
can't fill.
This
The
is where most
loneliness
people
becomes
fail.
a physical
They
ache.
do something kind.
Not the loneliness
then
of being
expect
alone,
something
it's
back.
the loneliness
They
of
show
knowing
love,
that even
then
in
demand
connection,
security.
you remain
They give
unreachable.
effort.
And here lies
Then
the
feel
heartbreaking
entitled
truth.
to return.
Manipulation
Stoicism
is
destroys
not
this.
control.
Epictetus
It is a
taught,
quiet
do
form
what
of
is right,
self-erasure.
then release the result.
A slow,
Because the moment you
graceful
attach your piece to an
disappearance from your
outcome,
own life.
You become
But it doesn't
a
have
hostage.
to stay this way.
You can love
There is a
deeply.
way back,
Without
a way
clinging,
to return
you
to
can
yourself.
care.
Slowly,
Without collapsing,
gently,
you can desire.
honestly.
Without
A way to let your
dependence.
voice become your
Detachment
own again.
is not
And that
coldness.
journey begins
Detachment
with
is
learning
strength.
how to speak
It is saying,
without
I will
fear.
not lose
Healing does
myself.
not begin with a grand
Fourth
declaration.
principle. Stop
It begins
romanticizing
quietly,
people.
often in the smallest moments.
Most heartbreak
The
is not
moment you
heartbreak.
pause
It is
before agreeing.
disillusionment.
The moment
You were not
notice
mourning
the
them.
tightness in your chest
You were mourning the
before
fantasy,
you say, it's
the version
fine.
of them you created,
The moment you
the future
hear
you
your
imagined,
own voice
the story you told
and realize
yourself.
it's too soft, too
Stoicism
practiced,
demands
too
brutal
careful.
clarity.
It begins
See
the
people
first
as they
time
are,
you allow
not as they
yourself
could
to
be,
wonder,
not as they
what
promised,
if I didn't
not as
hide?
you hoped. Reality
At first,
is the cure.
speaking honestly feels
Fantasy
dangerous.
is the drug.
Your heart races.
The Stoic
your
stays
breath
sober.
shortens.
Fifth
Body
principle,
remembers.
build a life
Because
they
for
cannot
years,
compete
your
with.
nervous system learned
Here is the
that
secret of
truth leads
high-value
to loss,
individuals.
that
They do not
honesty
chase
risks abandonment.
because their life
So vulnerability
already
feels
full.
like stepping into open
Purpose,
air with
mission,
no guarantee you will
discipline,
land.
health,
The
growth,
fear isn't
legacy.
irrational, it's familiar.
When you are building
The brain
something
believes
meaningful,
it is protecting
you do not obsess
but you are
over
no
attention.
longer that child
You do
who
not
needed to
spiral
shape
over
themselves
text.
to survive.
You do not beg
So
for
the work
presence
now is not
because
to
you are
force
present
yourself to
in
be
your own
unafraid,
life.
but to
Most
learn
people
to
chase
feel
love
fear
because they have
and
nothing
speak
else.
anyway. To let the
Stoicism says,
trembling voice
"Build your
still
life."
be your voice.
Then love becomes
to
an
allow
addition,
truth to
not a
exist
rescue.
even when your hands
Sixth
shake.
principle,
Healing
let
begins
silence
when you
do the
start
work.
identifying the
Weak
subtle
people
moments where
over-explain.
self-erasure
Weak
happens.
people double
When you
text.
laugh at
Weak
something
people
that hurts.
chase closure.
When you
Strong
apologize
people
for
understand
existing.
silence.
When you make
Silence is a
yourself
mirror.
small to
Silence reveals
avoid the
truth.
risk of
If
being
you stop
too
chasing,
real.
and they
In those
disappear,
moments, instead
that
of
was your
performing,
answer.
you
If you stop
pause,
reaching,
you breathe,
and nothing returns,
you ask yourself gently,
that was your
what
answer.
do I actually
Stoicism
feel?
teaches,
What
do not
do I
force what is not
actually
mutual.
need?
Let absence
first
speak.
time you
Let
speak a
distance
small
clarify.
truth.
The Stoic
I don't
does
like
not
that.
demand
I
love.
need some
the Stoic
time.
observes
That hurt me.
reality.
It will feel like you
Seventh
are doing
principle,
something wrong.
accept loss
Your
as
body
training.
will resist.
Every
Your
person
mind
you
will
lose
panic.
teaches
But the
you
world
something.
will not end.
Every
The
rejection
sky will not fall.
strengthens you.
And slowly,
Every ending
your nervous
refines
system
you.
learns something new.
The Stoic does not
Honesty
collapse at loss.
does not always
they
lead to
transform
loss.
through it.
Boundaries
Marcus
become
Aurelius
less about
wrote,
building
what
walls,
stands in the way
and more about
becomes the
returning
way.
to your own shape.
Heartbreak becomes
Communication
wisdom.
becomes less about
Loneliness
controlling
becomes
outcomes,
strength.
and
Detachment
more about letting your
becomes
heart
peace.
have a voice
You
again.
are not punished.
And vulnerability
You were
begins to
trained.
feel less like dying
The final Stoic
and
truth
more like
about
breathing.
love.
The air may burn
Love is
at
not
first,
something you chase.
but it is clean.
Love is something
You will
need.
lose some people along
When
the
you
way.
are whole,
Those who
when you are
only love the
disciplined,
mask
when you are
cannot
grounded,
stay when
when
the
you no
mask
longer needed
falls.
to survive.
But the love that remains,
The moment
love that
you
grows
stop chasing,
after
you become
truth
magnetic.
is real.
Because
It
nothing is
rooted.
more powerful
It sees you.
than
You
someone
do not
who
need
is
to be
complete.
loved for who you pretend
Closing
to be.
message.
You
Stop
deserve
running back
to be
to
loved
chains.
for who
So
you
let
are.
this be your
Even
vow.
in your trembling,
I will
even
not
in your
beg.
uncertainty,
I will not
even in
chase.
your becoming.
I will not abandon
Healing
myself.
is not becoming
I will
someone
not confuse
new.
anxiety
It is
with
returning
love.
to the
I will
self
not call obsession
who was
destiny.
waiting beneath
I will
all
not
the
worship
performance.
inconsistency.
And now,
I will walk away
all
with
that
dignity,
remains is the final
and I will build a
question.
life so strong.
What does it mean to live
love
without
must
the
meet
mask
me in
at all?
peace.
What is a life
or not at all?
if no one ever truly sees
Because
you?
Stoic logic
Not the version
is
you
simple.
polished for the world,
If it
not the
costs
agreeable
your
smile or the
self-respect,
practiced calm,
it is
but
too
you,
expensive.
the heartbeat beneath
You stop
the armor,
searching for
the voice
someone
that
else
trembles
to
when it
save
tells
you.
the truth, the
Act
child
3
who
teaser.
once only wanted to be
In part
held
3,
without earning it.
we go deeper
There is a
than most
quiet
people
tragedy
ever dare.
in living unseen.
The ego
You may
behind
succeed,
romantic obsession,
impress,
the hidden childhood
achieve,
wound,
charm,
the reason you
and
chase
yet still
unavailable
wake at
people,
night with a loneliness
and the
that
Stoic
feels
method
older
to
than your
become
own name.
emotionally untouchable.
Because love cannot enter where
Because the
walls
truth
remain.
is,
Affection
you were never
cannot
chasing them.
reach a person
You were
who is
chasing what
hiding.
you thought
And no
you
matter
lacked.
how
And
close
Stoicism
others stand,
will show you.
you cannot feel
You lacked
them if
nothing.
you are standing behind
You are not
glass.
in love. You are in
You
captivity.
spent so long protecting
High-value
yourself
men and
that
women
you forgot
understand.
what you were protecting.
The moment you chase,
You learn to be
you
understood
surrender
without
your
being
power.
known.
You tell
Liked
the
without
world,
being felt,
I am incomplete.
surrounded without being touched.
But Stoicism teaches
The world
you are
applauded your
complete
composure,
by discipline,
your gentleness,
complete
your
by
adaptability,
self-respect,
but your
complete
heart, the one
by
place
mastery.
untouched by
You do not
applause,
beg. You do
knew
not
the truth.
plead. You do not
You were
shrink
performing
yourself
a life instead of
to
living
be
one.
chosen.
And it is not your fault.
Because the person
You
meant
adapted
for
to survive.
will
You shaped
not
yourself
require
to be
you
chosen.
to betray
You believed
your
that to
dignity.
keep love,
Stop
you had to be small,
before you send
careful,
that message.
quiet.
Before you
But
beg
now
for
you stand
attention.
at the threshold of a question
Before you
you
chase
can no
someone
longer
who
ignore.
gives you breadcrumbs.
If you stopped performing,
Listen carefully.
who might finally
Your
recognize
emotions
you?
are lying
There is fear
to you.
here. Yes.
Not because you are weak,
the fear
not
of being
because you are
misunderstood,
broken, but
the fear
because
of being
emotions
rejected, the fear
were
of being
never
too much
designed
or
to
not
tell you
enough.
the truth.
But beneath that
They were
fear
designed
is
to
something
make
older,
you react.
softer,
And
and
nowhere
far more
is this
powerful.
more dangerous
The desire to belong
than in
without
love.
hiding. To be
Because
seen
love,
is
modern love,
to live.
is no longer about
Not to be
connection.
perfect,
It's about
not to be
obsession.
unshaken,
It's about attachment.
but to allow
It's about
someone to
emotional
stand
addiction.
close enough
You
to
don't
notice
miss
the
them.
tremor in your hand
You miss the
and
dopamine.
stay.
You don't
To
want
let
them.
someone hear the break in
You
your
want the
voice
relief.
and not
You're
turn
not in
away.
love.
To
You're
love
in withdrawal.
and be loved without
And the
acting,
worst part,
without negotiation,
Your emotions
without
will
disguise.
convince you that
The truth
chasing
you
them
fear is the
is the only
freedom
way
you
to
need.
feel whole
You will
again.
lose some people
But
when you
Stoic Logic
choose to be
says something
real,
brutal.
but those who leave
If you have to
were
chase
loving
love,
your mask.
it was never love.
And the ones who
It was
remain,
hunger.
the ones who draw closer
Today,
when your
you
voice
will
shakes,
learn
are the
why your
ones who
heart
were searching for
misleads
you
you.
all along.
Why
You
longing
do
is
not
not
need to earn
destiny,
your place in the world
and how
by
to finally
disappearing.
become
You
unshakable.
deserve to be chosen
Because the
without
strongest
disguising
people
yourself.
Do
So
not
let the
chase
mask
love.
loosen. Let
They
the
attract
walls
it
soften.
by
Let your
mastering
voice return to
themselves.
its own sound.
In 2026,
Begin again.
people are more emotionally
Not as the
confused
version
than
you
ever.
built to survive,
We have endless
but
options,
as the person
endless
who is
messaging,
finally
endless
ready to
situationships.
live.
Yet people feel lonelier, more desperate, more anxious than any generation before. Why? Because we have been taught
Have you
the
ever
most
noticed
dangerous lie.
how the people you trust
that
the
love
most are
is
the
something
same
you
people
find
who have the power to break
instead of
you?
something you
It's
build.
almost paradoxical
That if you feel
that the
strongly,
doorway to love,
it must be
closeness, understanding,
hurts,
and connection
it must
is the
be
very
meaningful.
same doorway through
But
which
Stoicism
betrayal,
has always warned us.
abandonment,
Emotion
and
is
disappointment
not
can
wisdom.
enter.
Emotion
Trust
is weather.
not a
It
gentle act.
changes. It
It is not
storms.
soft.
It passes.
It is a
And
quiet
if you
leap
build
off
your
a
life
cliff,
on weather,
hoping the other person
you will
catch you
collapse
before you
every
fall.
season. So in this video, we are going deep into why emotions distort reality, why chasing love destroys your self-respect, why detachment is power, and how Stoic Logic frees you from emotional slavery. This is not
You
about
learn the meaning
becoming
of trust
cold.
long
This is
before
about
you understand
becoming
the
free.
word. A child
Act
reaches
1.
up,
Your
arms
emotions
stretched
are
out,
primitive.
expecting to be held.
Let's begin with a truth
Not because
most
they
people refuse to
analyze
accept.
or
Your
evaluate,
emotions are ancient.
but because their
They are not
heart
modern.
assumes safety
They are not intelligent.
exists somewhere
They are
outside
survival
themselves.
software.
That is,
Your
trust
brain
in
was
its
not
purest
designed
form,
for
the
romance.
unquestioned
It
belief
was
that
designed
someone will
for
show
survival.
up, and when they do,
Fear kept
the
you
world
alive.
feels warm,
Desire
almost
made
gentle.
you reproduce.
But when they
Attachment
don't, something
kept
inside you
tribes
begins
together.
to shift.
So
a
when you
subtle
feel intense
tightening,
longing,
like a
your
door
brain is not
slowly
saying,
closing,
"This
that
person
once
is your
swung
soulmate."
open without hesitation.
Your brain is saying, "This
As you
person
grow,
is a source
trust
of emotional
becomes
safety."
less about
Do not
instinct and
lose
more
them.
about risk.
It is
You carry
biology,
memories of hands
not
that held you
destiny.
and hands that let go
The Stoics
too
understood
soon.
this
You
centuries
begin
ago.
to give your trust
Marcus
in
Aurelius
fragments,
wrote, "You are
in measured
disturbed not by
pieces,
events,
always
but by your
balancing the
judgment
desire
about
to
them.
be known
Your
with
pain
the
is
fear
not
of
the
being
person.
hurt.
Your pain
You don't
is
say
the
it,
story.
but deep down,
I need them.
you know.
And
Whoever
need
holds your trust
not love.
holds your heart
Need is
in their
dependence.
hands, and
Love
hearts
without
bruise
freedom
easily.
becomes
It's why
a
even the
cage.
smallest betrayals
Why you
cut so
chase what
deeply.
hurts you?
A
Why
broken
do people
promise,
chase the ones who
a
ignore them?
changed tone,
Why do you crave someone
a
who
sudden
gives you
distance?
less? Because
These
the brain
things do not
confuses
wound because the
uncertainty
act
with
itself
value.
is large.
The less
because
available
trust
someone is,
magnifies everything.
the more your mind
When you let someone
obsesses.
close, you
It's
give
the
them
same
access
mechanism
to
as
the most
gambling.
unguarded parts
A slot
of you,
machine
your
doesn't
hope,
reward every
your
pull.
softness, your
So you
fears.
keep pulling.
You let
Maybe
them
this
into the
time,
room
maybe
where
now,
the truth of
maybe
who
if I
you
try
are
harder.
sleeps.
And modern
And once
dating
they're inside,
has become
even their
emotional
footsteps
gambling.
can shake you.
You are not chasing
Trust
love.
is a gift
you are
without
chasing
armor.
validation.
A flower placed in
Stoic
someone's
Logic
palm
says,
with no
if someone
guarantee
makes
they
you
will protect
anxious,
it,
they are not
and yet
your
you
peace.
offer it anyway.
Love
Again
is not
and
anxiety.
again.
Love is not panic.
Because,
love is not
despite
obsession.
everything,
Love is calm.
there is a
love
part
is
of you
stable.
that longs
love
to
is
be seen,
chosen,
to
not
be met,
chased.
to be held
Stoic
in
rule,
the way you
never
once
abandon
hoped
your
someone
dignity.
would hold you when you were small.
Epictetus said,
So why does
no
trust
man is
feel
free
so
who cannot
natural
control
to give,
himself.
yet devastating
If your
to
happiness
lose?
depends on another
Because
person's
trust is
reply,
not built in the mind,
you are
it is
not in
built
love,
in the heart.
you are in captivity.
And the heart
High-value men
remembers
and women
everything.
understand.
Which is
The
why,
moment you
before we
chase,
understand how
you
trust
surrender
works
your
in our
power.
adult lives,
You tell
we
the
must
world,
return to where
"I
it was
am
first shaped,
incomplete."
in the quiet rooms
But
of
Stoicism
childhood,
teaches
where safety
you are complete
or fear
by
was
discipline,
first learned.
complete
Have you ever
by
wondered how a
self-respect,
heart
complete
learns to
by
trust
mastery? You do not
before it
beg,
even
you do not
understands
plead,
language?
you do not shrink
Before you
yourself
formed memories,
to be
before you could
chosen,
explain your feelings,
because the person
you
meant
were
for
already
you
studying the world
will
with
not
your
require
body,
you
your nervous
to
system,
betray
listening
your
for
dignity.
safety. A baby does
Act
not
2,
think.
love is a
baby
chemical
senses.
illusion. Most people think
And
love
safety,
is spiritual.
or the lack
They think
of it,
love is fate.
is not
They
taught
think
with
love
words.
is destiny. But
It
the
is
truth is
taught
far
with
more
presence
uncomfortable.
or absence.
Most of what you call love
Picture a
is
child
chemistry,
sitting on the
a
floor,
drug, a
playing
neurological
quiet,
storm,
and then
dopamine,
suddenly the
oxytocin,
world feels
serotonin.
too big.
The
Something
brain
in
does
their
not fall in
chest
love the way
tightens.
poets describe.
They look up,
The brain
searching.
becomes
Will
obsessed the
someone
way
come?
addicts do.
Will someone
That's why
kneel
when
down,
someone pulls away,
meet their eyes,
you don't
and
simply
tell them
feel
through
sad.
tone and touch,
You feel restless.
you are safe,
You feel panicked.
I am here.
You feel like something
That
has been
moment
taken from
matters
you.
more than we ever
Because
realize.
something has.
If the
Your
caregiver
brain
arrives
was receiving
consistently,
a reward,
warmly,
attention,
gently,
affection,
the
hope.
child learns the
And now the
world is a
reward is
place
gone.
where needs
So your
come.
emotions scream.
This is
Fix
where
it.
secure
Chase it.
attachment begins.
Do something.
Trust forms like
But
a
Stoic
soft
Logic
foundation
whispers,
under their feet.
This is
But
not love.
every child
This is withdrawal.
receives that kind of presence.
You are not heartbroken.
Some call out
You are chemically
and wait.
destabilized.
wait.
And the modern world has mistaken
Sometimes someone
addiction
comes, and sometimes no one
romance.
does. The love
Why
is there,
longing
but it is
feels like
unpredictable
meaning.
warm one day,
Have you
cold
noticed
the next.
something strange?
And the child,
The people who
in their
give you
small
peace
but brilliant way,
feel boring,
learn something.
but the people who give you
I
anxiety
can't rely on closeness.
feel unforgettable.
I must earn love,
That is not
manage
destiny.
it,
That is
chase it,
trauma.
or guard
the nervous
myself
system
from losing
becomes
it.
attached to what
This
is
is the seed of
unpredictable.
anxious or avoidant
Because
attachment.
unpredictability forces
childhood
attention.
packed with
Your
survival.
mind becomes hyper-focused.
Then there are those who
Your
are
body
met with
becomes
chaos,
alert.
affection,
You call it
intertwined with fear,
but it is survival
comfort,
energy.
entangled with threat.
Stoicism teaches that
The
peace
child
is
learns
the signal.
that the very
Chaos
person they
is
reach
the
for
warning.
may
if you are
also be the one
constantly
who hurts them.
overthinking,
The
if you are
nervous system
constantly
learns not to
questioning,
trust anyone,
if you are
not
constantly
even itself.
checking your phone,
This is disorganized attachment,
that is not love.
where love feels like
That is
a trap
emotional slavery.
rather than a refuge.
Love does not make you small.
These patterns
Love
do
does
not
not make
announce
you
themselves. themselves.
Love does
They
not make
do
you
not
lose
say,
yourself.
"This is
Real
who
love
you will become."
expands you.
They simply settle
Anything else
into
is
the
a
body,
trap.
shaping how
The
your
emotional
heart
lie,
beats when
they
someone gets
complete
close.
me.
They
One of the
teach
most
you
poisonous
whether to
ideas
open
in
your
modern
arms
culture
or
is
fold
this:
them, whether
you
to
need
speak your
someone
needs
to
or
complete
silence
you.
them, whether
Think about how
closeness
weak
feels like
that
warmth
sounds.
or danger.
Think about how dangerous
And the most
that
haunting
is.
part
If another
is
person
that you grow up
completes you,
believing this is
then without
just
them,
the way you
are nothing.
You think
That
your
is not
trust issues
romance.
began with a
That is
breakup,
dependence.
a betrayal, a
The Stoics
moment
would
in
call this a
adulthood
form
that
of
felt sharp and
self-abandonment.
defining.
Marcus
But the
Aurelius
truth
never
is
said,
softer and
"Find
much
someone
older.
to make you whole."
Your capacity to
He
trust
said,
was formed
"Be enough
in
for
rooms you
yourself."
don't remember,
Because
from
if you do
moments
not
you
own
never
your soul,
consciously witnessed,
someone else
in the
will
rhythm
rent it.
of
And
footsteps
most people
approaching or fading
are
away.
paying rent with
Your
their
adult
dignity.
relationships are built on
Why
promises
chasing love
made to you
destroys
before you
your
could
value.
speak. And to
Here is a
understand how
brutal
trust
truth.
manifests
The more
now,
you
we
chase,
must look at the
the less you are
masks you learn
respected.
to wear
Not
to
because
protect
people
that
are
early
evil,
wound.
but because human
Have you ever
psychology
wondered
is simple.
why you act differently
What is
when
abundant
someone gets close
is
to
cheap.
your heart?
What is
Why your
desperate
tone shifts,
is unattractive.
your guard rises,
When you chase
your smile
someone,
becomes just
you
slightly
communicate,
rehearsed.
"I
We
have
grow
no
up believing
options.
that our personality
no
is simply
standards.
who we are,
I will
but
accept
personality
less."
is often just
And the world
defense.
responds
A
accordingly.
carefully assembled
High-value
mask
people do not
crafted in
chase.
childhood
They choose.
and worn
They
into
observe.
adulthood,
They vet.
not to express who
They
you
walk
are,
away
but to
when
protect
peace
who
is
you
absent.
were.
Stoicism
At some
is not about
point,
pretending
you
don't
learn
care.
that closeness
It is about
dangerous.
refusing to
That
lose
trust
yourself.
requires
Stoic
exposure.
detachment
So
is
you
not
adapted.
coldness.
You
People
became
misunderstand
who you needed to
detachment.
be to avoid
They
being
think
abandoned
detachment
again.
means you don't feel.
And the adaptation
No.
felt so natural,
Detachment means you
so
don't
rehearsed,
collapse.
that you
You
stopped
feel.
noticing it.
But you do
You
not
started
become
calling it
ruled.
just the way
You
I
love.
am.
But you
Some
do
of
not
us
worship.
become the
You
overgiver.
desire.
You
but
might
you do not
recognize
beg.
this in yourself.
Epictetus said,
The instinct
"Do
to
not
give
seek
more
for events
love,
to happen as you
more
wish,
effort,
but wish
more
for them to happen as they
understanding
do
you
happen,
receive.
and your life
As
will
if
go smoothly."
generosity could act as a shield.
Stoicism is emotional
As if
maturity.
loving hard
It is the
enough
ability to
could
say,
convince someone
"I want
not to
this,
leave.
but
You
I do
try
not
to
need
earn
it."
your safety.
Need
You
is
try
where
to
suffering
prove that you are
begins.
worth staying
Desire
for.
with discipline
And though you may
is
appear
freedom.
warm,
The
steady,
truth about
reliable,
attachment.
there is
Most
fear
people are
behind
not
the
attached
offering.
to love.
A fear that if you
They are
stop
attached
giving,
to the idea
you
of
will
being
stop
chosen.
being loved.
They want proof
Others
that they
become the
matter,
closed door,
that they are worthy,
the one who
that
appears
they are
strong,
enough.
independent,
So they chase
unbothered.
relationships.
You
Not
say
because
you
the
don't
person
need
is right,
anyone. You
but
convince
because
yourself that
rejection
emotional
feels
distance
like
is
death.
maturity.
But
But
rejection
there is a quiet
is not
ache
death.
behind the walls
Rejection
you build.
is redirection.
You long to be held,
The Stoic does
understood,
not interpret
chosen, but
rejection
the risk
as
feels
humiliation.
unbearable.
The
The
Stoic
idea of
interprets
letting
it as
someone see
information.
you
If
makes
someone
your
does
chest
not choose you,
tighten, so you
they have
stay
revealed
safe,
the truth,
but lonely,
and truth
protected,
is
but
always
untouched.
a gift.
And then
Even
there
when
is
it
the
hurts.
performer. The
Stop
person who
romanticizing the
blends,
struggle. There is another
who
emotional
adapts,
lie.
who
If it's
becomes
hard,
whatever is
it must be
easiest
real.
for others to accept.
No, hard is
You
not
read
holy.
the room like
Struggle
a
is not
script
romance.
and play,
Pain is not
the
proof.
part that keeps
The
everything
movies trained you
smooth.
to believe love is
You stay
suffering,
agreeable,
that chasing
likable,
is devotion,
harmless.
that heartbreak
Because if no
is
one
passion.
sees the real you,
But Stoic logic
no
says,
one can reject
love without
the real
respect
you.
is not
And the
love.
applause feels
Love
good
without
for a
peace
while,
is
until it
not
hits
love.
you that you are
Love
loved
without
for a
reciprocity
character, not your
is
soul.
not love.
The world
If you're
thinks
always
these
the
are
one
traits.
reaching,
Friends
then you're
call
not
them
building
personality.
love.
But
You
you
are
know,
feeding an
somewhere deep,
illusion.
these are
The
strategies.
moment you stop
Armor.
chasing,
A shield against
something
the
incredible
possibility
happens.
that someone
The
might
fog
touch
clears.
the soft,
You begin to
unguarded
see
place
people as
inside
they
you.
are.
The
Not
place
as you
that
imagined.
remembers being hurt.
You stop projecting
And this is the
fantasies.
quiet tragedy
You
of
stop
the adult who
rewriting
has
red
learned not to
flags.
trust.
You stop
You crave
confusing
closeness,
potential with
yet
reality.
fear the vulnerability
You stop begging
that
for
closeness
effort.
demands.
And that
You
is
want
when you
to be
become
held,
dangerous.
but refuse to
not
open your
dangerous
arms.
to others.
So you live
Dangerous
between longing
to
and
manipulation.
self-protection.
Because the
between
person who
desire
no
and
longer
retreat,
chases
always balancing love
cannot
against
be
fear.
controlled.
But the body cannot live
The
in
Stoic
that tension
practice
forever.
remove
To
the
understand
fantasy.
why trust feels
Here
so
is your
fragile
first
now,
discipline.
we must look
Remove
deeper into the
fantasy.
biology of what your heart
Do not ask,
and
what
brain
could this become?
are trying
Ask,
to protect.
what is this right
Why
now?
does trust
Do
feel
they
so
show
heavy,
effort? Do
so
they show
delicate,
respect?
so
Do they show
easy to break,
consistency?
and nearly
or do they show
impossible to
confusion?
rebuild?
The
You
Stoic
might
does
think
not
trust
fall in
is an
love with
emotional
words.
experience,
The Stoic
something of the heart.
watches action.
But trust
Because
is
actions
first a
are
calculation
true.
made in
Words
the brain.
are cheap.
Deep
Attention
in
without
the old
commitment
architecture of
is
your
cheap.
nervous system.
Real love
long
is
before you ever
expensive.
realize
It
what
costs
you're
effort.
feeling.
It costs
Inside
clarity.
you,
It costs
there is a
presence.
constant negotiation
The
happening
second
between
discipline,
two forces.
sit with the emptiness.
The amygdala
When you
which
stop
scans
chasing,
for danger,
you will feel
and the prefrontal
emptiness,
cortex,
and that emptiness
which
will
searches
terrify
for
you,
meaning,
because most
patterns,
people use
and
relationships
When you
to
decide to
avoid
trust
themselves.
someone,
But
even in small
Stoicism
ways,
teaches, sit
these
with it.
regions
Do not
communicate.
run, do not
The
distract,
amygdala whispers,
do not rebound,
"Is this
do not
safe?"
numb.
The prefrontal cortex
Face the
responds,
silence, because in
"I
the
remember
silence,
warmth here.
you meet
I remember
your
kindness.
real self.
Let's try."
And once you meet yourself,
Trust is a
you stop
biological
searching
gamble,
for
your
someone
brain
else
choosing
to save
connection
you.
over protection.
Act 3
And
teaser.
when someone
In part 3,
responds to you
we go
gently,
deeper than most
with
people
presence,
ever dare.
with
The
understanding,
ego behind
your
romantic
body
obsession,
rewards you.
the hidden childhood,
Oxytocin
the
begins
reason
to
you
release
chase unavailable
the
people,
neurochemical
and the Stoic
often
method
called
to become
bonding.
emotionally untouchable.
It softens your defenses.
Because the truth is,
it tells your nervous
you were
system
never chasing them.
you're okay.
You were chasing
You
what
can
you
open a
thought
little more.
you lacked.
This is why
And
eye contact
Stoicism will
matters.
show you.
Why a hand on
You
your
lacked
shoulder
nothing.
can dissolve
You
your
are not
tension.
in love. You are
Why
in
being
captivity.
truly listened to
High value
feels
men
like
and
being
women
held
understand.
from the
The
inside.
moment you chase,
Your brain is wired
you
to
surrender
connect
your
through
power.
shared signals,
You tell
through
the
mirror
world,
neurons that
"I am
read the emotions of
incomplete."
others and
But
reflect them
Stoicism
back to you.
teaches
But the
you are
same
complete
pathways
by
that allow
discipline,
trust to form
complete
can
by
deliver
self-respect,
devastation when trust is
complete
broken.
by mastery.
When betrayal
you do
occurs,
not beg.
it
you
is
do
not just the
plead,
heart
you do
that
not
aches,
shrink
the nervous
yourself.
system goes into alarm.
To be chosen
The amygdala
because
lights
the
up
person
like a
meant
fire
for
in the
you
night.
will not require
Cortisol
you to
floods the
betray
bloodstream.
your dignity.
The brain begins
Act
reorganizing
3,
itself.
you are
for
not
protection.
chasing them.
You don't just
You are
lose trust in the
chasing
person
your
who hurt
wound.
you, your brain starts to question
Let's speak the truth now.
Connection itself
The
begins
truth
to
most
feel
people
unsafe.
will never admit.
Psychologists call
You are
this
not chasing
betrayal
love.
trauma.
You are
when the
chasing
person you
a
depended
feeling,
on for
a memory,
safety
a missing
becomes
piece.
the source.
You are
of
chasing the
wound.
version of yourself
It creates a fracture
that you thought
that
you
logic
became
alone
when
cannot
they
mend.
noticed you.
Because
when they
breaking
texted you
trust
back,
does not simply
when they
erase
wanted
warmth.
you.
It
Because for a
rewires
moment,
how the brain
you felt
interprets
worthy.
closeness.
And when they pulled
Rebuilding
away,
trust is not just an
that
emotional
worth
challenge, it is a
disappeared.
neurological
So you chase.
reconstruction.
Not because they are
Your
special,
brain must slowly learn
but
again that
because they
vulnerability
activated
does
something
not guarantee
unresolved
pain.
inside you.
And this rebuilding
Stoicism
takes time.
calls this
Not because
slavery.
you are weak,
Modern
not because
psychology
you are
calls
dramatic,
it attachment trauma.
but because your
the
nervous
reality
system
is the same.
trying to keep
You
you
are not
alive.
addicted
So when
to
trust
them.
feels fragile,
You are addicted
when your chest
to what
tightens
they
at the thought of
represent.
opening up,
The
when
childhood
you hesitate
root
where others
of
seem to move
romantic
easily,
obsession.
understand this.
Most romantic
Your
obsession
body is
begins
protecting
long
you in the
before
language it learned
romance.
long ago.
It begins
So
in
trust is not
childhood.
just emotional,
If
it is
love was
chemical,
inconsistent,
neurological,
you learn to
evolutionary.
perform for
And
it.
to see how
If
deeply this
affection
affects your
was
relationships,
conditional,
we must now
you learn
step
to
into the
chase
shadow side,
approval.
where trust
If
turns
attention
into
came
fear,
only when you
and
achieved,
fear shapes
you learned
love.
that you must earn
Why does
being
betrayal
chosen.
feel like it reaches
So as an
deeper
adult,
than pain?
you don't fall in
Why
love
does it
peacefully.
strike not just the
You
heart,
fall in love
but
anxiously.
the very ground beneath?
You confuse intensity
When someone
with
you
intimacy.
trusted wounds you,
You confuse
it's not the
longing with
action
connection
alone that hurts,
because your
it's the
nervous
meaning
system
behind it.
was trained
Betrayal
to associate
is the
love
breaking of a
with
world you
uncertainty.
thought was safe.
And so you repeat
It
the
is the
pattern,
realization
not because it feels
that the
good,
doorway you
but
opened
because
in
it feels
innocence
familiar.
became the path
Stoic
someone
logic
used to walk
says
straight into
familiar
your soul
pain is
and
still
leave
pain.
destruction behind.
Do not
You
call
don't
your
grieve the
wound
person,
a soulmate.
you grieve the version
Why
of
you want
yourself
what you can't
believed
have.
in.
The mind
Think of a
desires what it
moment
cannot
when
control.
you let someone
That is
see
ego.
you without
Ego
your
does not want
Maybe
love.
you shared
Ego
something
wants
fragile,
conquest.
a fear,
Ego wants
a memory,
validation. Ego
a
wants
part of
to
your
win.
heart that still
So when someone is
trembles when
unavailable,
touched.
Your ego becomes
You offered it
obsessed.
gently,
Not because
hoping
they are perfect,
it would be held with care,
but because they are
but
distant.
instead it was
And
dropped,
distance creates
dismissed,
fantasy.
or used against
You begin to imagine,
That is not
to
simple
idealize,
disappointment.
to
That is
project.
emotional
You fall in love
assassination
with a
pain
person
delivered from the
who does
inside
not exist.
by someone you let
You
inside.
fall in love with
Trust
potential,
turns to weapon
with
not
possibility,
by accident,
with the version
but
of
by
them
access,
that only
anger
lives in your mind.
from a stranger
Marcus
stays
Aurelius
at the
warned,
surface.
"Do not let
Betrayal
your
from
imagination
someone
be
you
crushed
trusted
by life."
becomes a scar that
The Stoic
shapes
does
how
not
you love,
worship
how you
illusion.
speak,
The Stoic
how you
sees
breathe
clearly.
around others.
The most
It
dangerous
rewrites
drug,
your nervous system,
hope.
teaches
Hope
your body
is beautiful.
that closeness is a
But
threat,
hope can also
so you become
destroy you.
cautious,
Because hope
strategic,
keeps you waiting.
guarded.
Hope keeps you attached.
You may tell yourself,
Hope keeps you
I don't
tolerating
trust anyone,
disrespect.
and it feels like
You
strength.
tell yourself,
It feels
maybe
like
they'll
wisdom
change.
earned in blood.
maybe they'll realize
But look
my
closely.
value.
Beneath that
Maybe if I'm
statement is
patient.
grief.
But
Grief
Stoicism
for the
is not
part
built
of you that
on
once
maybe.
loved freely.
Stoicism is
Grief
built
for the
on
child
reality.
who once once reached
If someone
out
wanted
without
to be
fear.
in your life,
What feels like
would
armor
be.
is often a
If
tomb
someone valued
for the
you,
softness you buried to
you would not
survive.
feel confused.
And yet,
The Stoic
This
does
hardened
not live
self
on
is
crumbs.
praised.
The Stoic walks
People
away
call
from
you strong,
uncertainty, not with
resilient,
anger,
unshakable.
with
They
clarity.
admire your independence,
Emotions are
your
not
composure,
guides, they
your
are
distance.
signals. Here is where people
But they
fail.
don't see the
They treat
quiet
emotions
ache
like
of being
truth.
untouched.
But emotions
They
are
don't
not
see
truth.
how every warm
Emotions
moment
are
becomes
signals.
a negotiation
Fear
with
signals danger.
How every
Desire
attempt at
signals
connection is
hunger.
filtered through
Loneliness
suspicion.
signals absence.
How love begins
but none of
to
these
feel
signals
like
mean this
walking
person is
barefoot
meant for
on
you.
glass.
It means
Unresolved
you are feeling
trust
something.
wounds rarely
And
remain
feelings
quiet. They
are
echo.
temporary.
They shape patterns.
The Stoic does not obey
They
feelings.
become the shadow
The Stoic
that follows you
observes
into
them.
every
You do
relationship.
not act because
The
you
hesitation
feel.
before
You act
letting someone
because
close.
you choose.
The overthinking.
That
the testing.
is freedom.
The pulling away the
The
moment
Stoic
something
difference,
feels too
love
real.
without need.
You think you are protecting
The
yourself
weak
from
love
pain.
desperately.
But in
The
truth,
strong love
you are
freely.
protecting
The
yourself
weak
from
say,
life.
I can't live
Because
without
connection,
you. The strong
intimacy,
say, I enjoy
closeness,
you, but I am
all
whole
require
without
risk.
you.
The
That is
risk
not
you once
arrogance,
took
that
so
is health.
easily.
That is
So
emotional
the question
maturity.
becomes not just
Because the
who
moment
hurt you,
love becomes
but who
need,
did you have to become
it
to survive
becomes
it?
fear.
To understand
And fear
why we
creates
stay trapped
control.
in these patterns,
Control
we must look at
creates
the world
resentment.
around us,
Resentment
the culture that
destroys
glorifies
connection.
self-protection and
Stoicism
mistakes
teaches
emotional walls
love is not
for
possession.
emotional maturity.
Love is appreciation.
Have you ever noticed how
You do
the
not
world
own people.
romanticizes
You
trust
experience them.
as something pure,
And if they leave,
effortless,
You do
and
not
unquestionable?
collapse.
You were
because
taught
you
from a
never
young
abandon
age that loyalty
yourself.
is noble,
Why
that
people
forgiveness is
lose
strength,
themselves in
that
love.
love means staying,
Most people
even
don't
when
want
it hurts.
love. They want escape.
Stories,
Escape
movies,
from
songs,
loneliness. Escape
even
from
family
boredom.
expectations
Escape from themselves.
repeat the same
So they
message.
merge. They obsess.
A good heart
they overgive.
trusts.
They become a
good
servant
heart
of attention.
endures. But
But
no one
Stoic
warned you
Logic
that sometimes
says,
the
never
heart
give
you are
someone
protecting
the
is being
power
quietly drained.
to determine
From childhood,
your inner peace.
you were told to share,
Because
to be
peace
kind,
is your
to give people
responsibility,
the
not
benefit of the
theirs.
doubt.
If your peace
You
depends
learned
on another
that doubt
person,
itself was
you
a
are not
flaw,
in love.
a sign of coldness,
You are in danger.
cynicism, or
The Stoic law.
hardness. So
What
you
is
tried
not
to
reciprocal
be warm.
is not
You tried
real.
to be understanding.
Real love
You
is
learned
mutual.
to quiet
Real
the
love
voice in your
is
chest
consistent.
that whispered,
Real love
"Something
does not
feels
leave you
wrong
guessing.
here." And
If you are
society
always
applauded you
questioning,
for it. They called
it
you
is not
loyal,
love.
patient,
It is imbalance.
mature.
Stoicism
But what if
demands
loyalty
reciprocity,
slowly became
not
submission?
because you are entitled.
What if
but
forgiveness
because you are
became
disciplined.
self-erasure?
You do not
Romantic
invest where you
culture
are not
paints
valued.
love as
You do not chase
unconditional,
where you are
as
not
if love
chosen.
must remain
You do not
even
beg
when
where
trust
you are
has
not
been
respected.
shattered. You hear
The Stoic
phrases
walks
like,
away early,
"If you really
so they
love
do not
someone,
suffer
you never give
late.
up on them."
The
But
moment
that
of
idea
awakening.
can trap you,
One
because
day
not
you will
every
wake up,
bond is
and you will
meant to be
realize
saved.
you are not chasing
Every heart
love.
that once held
You are
yours
chasing
still
permission
knows how to hold it
to
gently.
feel enough.
Friendship culture is no
But you do
different.
not need
We
permission.
glorify
you do not
lifelong
need someone's
bonds,
attention
ride or die,
to
loyalty,
validate
promises
your
of forever.
existence.
And
You
in
are
the
enough
name of
by
maintaining
discipline,
connection,
enough
you
by
silence your needs,
self-respect,
your
enough
boundaries,
by
your
solitude,
intuition,
enough
just to
by
avoid being the
purpose.
one who ruins
And when you
something.
truly believe that,
You stay longer than you
you
should.
become
You explain
unstoppable.
more than you need to.
Because
You
nothing
feel
is
guilty
more
for
attractive
choosing yourself.
than someone
Cultural
who no longer
narratives have
needs
taught
to
you
be
that trust is a
chosen.
virtue,
You
but they
stop
forgot to
searching
teach
for
discernment.
someone else to save
Real
you.
trust is not blind.
Act 3,
Blind
teaser.
trust is abandonment
In part
of
3,
the self.
we go deeper
You are
than
not
most
supposed to
people
hand
ever
your
dare.
heart to everyone
The
who
ego
asks.
behind romantic
You are not
obsession,
supposed to
the
stay
hidden
where your chest
childhood
tightens and your
the
peace
reason you chase
collapses.
unavailable people,
You are not supposed to
and the
confuse
Stoic method to
emotional
become emotionally
endurance
untouchable.
with emotional devotion.
Because the truth is,
trust
you were never
is not
chasing
something
them.
you owe.
You were chasing what
It
you
is
thought
something that
you
must
lacked.
be earned,
And
bit
Stoicism
by
will
bit,
show you.
through consistency,
You lacked
respect,
nothing.
and presence.
You are not in love. You are
When
in
trust is
captivity.
broken, you are not
High-value men and
obligated
women
to
understand
rebuild it
the
in
moment
the same
you
place.
chase. You
Yet,
surrender your
you
power.
hesitate.
You tell the
You
world,
question yourself.
I am incomplete.
Because you were taught
But
that
Stoicism
leaving
teaches
is failure.
you are complete
that
by discipline,
protecting your
complete
heart
by
is
self-respect,
selfish.
complete
That caution
by
makes
mastery.
you cold.
You do not beg.
But
you do
what
not
if the
plead.
greatest act
you do
of
not
love you
shrink
could
yourself
offer the world and yourself
be
is
chosen.
to choose trust
because the
with
person
open
meant
eyes,
for you
to
will
trust
not
slowly,
require you to
deliberately,
betray your dignity.
with awareness,
Act
to
4,
give not from
the
fear
Stoic
of
system
losing
to
someone,
stop chasing
but from the
forever. If you
confidence
have
that
listened
you
this
will
far,
not lose yourself.
you are already waking
Because
up.
trust without
Because most
discernment is
people
not
never
love,
reach
it is
this
self-abandonment.
Most
And the
people
cost
stay
of
addicted
abandoning yourself
people
always
stay
shows in the
emotional.
quiet
Most
inner
people
ache
stay
that refuses to fade.
chasing
What
their
happens to
entire
a heart that
lives.
learns not
But
to
you
trust?
are here
Not
which means
all at
something
once,
inside
slowly,
you is ready for discipline,
quietly,
ready for
as
truth,
if a light inside
ready
is
for freedom.
dimmed 1 degree
So now
at
we
a time.
move from understanding
You don't wake up
to
one day
transformation.
and decide,
Here
I
is
won't
the
let
Stoic
anyone
system,
in anymore.
not theory,
It
not
happens through
motivation,
small
a
moments.
system.
A
First
disappointment
principle,
here, a
control the
silence
inner
when you
empire.
needed presence.
Stoicism
a promise
begins with one
that
law.
was spoken
You
softly
cannot
and
control
broken easily.
people. You cannot
Your heart
control
slowly
outcomes.
begins to
You cannot
understand
control
that
love.
openness is
You can
dangerous,
only control
and so
yourself.
it begins to close, not
Marcus
dramatically,
Aurelius called
but
this
gently,
your inner empire.
like a door you start
Most people
leaving
abandon
slightly
their
less
empire
open
the
each
moment
night.
they fall in love.
There is a loneliness
They
that
hand
comes
over the
with guarded
keys.
living.
They let
It is
another
not
person
loud,
determine
not
their
dramatic,
mood,
but it lingers.
their confidence,
You can be surrounded
their
by
peace,
people and still
their
feel
worth.
a hollow space inside
That
your
is not
chest,
love.
a room no one
That
has
is
entered in years.
surrender.
You
The Stoic
laugh,
never surrenders
you talk,
the inner empire.
You participate,
They feel emotion,
yet something
but they do not
remains
kneel to
untouched,
it.
unseen.
They ask,
You become the
what is within
observer
my
of your
control?
own life,
My
watching
actions,
yourself
my
interact
standards,
while never
my
truly
discipline,
arriving
my
emotionally.
response. That
And others may
is
never
power.
notice.
Second
You
principle,
became good at seeming
remove
okay,
the need to be
but
chosen.
pretending not to care
The deepest addiction is not
exhausting.
romance.
You tell
It is
yourself it's easier
validation.
this way,
Most
easier
people
not
do
to
not
expect,
chase partners.
easier not to hope,
They chase
easier not
proof.
to feel.
Proof
Yet
that
every
they are
time you
enough.
brush away the
Proof
desire
that they
to
are
be known,
desirable.
a
Proof
small
that they
ache
matter.
forms. Because
But
the desire
Stoicism
to be seen
teaches
doesn't
the
disappear.
man who needs approval
It
is
simply
weak.
goes
The woman
quiet,
who needs attention
like a
is
child
trapped.
waiting by
Freedom
the
begins
door,
when you no longer require
hoping
an
someone will
audience
come home,
to respect
even after they've
yourself.
stopped believing it.
When you stop asking,
And so you live
do they
behind
want
invisible
me?
glass,
And start asking,
close enough to touch,
do I want them?
but not to feel.
That
Safe,
is the reversal.
but never held.
That is the
Protected,
awakening.
but
You
never
were never meant to
understood.
beg. You were meant
You tell
to
yourself
choose.
it's strength that no one can hurt
Third
you now.
principle,
But deep
detach
down,
from outcomes.
you know something else.
This is where most
Nobody
people
can love
fail.
you now.
They do
either.
something kind,
Distrust
then expect
doesn't
something
just
back.
protect
They
you
show
from
love,
pain.
then
It protects
demand
you from
security.
healing.
They
Because
give
when
effort,
you expect to be hurt,
then feel
you see
entitled to
danger
return.
where there is
Stoicism
tenderness.
destroys
you doubt
this.
kindness. You
Epictetus
look
taught,
for hidden
do
motives.
what is right,
You
then
test
release
people,
the result.
push them away,
Because the
or
moment you attach
withdraw
your peace
before
to
they
an
get
outcome,
too close.
you become
And slowly,
a hostage.
without meaning to,
You can love deeply.
you become the very thing
Without
you
clinging,
feared
you
unreachable.
can care.
This is
Without
the quiet
collapsing,
tragedy
you can
of
desire.
a broken bridge.
Without dependence.
You don't just lose others.
Detachment is
you
not
lose
coldness.
access to
Detachment
yourself.
is strength.
The warmth,
it is saying,
the
I will not
softness,
lose
the
myself.
ability to lean,
Fourth
to rest,
principle,
to
stop
breathe in someone
romanticizing
else's
people.
presence. Your heart
Most
becomes
heartbreak
a home
is not
with
heartbreak.
the lights turned
It is
off,
disillusionment.
furniture
You were
covered
not
in
mourning them.
sheets,
You were
dust
mourning the
settling
fantasy,
where laughter used to
the
live.
version of them you
But
created,
here is the truth you've
the future
avoided.
you imagined,
Your heart
the
did not
story you
close
told
because
yourself.
you stopped wanting love.
Stoicism
It
demands
closed because
brutal
love
clarity.
once came with pain.
See people as
To
they
open
are,
again,
not as they
you
could
will not
be,
need to
not as
trust
they
others
promised,
first.
not as you
will
hoped.
need to learn how
Reality
to trust
is
yourself
the cure.
to survive whatever
Fantasy
happens next.
is the drug.
How do you begin to
The
trust
Stoic
again
stays
when the
sober.
very act of trusting
Fifth
feels
principle,
like walking
build
back
a life
into a
they
burning
cannot
house?
compete with.
The answer
Here is the secret of
is
high-value
quieter
individuals.
than you expect.
They do not chase
It
love,
does not begin with other
because
people.
their life
It begins
already
with you,
full.
with your relationship
Purpose,
to your own
mission,
heart,
discipline,
your own fear,
health, growth,
your own capacity
legacy.
to survive.
When you are building
once
something
hurt.
meaningful,
The first
you do not
truth is
obsess
this:
over attention.
rebuilding
You do not
trust
spiral
is
over
not about
texts.
learning to
You do
trust
not beg
others.
for presence.
It is about learning to
because you are
trust
present
yourself.
in your own life.
Trusting
Most
yourself
people
to
chase
notice
love
red
because
flags,
they have nothing else.
to speak when
Stoicism
something feels
says,
wrong,
fill
to
your
leave
life.
when your
Then
spirit
love
is being
becomes an
bruised,
addition,
to choose
not
your
a rescue.
safety over your longing.
Sixth
When you
principle,
believe you can
let
protect
silence
yourself,
do the work.
trust no longer
Weak
feels
people
like
over-explain.
a gamble,
Weak
it becomes a
people
choice.
double-text.
And
Weak
healing
people
does not
chase
require you to
closure.
fling your
Strong
heart
people
open
understand
all at once.
silence. Silence
Vulnerability
is
is
a
not a
mirror.
door
Silence
that must be
reveals
thrown
truth.
wide.
If you
It
stop
can be a
chasing,
window,
they
open slightly.
disappear.
It can be a
That
slow,
was your answer.
careful
If you stop
exhale.
reaching,
You do
then
not
nothing
need to
returns.
rush. You can let
That
someone
was
earn their
your
way
answer.
in the same way that a
Stoicism
sunrise comes
teaches,
gradually.
do not force what is not
softly,
mutual.
moment
Let
by
absence
moment.
speak.
Imagine
Let
your
distance
heart
clarify.
as a garden
The
that
Stoic
has been
does
left
not demand
untended
love.
for a long
The
time.
Stoic observes
Not ruined,
reality.
just neglected.
Seventh principle.
The soil is
Accept
still
loss
fertile,
as training.
but the roots are
Every
cautious.
person you lose
You don't flood a
teaches
garden
you
with water
something.
all at once.
Every
you give it
rejection
small, steady steady
strengthens
nourishment.
you. Every ending
The same is true for
refines
emotional
you.
trust.
The Stoic does not
practice
collapse
letting
at
yourself be
loss.
known in
They
gentle
transform
doses.
through it.
A truth
Marcus
shared,
Aurelius wrote,
a need
"What
voiced,
stands in the way
a boundary
becomes
drawn.
the way."
Not to impress
Heartbreak
anyone, but
becomes
to honor
wisdom.
yourself
Loneliness
and
becomes
watch how people
strength.
respond.
Detachment
Not to judge
becomes
them,
peace.
but to understand
not
whether your
punished.
heart
You
can
were
rest
trained.
in their presence.
The
Because
final
trust
Stoic
is not
truth
built in
about
grand
love.
declarations. It is
Love
built
is not something
in
you chase.
consistency.
Love is something you meet.
In someone showing
when you are
up
whole,
when it is inconvenient.
when you are disciplined,
in
when
someone
you are grounded,
listening when you feel
when you no
messy.
longer needed.
In someone
to
staying
survive.
steady when your
The
fears
moment
surface.
you stop chasing,
Healing does
you
not
become
require
magnetic,
perfect people.
because
It
nothing is
requires
more
emotionally
powerful
safe ones.
than someone who is
And
complete.
part of relearning trust
Closing
means
message.
accepting that
Stop
you may
running back
still
to
get hurt,
chains. So
that
let
life
this
will
be
still
your vow.
disappoint you sometimes.
I will not beg.
But you are
I will
not the
not
same
chase.
person
I will
you
not
were
abandon
when you were
myself.
first
I will not
wounded.
confuse anxiety
You have
with
language
love.
for your
I will
pain
not
now.
call obsession
You have
destiny.
awareness,
I will not worship
wisdom,
inconsistency.
and a heart that
I
has
will walk
endured
away
more
with
than anyone
dignity,
knows.
and I will build
You
a
are
life
not
so
fragile
strong
for wanting closeness.
that love must
You
meet
are
me
human
in
for
peace,
it.
or not
Trust
at all.
is not naive
Because
when it
Stoic
includes
logic
discernment.
is simple.
Trust becomes
If it
wisdom
costs
when
your
it is rooted
self-respect,
in self-respect.
it is too
And
expensive.
the moment you choose
You
to
stop
open your
searching
heart again,
for
not
someone
because you
else
need
to
someone to
save
save you,
Act
but because
3
you
teaser.
finally believe you can save
In
yourself.
part 3,
That
we
is the
go
moment
deeper
trust
than most
becomes
people
courage.
ever dare.
Now,
The
there
ego
is only
behind
one
romantic
question
obsession,
left.
the
If
hidden
trust begins
childhood
with you,
wound,
then what
the
does it
reason you
mean
chase
to
unavailable
truly be
people,
seen?
and the Stoic
Have you
method
noticed
to
how the
become
hardest thing
emotionally
to do is
untouchable.
often the simplest?
Because the truth
To
is,
reach out your hand again,
you were never chasing
to
them.
open your
You were
chest
chasing
even
what you
slightly
thought
after
you
the
lacked.
world has taught you to close.
And Stoicism will
Trust
show
is
you.
not an act of certainty,
You lacked
it is an act
nothing.
of courage.
You are not in
And
love.
courage has
You are
never
in
been the absence of
captivity.
fear.
High value
It is the
men and
willingness to
women
move,
understand.
while fear
The
sits
moment
trembling
you
inside your
chase,
ribcage.
you surrender
Think
your
back
power.
to the beginning,
You
to
tell
the image of a
world,
child
I
reaching
am
up,
incomplete.
small,
But Stoicism
open,
teaches
hopeful.
you are complete
That
by
child still
discipline,
lives inside
complete
you,
by self-respect,
even after heartbreak,
complete by
even
mastery.
after
You do not
disappointment,
beg. You do
even
not
after
plead.
you learn to build
You do
doors,
not shrink
walls,
yourself
entire
to
cities
be
around your heart.
chosen.
There
Because
is still
the
a part
person
of you
meant
that wants
for
to be
you,
seen without live.
you don't miss them.
To be known
You
is
miss
to
the
allow
dopamine.
another
You
person
don't
to
want
walk
them.
into the softest
You want
rooms
the
of your
relief.
being,
You're
the
not in
rooms
love.
you once lost.
You're in withdrawal.
And not everyone will treat those
And the
rooms
worst
gently,
part,
but
your
someone
emotions will convince
will. Someone
you
who does
that
not
chasing
admire your
them
mask, but is
is the only way
moved
to
by
feel
your humanity.
whole again.
Someone who
But Stoic
listens the
Logic
way
says something
silence
brutal.
listens.
If you
Someone
have
who
to chase
stays
love,
not because you
it
perform
was never
for
love.
them, not
It
because
was
you
hunger.
give endlessly,
Today,
not because
you
you
will learn
shrink
why
your
your heart
needs, but because they
misleads you.
recognize something
Why
in you
longing
that
is not
feels like
destiny,
home.
and how to
Trust
finally
will
become
always be at
unshakable.
risk. But so
Because
is loneliness.
the strongest people
so is hiding.
do not
so is
chase
pretending
love.
you don't care.
They attract
You can
it.
spend your life
by
protecting
mastering
yourself from
themselves.
pain, or you
In
can allow your
2026,
life to be touched
people are more
by
emotionally
meaning.
confused than ever.
Connection is what reminds
We have
you
endless options,
that you are
endless
alive,
messaging,
that your
endless
heart still
situationships.
beats,
Yet people
that
feel
your wounds
lonelier
did not steal
more
your
desperate,
capacity to feel,
more anxious
only your permission.
than any generation before.
So, slowly,
Why?
gently,
Because we
in
have
your
been
own
taught
time,
the most
extend
dangerous
your
lie,
hand again.
that love
Not wide,
is something
not
you
all at
find
once, just
instead
enough.
of something you build.
Not because the world
That if you feel
guarantees
strongly,
safety, but because
it must be
somewhere
real.
inside
That if
we
it
know the
hurts,
truth.
It must be
We
meaningful.
do not trust
But
because we
Stoicism
are
has
sure
always
we will
warned
not
us.
be hurt.
Emotion is
We
not
trust
wisdom.
because life
Emotion
is too
weather.
small and
it
too
changes.
quiet
It
if we
storms.
don't.
It passes.
And the
and
heart,
if you build your
no
life
matter
on
how
weather,
guarded, was never
you will
built for
collapse
quiet.
every season.
It was
so in
built
this
to
video,
echo,
we are going
to
deep
respond,
into
to be met,
why emotions
to be known
distort
is
reality,
to be alive.
why chasing love destroys your self-respect, why detachment is power, and how Stoic logic frees you from emotional slavery. This is not about becoming cold. This is about becoming free. Act 1. Your emotions are primitive. Let's begin with a truth most people refuse to accept. Your emotions are ancient. They are not modern. They are not intelligent. They are survival software. Your brain was not designed for romance. It was designed for survival. Fear kept you alive. Desire made you reproduce. Attachment kept tribes together. So when you feel intense longing, your brain is not saying,
Laura from
this
Vienna.
person is your soulmate. Your brain is saying, this person is a source of emotional safety. do not lose them. It is biology, not destiny. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You are disturbed not by events, but by your judgment about them. Your pain is not the person. Your pain is the story. I need them, and need is not love. Need is dependence. Love without freedom becomes a cage. Why you chase what hurts you? Why do people chase the ones who ignore them? Why do you crave someone who gives you less? Because the brain confuses uncertainty with value. The less available someone is, the more your mind obsesses. It's the same mechanism as gambling. A slot machine doesn't reward every pull. So you keep pulling. Maybe this time, maybe now, maybe if I try harder. And modern dating has become emotional gambling. You are not chasing love, you are chasing validation. Stoic Logic says, if someone makes you anxious, they are not your peace. Love is not anxiety. Love is not panic. Love is not obsession. Love is calm. Love is stable. Love is chosen, not chased. The Stoic rule, never abandon your dignity. Epictetus said, no man is free who cannot control himself. If your happiness depends on another person's reply. You are not in love, you are in captivity. High-value men and women understand. The moment you chase, you surrender your power. You tell the world, I am incomplete. But Stoicism teaches you are complete by discipline, complete by self-respect, complete by mastery. You do not beg, you do not plead, you do not shrink yourself. To be chosen, because the person meant for you will not require you to betray your dignity. Act 2, love is a chemical illusion. Most people think love is spiritual. They think love is fate. They think love is destiny. But the truth is far more uncomfortable. Most of what you call love is chemistry, a drug, a neurological storm, dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin. The brain does not fall in love the way poets describe. The brain becomes obsessed the way addicts do. That's why when someone pulls away, you don't simply feel sad. You feel restless. You feel panicked. You feel like something has been taken from you. Because something has. Your brain was receiving a reward, attention, affection, hope. And now the reward is gone. So your emotions scream, fix it, chase it, do something. But Stoic Logic whispers, this is not love, this is withdrawal.
Tartan prop from Newquay.
You are not heartbroken, you are chemically destabilized, and the modern world has mistaken addiction for romance. Why longing feels like meaning? Have you noticed something strange? The people who give you peace feel boring, but the people who give you anxiety feel unforgettable. That is not destiny, that is trauma. The nervous system becomes attached to what is unpredictable. Because unpredictability forces attention, your mind becomes hyper-focused, your body becomes alert. You call it passion, but it is survival energy. Stoicism teaches that peace is the signal, chaos is the warning. If you are constantly overthinking, if you are constantly questioning, if you are constantly checking your phone, that is not love. That is emotional slavery. Love does not make you smaller. Love does not make you beg. Love does not make you lose yourself. Real love expands you. Anything else is a trap. The emotional lie, they complete me. One of the most poisonous ideas in modern culture is this. You need someone to complete you. Think about how weak that sounds. Think about how dangerous
350's
that
pushing
is.
back.
If another person
Lingus
completes you,
330.
then without them, you are
I think that's
nothing.
pushing back as well. I'm not
That
sure
is
what
not
that's
romance.
doing, but we're
That is
getting close to the
The
end.
Stoics would call this
of
a form
today's
of
stream.
self-abandonment. Marcus Aurelius never said, find someone to make you whole. He said, be enough for yourself. Because if you do not own your soul, someone else will rent it. and most people are paying rent with their dignity. Why chasing love destroys your value. Here is a brutal truth. The more you chase, the less you are respected. Not because people are evil, but because human psychology is simple. What is abundant is cheap. What is desperate is unattractive.
Oh, we're inching
When you
closer
chase
to
someone,
that
you
100k,
communicate,
97.3.
I have no options. I have no standards.
Excellent.
I
Thank you,
will accept
everyone.
less.
That's
And the
subscribing
world
to the channel.
responds accordingly.
Appreciate your support.
High-value people do not chase. They choose. They observe. They vet. They walk away when peace is absent. Stoicism is not about pretending you don't care. It is about refusing to lose yourself. Stoic detachment is not coldness. People misunderstand detachment. They think detachment means you don't feel. No. Detachment means you don't collapse. You feel, but you do not become ruled. You love, but you do not worship. You desire, but you do not beg. Epictetus said, "Do not seek for events to happen as you wish, but wish for them to happen
That's
as
too
they do
Charles de
happen,
Gaulle.
and your life will go smoothly." Stoicism is emotional maturity. It is the ability to say, "I want this, but I do not need it." Need is where suffering begins. Desire with discipline is freedom.
I'd say about
The truth
another
about attachment.
15 or 20 minutes.
Most people are not attached to love. They are
Is
attached
over
to
and
the
we'll
idea
finish.
of being chosen. They want proof that they matter, that they are worthy, that they are enough. So they chase relationships. Not because the person is right, but because rejection feels like death.
See you next time,
But
Anna.
rejection is not death.
Enjoy the day. Anna.
Rejection is redirection. The Stoic does not interpret rejection as humiliation. The Stoic interprets it as information. If someone does not choose you, they have revealed the truth, and truth is always a gift, even when it hurts. Stop romanticizing the struggle. There is another emotional lie. If it's hard, it must be real. No, hard is not holy. Struggle is not romance. Pain is not proof. The movies trained you to believe love is suffering, that chasing is devotion, that heartbreak is passion. But Stoic Logic says, love without respect is not love. Love without peace is not love. Love without reciprocity is not love. If you're always the one reaching, then you're not building love. You are feeding an illusion. The moment you stop chasing, something incredible happens. The fog clears. You begin to see people as they are, not as you imagined. You stop projecting fantasies. You stop rewriting red flags. You stop confusing potential with reality. You stop begging for effort. And that is when you become dangerous. Not dangerous to others, dangerous
Rana
to
from
manipulation.
Marrakesh.
Because the person who no longer chases cannot be controlled. The Stoic practice, remove the fantasy. Here is your first discipline, remove the fantasy. Do not ask, what could this become? Ask, what is this right now? Do they show effort? Do they show respect? Do they show consistency? Or do they show confusion? The Stoic does not fall in love with words. The Stoic watches actions, because actions are truth. Words are cheap. Attention without commitment is cheap. Real love is expensive. It costs effort. It costs clarity. It costs presence. The second discipline, sit with the emptiness. When you stop chasing, you will feel
Thank you for joining us,
and
Mr.
that
Pingu.
emptiness will terrify
See you on Saturday.
because most people use relationships
Thank you for your
to
support,
avoid
Mr.
themselves.
Pingu.
But Stoicism teaches, sit with it. Do not run. Do not distract. Do not rebound. Do not numb. Face the silence, because in the silence, you meet your real self. And once you meet yourself, you stop searching for someone else to save you. Act 3 teaser. In part 3, we go deeper than most people ever dare. The ego behind romantic obsession, the hidden childhood wound, the reason you chase unavailable people, and the Stoic method to become emotionally untouchable. Because the truth is, you were never chasing them. You were chasing what you thought you lacked. And Stoicism will show you. You lacked nothing. You are not in love. You are in captivity. High-value men and women understand. The moment you chase,
Right, our last
you
plane is coming
surrender
out,
your
which is
power.
going to be
You tell
Qatar
the
350.
world, I am incomplete. But Stoicism teaches you are complete by
Fairly soon.
discipline, complete by self-respect, complete by mastery. You do not beg, you do not plead, you do not shrink yourself. To be chosen, because the person meant for you, will not require you to betray your dignity. Act 3, you are not chasing them, you are chasing your wound. Let's speak the truth now. The truth most people will never admit. You are not chasing love. You are chasing a feeling, a memory, a missing piece. You are chasing the version of yourself that you thought you became when they noticed you, when they texted you back, when they wanted you. Because for a moment, you felt worthy. And when they pulled away, that worth disappeared. So you chase. Not because they are special,
There's always that
but
pause
because
when
they
the
activated
gear door's
something
open and
unresolved inside you.
a few seconds before the main
Stoicism
gear
calls
comes up.
this
I think, is it going to
slavery.
go? Is it going to go
Modern
up or not?
psychology calls it attachment trauma. But the reality is the same. You are not addicted to them. You are addicted to what
Thanks
they
to you,
represent. The childhood root of romantic
thanks
obsession.
JW Dutch.
Most romantic
Thanks,
obsession
Damien.
begins long before romance.
Hello, Karen.
It
In the
begins
States,
in
Karen
childhood.
Monson.
If love was inconsistent, you learned to perform.
Thanks, Lady Helen.
If affection was conditional, you learned to chase approval. If attention came only when you achieved, you learned that you must earn being chosen. So as an adult, you don't fall in love peacefully. You fall in love anxiously.
It's
You
been
confuse
pinging on and
intensity
off for about
with
half an hour, that
intimacy.
Erlingus.
You confuse longing with connection because your nervous system was trained to associate love with uncertainty. And so you repeat the pattern, not because it feels good, but because it feels familiar.
Andrew
Stoic
Walban,
logic
thank you for your
says
33 months
familiar
with us.
pain is still
Thank you,
pain.
Andrew.
Do not call your wound a soulmate. Why you want what you can't have? The mind desires what it cannot control. That is ego. Ego does not want love. Ego wants conquest. Ego wants validation. Ego wants to win. So when someone is unavailable, your ego becomes obsessed. Not because they are perfect, but because they are distant. And distance creates fantasy.
I think
You
I'm
begin
going to
to
call it on
imagine
this one
two
because
ideas,
there's a chance of more rain
two
coming
projects.
down and I don't want to
You
hang
fall in
about
love
too
with a
long.
person who does not exist. You fall in love with potential, with possibility, with the version of them that only lives in your mind. Marcus Aurelius warned, do not let your imagination be crushed by life. The Stoic does not worship illusion. The Stoic sees clearly. The most dangerous drug, hope is beautiful. But hope can also destroy you. Because hope keeps you waiting. Hope keeps you attached. Hope keeps you tolerating disrespect. You tell yourself, maybe they'll change. Maybe they'll realize my value. Maybe if I'm patient. But Stoicism is not built on maybe.
And Jet 2
Stoicism
on
is
its
built
way
on
to Prague.
reality. If someone wanted to be in your life, they would be. If someone valued you, you would not feel confused.
Yeah, thanks,
The
Winter
Stoic
Hill.
does not live on crumbs. The Stoic walks away from uncertainty, not with anger.
I'm going to leave
with
after the
clarity.
guitar.
Emotions are not guides, they are signals. Here is where people fail. They treat emotions like truth. But emotions are not truth. Emotions are signals. Fear signals danger. Desire signals hunger. Loneliness signals absence. But none of these signals mean this person is meant for you. It means you are feeling something. And feelings are temporary. The Stoic does not obey feelings. The Stoic observes them. You do not act because you feel. You act because because you choose. That is freedom. The Stoic difference, love without need.
I think I might even call it
The
the
weak
fish and
love
chip shop
desperately.
oil.
The strong love freely. The weak say, I can't live without you. The strong say, I enjoy you, but I am whole without you. That is not arrogance, that is health. That is emotional maturity.
Thanks, Mike
Because
G.
the moment love becomes need, it becomes fear. And fear creates control. Control creates resentment. Resentment destroys connection. Stoicism teaches love is not possession. Love is appreciation. You do not own people. You experience them. And if they leave, you do not collapse. Because you never abandon yourself. Why people lose themselves in love. Most people don't want love. They want escape. Escape from loneliness. Escape from boredom. Escape from themselves. So they merge. They obsess. They overgive. They become a servant of attention. But Stoic Logic says,
No, I'm going to leave the
never
pickled
give
onion
someone
out,
the
please.
power to determine your inner peace.
Don't give me bad nightmares.
Because peace is your responsibility, not theirs. If your
Gherkins
peace
with
depends
feet,
on
whatever
another
next.
person, you are not in love. You are in danger. The Stoic law,
I like
what is
some
not
feet.
reciprocal is not real. Real love is mutual. Real love is consistent. Real love does not leave you guessing. If you are always questioning, it is not love. It is imbalance. Stoicism demands reciprocity, not because you are entitled, but because you are disciplined. You do not invest where you are not valued. You do not chase where you are not chosen. You do not beg where you are not respected. The Stoic walks away early, so they do not suffer late. The moment of awakening. One
Pegasus
day
to
you will
Istanbul,
wake up
Airbus
and you
A321
will
new.
realize
Oh,
you are
nice
not
shot.
chasing love. You are chasing permission to
Nice
feel
one.
enough. But you do not need permission. You do not need someone's attention to validate
Yeah, the
your
rain's
existence.
starting again, so
You are
yeah, I'm
enough
going to finish
by
on
discipline,
this one.
enough
Taxi
by
line.
self-respect, enough by solitude, enough by purpose. And when you truly believe that, you become unstoppable. Because nothing is more attractive than someone who no longer needs to be chosen. You stop searching
And thank
for
you
someone
for
else
your company
to save
today.
you.
Really appreciate it.
Ad-free teaser. In part 3, we go deeper than most people ever
Got to know
dare.
people there
The
in
ego
chat,
behind
watching
romantic
and
obsession,
chatting.
the hidden childhood wound, the reason you chase unavailable people,
Thanks to my
and the
moderators, Joe
Stoic
Martin,
method to become emotionally
Francis and
untouchable.
Marlene.
Because the truth is,
Great stuff you're doing
you were
in
never
chat.
chasing them. You were chasing
Thank you for
what
your support
you
of the channel,
thought you
PayPal,
lacked.
Super Chat, Super Stickers,
Stoicism
gifted memberships,
showed
and
you.
most importantly, thank you for
lacked
renewing
nothing.
your membership,
You are not in love.
subscribing
You are in
and liking the
captivity.
stream.
High-value men and women understand.
And don't forget, we've
the
got a
moment
merch
you chase,
shop at
you surrender
funkyaviation.com.
your
We'll check it
power.
out after
You
this
tell
stream.
the world, I am incomplete. But
Well, we'll check it
Stoicism
out. Still got
teaches
lots of
you are
baseball
complete
caps and
by
beanie
discipline,
caps
complete
available.
by self-respect, complete
Same price,
by
£20.
mastery. You do not beg. You do not plead.
Posted and packing
You do not shrink
UK
yourself
only.
to be chosen. Because the person meant for you
And that's via
will not
PayPal. You can get in touch
require
with me
you
via
to betray
PayPal.
your dignity.
So I'll see you on
Act
Saturday,
4,
+9.
the Stoic system to stop chasing forever.
Take care,
You've
enjoy
listened
the rest
this
of your day,
far.
and I will see you
You're
all
already
at the
waking
weekend.
up.
Bye.
Because most
For now,
people
bye now.
never reach
Bye now.
this point. Most people stay addicted. Most people stay emotional. Most people stay chasing their entire lives. But you are here, which means something inside you is ready for discipline, ready for truth, ready for freedom. So now we move from understanding to transformation. Here is the Stoic system, not theory, not motivation, a system. First principle, control the inner empire. Stoicism begins with one law. You cannot control people. You cannot control outcomes. You cannot control love. You can only control yourself. Marcus Aurelius called this your inner empire. Most people abandon their empire the moment they fall in love. They hand over the keys. They let another person determine their mood. confidence, their peace, their worth. That is not love. That is surrender. The Stoic never surrenders the inner empire. They feel emotion, but they do not kneel to it. They ask, what is within my control? My actions, my standards, my discipline, my response. That is power. Second principle, remove the need to be chosen. The deepest addiction is not romance, it is validation. Most people do not chase partners. They chase proof. Proof that they are enough. Proof that they are desirable. Proof that they matter. But Stoicism teaches the man who needs approval is weak. The woman who needs attention is trapped. Freedom begins when you no longer require an audience to respect yourself. When you stop asking, do they want me? And start asking, do I want them? That is the reversal. That is the awakening. You were never meant to beg. You were meant to choose. Third principle, detach from outcomes. This is where most people fail. They do something kind, then expect something back. They show love, then demand security. They give effort, then feel entitled to return. Stoicism destroys this. Epictetus taught, do what is right, then release the result. Because the moment you attach your peace to an outcome, you become a hostage. You can love deeply. Without clinging, you can care. Without collapsing, you can desire. Without dependence. Detachment is not coldness. Detachment is strength. It is saying, I will not lose myself. Fourth principle, stop romanticizing people. Most heartbreak is not heartbreak. It is disillusionment. You are not mourning them. You are mourning the fantasy, the version of them you created, the future you imagined, the story you told yourself. Stoicism demands brutal clarity. See people as they are, not as they could be, not as they promised, not as you hoped. Reality is the cure. Fantasy is the drug. The Stoic stays sober. Fifth principle, build a life they cannot compete with. Here is the secret of high-value individuals. They do not chase
Hello,
love,
everybody. My name is Joe Koss,
because their
alongside
life
Hall of Fame
is
and
already
legendary
full.
broadcaster Ben Dodge,
Purpose,
who knows modified
mission,
better than
discipline,
anybody else.
health,
Ben, this
growth,
today,
legacy.
the biggest stage at the
When you are
NASCAR
building
Wheel and
something
Modified Tour
meaningful,
will race on all season
you do
long.
not
It
obsess
certainly is
over
the biggest
attention.
stage.
You do not
Everybody is
spiral
pumped up.
over texts.
Everybody
You do
wants
not
to be a part
beg
of the
for
atmosphere and
presence
the festivities.
because you are
It's
present
all been
in
building.
your own life.
It's just not a modified
Most people
event. It's
chase
an
love because they have
opportunity to
nothing
showcase
else.
yourself
Stoicism
before the real
says, fill
superstars.
your life.
From cup racing
Then love
all the way
becomes
down the
an
food
addition,
chain, Joe.
not a
And you're
rescue.
looking at a
Sixth
group of
principle,
men that are
let
chomping at
silence
the
do
bits.
the work.
North Wilkesboro Speedway
Weak people
has so much
over-explain.
history,
Weak
and that
people
history
double
has
text.
been brought
Weak
back to
people
life.
chase closure.
There's the historic
Strong people
signs,
understand
the old
silence.
Winston
Silence
NASCAR
is a
Cup
mirror.
Series
Silence
signs.
reveals
It's all
truth.
about
If you
atmosphere
stop
when you
chasing
come to this
and
grand
live
facility.
here,
5/8 of
that
a
was
mile,
your answer.
it was
If
the
you stop
showcase.
reaching,
At
then
one
nothing
time,
returns.
the pride of this community,
was
it
your
went
answer.
quiet for a while.
Stoicism teaches,
But Joe,
do
it's
not
not
force
going to
what is
be
not
quiet
mutual.
today.
Let
It
absence
has been
speak. Let
revitalized,
distance
and you
clarify.
can't ask for
The
better
Stoic
weather
does
here in
not
Wilkes
demand
County today.
love. The Stoic
74 degrees,
observes
partly
reality.
cloudy, a light
Seventh
breeze here
principle,
just to keep things
accept
cool
loss
as the
as
afternoon
training.
rolls on, because the
Every person you
competition on
lose
track is certainly going to
teaches
get
you
heated.
something.
Let's take
Every
a look
rejection
at what this racetrack
strengthens
has
you.
for
Every
statistics. He
ending
talked about the history of this. You go
refines you.
all
So
the
much
way
history.
back
The
to
Stoic does not collapse at
1947
loss.
when they put this
They
famed
transform
facility together.
through it.
It's been part of
Marcus
NASCAR
Aurelius
history from
wrote,
the very beginning.
what
It
stands
certainly
in the
has,
way
and of course,
becomes the
you
way.
just took a peek at the
Heartbreak
Benny Parson
becomes
banner.
wisdom.
But you know, the
Loneliness
location
becomes
is, of course,
strength.
North Wilkesboro,
Detachment
North Carolina.
becomes
We
peace.
talked about opening
You were
in
not punished. You were
1947.
trained.
It's literally the front
final Stoic
straightaways,
truth about
0.625 mile oval.
Love is not something
It's
you
an asphalt
chase.
facility,
Love
of
is
course,
something
and
you
the track
need.
was revived
When you are
in
whole,
2023.
when you are disciplined, when you are
You're
grounded,
looking at part
when you
of
no
that
longer need
history,
it
part of that
to
foundation.
survive.
But today,
moment
it's
you
going to be
stop
every man
chasing,
for themselves,
you become
because there's
magnetic.
not one modified
Because
competitor in
nothing
the
is more
country
powerful
that doesn't want to
than
be
someone
or
who is
isn't at
complete.
this particular race.
Closing
This is a
message.
race that
Stop
puts your
running back
name
to chains.
on the list
So
of
let this be
validation.
your vow.
All eyes on the
I will
NASCAR
not beg.
Wheeling
I
Modified
will not
Tour
chase.
here
I
today.
will not
We'll have
abandon
more
myself. I
pre-race
will not
coverage
confuse
in a moment
anxiety
from
with
North
love.
Wilkesboro.
I will not call obsession destiny. I will not worship inconsistency. I will walk away with dignity, and I will build a life so strong that love must meet me in peace, or not at all. Because Stoic logic is simple. If it costs your self-respect, it is too expensive. You stop searching for someone else to save you. Act 3 teaser. In Part 3, we go deeper than most people ever dare. We go behind romantic obsession, the hidden childhood wound, the reason you chase unavailable people, and the Stoic method to become emotionally untouchable. Because the truth is, you were never chasing them. You were chasing what you thought you lacked. And Stoicism will show you. You lacked nothing. You are not in love. You are in captivity. High-value men and women understand. The moment you chase, you surrender your power. You tell the world, I am incomplete. But Stoicism teaches you are complete by discipline, complete by self-respect, complete
The crowd
by
filing
mastery.
into North Wilkesboro
You do not
Speedway
beg.
as
You
they
do
get
not
ready
bleed.
to see the
You do not
NASCAR
shrink
Wheeling Modified
yourself
Tour for
to be
150
chosen.
circuits. The
Because
third
the
race
person
of
meant
the
for you
2025 season. Been
will
plagued
not
by weather, but
require
not
you
today.
to
Beautiful
betray
conditions
your
for
dignity.
excellent
Stop
side-by-side,
before you
wheel-to-wheel
send
action.
that
Ben,
message.
they're all
Before you
staged,
beg
you would say,
for
with all the
attention.
colors of the rainbow.
Before you chase
Why don't we take a
someone
look
who gives
at
you
how this race will
breadcrumbs.
play out through our race
Listen
analysis
carefully.
today.
Your
Well,
emotions
it's
are
so
lying
important to take a
you.
look at this. It's
Not because you are
150
weak,
laps.
not
The
because
tire
you are
allotment,
broken,
2
but
per
because
stop,
emotions
9 total.
were never
Recent winners of the
designed
event
to tell
going
you the
back
truth.
to
They were
2023,
designed to
it
make
was
you
Matt
react.
Hirschman. Justin
And
Bonsignora
nowhere is
was
this
the
more
big winner in
dangerous than in
2024.
love.
Today,
Because
a youngster
love,
has
modern
moved to the
love,
front of the
is
class.
no longer about
Very familiar in
connection.
Southern racing.
It's about
He is the man that will be
obsession.
starting
It's
up
about
front in
attachment.
row number
It's
1
about emotional
with a name
addiction.
that is
You don't miss
synonymous
them.
with modified
You
racing.
miss the
And that's
dopamine.
Luke Baldwin
You
earned
don't
his
want
second
them.
career pole here just
You
a
want
little
the
while
relief.
ago. He'll
You're not in
lead the
love.
field around to the green
You're in
flag in
withdrawal.
that famed 7 New York.
And the worst
This year,
part,
though, we are celebrating
your
the
emotions
40
will
years of the
convince you
NASCAR
that
Wheeling
chasing
Modified Tour. I
is
want to
the only
take
way
you
to
back
feel
down
whole
memory lane.
again.
Let's go back some years
Stoic
ago
Logic
to
says
Nazareth
something
Speedway.
brutal.
This day,
If you
back
have
in
to chase love,
2003,
it was never
the NASCAR
love.
Wheeling
It
Modified
was
Tour
hunger.
took Nazareth
Today,
by storm.
you will learn why your heart misleads you, why
There's no
longing is
question.
not destiny, and how to finally become unshakable.
What you do with Jesus
Because the
Christ.
strongest people
These open wheel wonders
do not
takes the tricky
chase
1 mile Nazareth Speedway for 100 miles of mayhem. And it has been wild. Ted Christopher was up
In
front,
2026,
but John Blewett
people
took
are more
the lead.
likely
Christopher said, not
than
too
ever
fast there, big
We have
fella.
endless
Up
options,
today
endless
in
messaging,
Jesus
endless
Christ.
situationships.
And we're going to have
Yet people feel
top
lonely,
this race with just 2
more
laps
desperate,
remain.
more anxious.
But the big question now
than in
is
generations
there enough fuel in these cars to go to the
Why?
finish? The crewmen a little
Because
bit
people
nervous, and I'll bet Christopher's nervous too because John Blewett was able to get by him with a few laps to go earlier. So can he do it one more time? Green flags out. Here comes Ted Christopher. 2 laps to go. John Blewett is going to try to make a last ditch effort. Here he goes to the outside. Here comes
But
Blewett
Stoicism
off
is
of
always
turn number 3 down the front straightaway, but no way. Number 13 gets victory. 13. Ted Christopher is our winner here at Nazareth Speedway.
Your life long way. You're in collapse every season. So in this video, we are going deep into why emotions distort reality, why
Magic of
chasing love
numbers.
destroys
Let's take a
your
look back at this.
self-respect,
We just
why
saw it.
detachment
It was
is
the
power, and how
13th
Stoic
career
logic
win
frees you
for Ted
from
Christopher
emotional
back in
slavery.
2003.
This is not
but
about
that wasn't the
becoming
only
cold.
story.
This is about
it was held
becoming
on
free.
this exact day.
Act
Ryan
1.
Newman, we just took
Your
a look at the number
emotions
4
are
car
primitive.
sitting behind the wheel of
Let's begin with the
Garbarino's
truth
car.
most
We'll
people
tell you
refuse
stories
to
about
accept.
that team
Your
as
emotions
well
are
later
ancient.
in our broadcast.
They are not
Talk
modern.
about the
They are not
40 years of the
intelligent.
NASCAR
They
Wheeling
are survival
Modified Tour.
software.
More excitement
Your
to
brain
come.
was
Ryan
not
Newman,
designed
he's in the
for
field today.
romance.
He's going to be
It
ready
was
to go
designed
racing for
for
150
survival.
laps here at North Wilkesboro.
Fear
More to
kept
come
you
as a
alive.
pre-race coverage
Desire
continues
made you
from North
reproduce.
Wilkesboro.
Attachment kept tribes together. So when you feel intense longing, your brain is not saying, this
We
person
couldn't do
is
it
your
without
soulmate.
I don't
Your
believe
brain
we've
is
ever
saying,
taken a product
this
off
person is
that
a
was
source
broken.
of
It was we
emotional
put the car out of
safety.
service.
Do not
What
lose
price
them.
do you put on a life?
It is
We don't
biology,
want to run the
not
risk of
destiny.
causing loss of
The Stoics
life
understood
through our
this centuries
response.
ago.
We want self peace of mind.
Marcus
Their
Aurelius
goal
wrote,
is to get
"You are
home
disturbed not
each
by
and every
events,
evening. And if
but
we
by
play
your
a small
judgment
part
about
in
them.
ensuring they get home
Your
safe
pain
each
is
day,
not the person.
it's extremely
Your
gratifying.
pain is the story. Need is not love. Need is dependence. Love without freedom becomes a cage. Why you chase what hurts you? Why do people chase the ones who ignore them? Why do you crave someone who gives you less? Because the brain confuses uncertainty with value. The less available someone is, the more your mind obsesses. It's the same mechanism as gambling. A slot machine doesn't reward every pull. So you keep pulling. Maybe this time, maybe now, maybe if I try harder. And modern dating has become emotional gambling. You are not chasing love, you are chasing validation. Stoic Logic says, if someone makes you anxious, they are not your peace. Love is not anxiety. Love is not panic. Love is not obsession. Love is calm. Love is stable. Love is chosen, not chased. The Stoic rule, never abandon your dignity. Epictetus said, no man is free
Well,
who
the
cannot
stage is
control
set. The cars
himself.
are ready for the
If your
NASCAR
happiness
Wheeling
depends on another
Modified Tour
person's
Faith Fest
reply,
Evangelistic
you are not
Ministries
in love.
150.
You are in captivity.
Third race of the season.
High-value
Ben,
men
this
and
weekend
women
has been
understand.
absolutely
The
full with
moment you
highlights of
choose,
NASCAR
you
All-Star
surrender
race that'll be
your
run
power.
later on
You
tonight.
tell the
We've
world,
seen great
I
on-track
am
racing
in
already.
control.
The car stores have
But
covered
Stoicism
the
teaches
Craftsman Truck
you are
Series ran
complete
here
by
yesterday,
discipline,
along with heat races and
complete
qualifying for
by
the NASCAR Cup
self-respect.
Series.
It has been a
Complete
full
by
card. And
mastery.
speaking of
You
full
do not
cards,
make, you do
there
not
was
lose.
some big
just
do not
news
treat
released by
yourself
NASCAR
to
this
be
past week.
chosen.
And of course,
Because
we all
the person
understand
meant
that this
for
is
you
the
will
40th
not
anniversary
require you
of the NASCAR
to
Wheel and
betray
Modified
your
Tour.
dignity.
But some were quite
Oh,
surprised
pizza in there,
on
Love
who
is a
would make
chemical
the cut
illusion. Most people
at the
think
first
love is
10.
spiritual.
Joe?
Yes,
They
well,
think
We'll
love
announce
is
these
fate.
in
They
four
think love
different
is
groups
destiny.
as the summer goes
But
on
the
in
truth
no
is far more
particular order, but
uncomfortable.
here
Most
are
of what
the
you
first
call
group
love
of the 40
is
greatest
chemistry,
modified tour drivers,
a
led off
drug,
by none
a
other than the
neurological
mighty Mike
storm.
Stefanik.
One of the
Dopamine,
greatest of all time. There's no
oxytocin,
question about that.
serotonin.
And
The brain
of
does not
course,
fall in
joining
love the
him,
way
the
poets
guy that has
describe.
been a factor
The brain
and
becomes
still
obsessed
continues
the
to
way
be a
addicts
factor.
do.
That is Ryan
That's why when
Stefanik.
someone pulls
Two-time
away,
champion of the series, Rowan
you don't
Pennick, who
simply
won
feel
several
sad.
races, drove
You feel
Old
restless.
Blue. Two-time
You feel
champion
panic.
Donnie Leah
You feel
on
like
the
something
list,
has
along
been
with
taken
Jeff
from
Fuller,
you.
who had a great storied career.
Because something
There's no
happens.
question the Fuller
Your
brothers,
brain
both
was
Jeff
receiving
That's
and
a-
Rick Fuller, made their
attention,
mark in
affection,
modified racing.
Genda
They were
wo.
among the
And now the
first
reward
for
is
Jeff to
gone.
go down
So your
south,
emotions
and
scream.
Ricky
Omugambi.
Fuller always was a colorful, talented
Do
driver.
something.
Nekesa.
Horseshoe.
Ambassador
But
Chuck
Nekesa.
Osfeld,
whispers.
Woody Pitkat,
Yancy
Richie Evans,
Msewan.
of course,
This is withdrawal.
and Tim Conley.
You are not
Speaking of Tim
heartbroken.
Conley,
You are
we have Matt
chemically
Sinja
Donner
na
joining us on the
program now.
broadcast
And the
here
modern
this
Take it up,
world
Loon.
has mistaken
Let's send it down to
addiction
Matt and some more
for
on Tim
romance.
Conley.
Gwegenda wo.
Well,
this week we
the
announced the
Otuukawo.
40 greatest
Omugamba
drivers in
oli awo.
modified tour
Ye
history, and
akubire
one of them was
Nekesa.
Tim
Oba
Connolly right
gw'okubiri.
here. But he's on the
Feel
bench
more
this weekend. He's
Nekesa
playing the
Mugambi
role of car owner.
anxiety.
Ryan Newman's going to be behind the wheel of the famed
Unforgettable.
Mystic Missile number
That
4.
is not
Tim,
destiny.
before we get to
That
the
is
honor
trauma.
that you were
Ina
doing this
kwa
week,
sababu
attached
explain to the
to what is
fans
unpredictable.
what's going on, what's
Because
led to Ryan being in the car.
unpredictability forces
Well,
attention.
Ryan and I have been talking
Your
for the
mind
past year or
becomes
whatever, so which is really
hyper-focused.
exciting for me,
Your
my
body
family, and the
becomes
whole
alert.
team.
You call it
So it's an
passion.
honor. Looking forward
But
to
it
it.
is survival energy.
We've had some fun already in a
Stoicism
short period of
teaches
time.
that peace is the signal.
Ryan's a
Chaos
wheelman. He's
is
going to go
the warning.
fast.
If you
We've
are
got some help from
constantly
Ryan Stone
overthinking,
and some of the boys.
if you are
So
constantly
Ryan's been on the car himself an awful
you're
lot all week long.
constantly checking
We're
your
excited.
phone.
We're optimistic about it.
Well,
That is
it's
not
probably
love.
tough to be out of the seat
That
too.
is
I know you had some
emotional
surgery,
Love does
spinal
not make
surgery,
you
right?
small.
And
Love does not make
how
you
is it so
vain.
far
Love
being a
does
car
not
owner?
make you lose yourself.
It sucks.
Real love expands. Anything else is a
I don't know how to
trap.
sugarcoat it. It's a
The
different
emotional
deal,
lie,
and
they complete me.
it's tough.
One of the
I'm
most
just leaving it at that.
poisonous
It's tough,
ideas
but
in modern
but
culture is
Ryan
this.
being here makes it a lot
You need
easier.
someone
So
who
I'm excited about that part of
Think
it.
about how
Well, now that it's getting loud, let's ask you,
Think
so
about
maybe
how
you can't even
dangerous
hear me.
that
You can BS me.
if another
But
person completes
what type of honor
then
is it
without
for you?
them,
You've been around these
you are
modifieds for a
nothing.
long time.
That is
You
not
think of
romance.
iconic cars, you
That
think
is
of Old Blue,
dependence.
and you think of the Mystic
Stoics
Missile.
would call this
What is
a
it?
form
What is
of
it like to be
self-abandonment.
behind the wheel of this car?
Marcus Aurelius never said,
So,
find
separate
someone
from
to
all
make
you
you
said,
whole.
I've been
He
behind
said,
the wheel some
"Be
iconic
enough
cars
for
in the
yourself."
Silver Crown series.
Because if you do not
And
own
that
your
just
soul,
kind of carries over into what we're doing here with the
someone else
modified
will
deal.
rent
It's a great opportunity.
Just 5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Tim's,
5 minutes.
Tim's giving me the opportunity
Why
to give me the
chasing
reins,
love
so to speak,
destroys your
to
value.
go out there and try to carry that,
Here is a
that,
brutal
that
I
delivery
wasn't
on.
The more you
and,
chase,
it's
the less
no
you
better
are
place
respected.
than historical
Not
North
because people
Wilkesboro
are
Speedway.
evil,
So to me, it's
but because
a great
human
opportunity
psychology
for all
is
of us
simple.
on
What
the
is
stage.
abundant
Yeah, I'm
all
coming.
for a weekend,
is cheap.
I'm coming
and
with
What
the
is
proof.
desperate
with all the sponsors
is
that we put
unattractive.
together to be on
When you chase
a part of this
someone,
car,
you
just look forward to the
communicate.
opportunity.
Just 5
That's really
minutes.
what it's all about. But again,
I have no
the
standards.
legendary
I
name
will
of
accept
Garbarino
less.
family, and
And the world
I think Tim
responds
said he started in like
accordingly.
1961,
I
right? Like
value people do not
long before
chase.
we were ever
They
thought
choose.
of, just shortly
They
after our
observe.
parents were thought
They
of,
vet.
right? So like
They walk
it's
away.
it's got a lot of
When
history,
peace
and that
is
means a lot to me.
absent. Stoicism is not about pretending you don't care. It is about
Tim
refusing
Conley.
to lose
Let's go
yourself.
trackside for
Stoic
pre-race
detachment
ceremony.
is not coldness. People
Please welcome
misunderstand
from Face
detachment.
Fest,
They
Evangelistic
think
Ministries,
detachment
Andrew
means you don't
Wagner,
feel.
Zach Baker,
No.
and Jameson
Detachment
Wooten.
means you don't collapse.
Drivers,
You feel,
start
but you do not
your
become
engines!
ruled. You love, but you do not worship. You desire, but you do not beg. Epictetus said, "Do not seek for events to happen as you
Well, we're
wish,
back here at
but
North
wish for them
Wilkesboro,
to happen
and
as
the
they do
stage
happen,
has been
and your
set,
life
Joe.
will go
Everybody's in the
smoothly."
car, strapped in, crew
Stoicism
members,
is
making
emotional
the final
maturity.
adjustments of air
It is the
and
ability
tire
to say,
pressure,
"I
and
want
you're looking
this,
at the front row.
but I do
An
not
impressive
need it."
front row it is.
Need
a
is where
surprise for
suffering
some,
begins.
but for others,
Desire
not
with
at all.
discipline
Very,
is freedom.
very talented Luke
The truth
Baldwin
about
on the
attachment.
front row.
Most
He's
people
got a
are not
quite talented
attached to
driver
love.
alongside
They are
in the form
attached
of
to the
Jacob
idea
Lutz.
of
It's the
being
second
chosen.
pole of the season
They want
and second
proof
career
that they
pole for
matter,
Luke Baldwin.
that they are
Jacob
worthy,
Lutz with his
that they are
best
enough.
career start
So
here
they
today.
chase
Let's take a look at row number 2. We've got
Not
Austin
because the person
Beers
is
there.
right,
Of course, he's
but
had
because
2
rejection
top 5s
feels like
qualified in
But
of the last
rejection
15,
is not
13
death.
events, rather.
Rejection
he's qualified
is
in the top
redirection.
12. Matt
The Stoic
Hirschman,
does
Big
not
Money Matt,
interpret rejection
outside
as
row number 2.
humiliation.
Justin
The
Bonsignor
Stoic
starts
interprets
fifth
it as
defending series
information.
champion and
If
defending
someone
winner of the
does
race
not
here at
choose
North
you,
Wilkesboro. He won the
they
event
have
back in
revealed the
October.
truth.
Ryan Newman
And
in the
truth
Mystic Missile number
is
4,
always a gift.
2008 Daytona
Even when it
500
hurts.
champion and 18-time
Stop romanticizing
NASCAR
the struggle.
Cup
There is
Series
another
champion.
emotional
Start
lie.
sixth.
Then
If
we
it's
go to a
hard,
gentleman
it
who
must
is
be real.
no stranger
No, hard
to Southern
is not
competition.
holy.
Joey Coulter,
Struggle is
driving
not
the SRI
romance.
performance
Pain is not
machine.
proof.
He'll start back
The movies
in
trained
7th.
you to believe
Tyler
love is
Ripken,
suffering,
who's been coming
that
on
chasing
strong, will
is
make
devotion,
up that
that
4th
heartbreak
row to the
is
outside
passion.
with a bowler
But
number
Stoic
3.
Logic says,
Inside row
love
5,
without
a
respect
two-time
is
Wheel
not
Modified
love.
Tour winner. That's
Love without
Kyle
peace
Bonsignor from
is
Bayshore,
not
New
love.
York, alongside
Love
the
without
championship point
reciprocity
leader through
is
2
not
races.
love.
That's Patrick
If you're
Emerly.
always the
2
one
young
reaching,
guns that make their
you're
career
not
known at
building
the Stafford Speedway,
You are
coming up
feeding
through the ranks as a
illusion.
champion there.
The
Stephen
moment
Kopsick, car
you
number
stop
21.
chasing,
He can tune and he can drive.
something
With
incredible
the Newtown
happens.
Pools,
The
Warnock
fog
construction
clears.
car.
You
And
begin
Teddy
to see
Hodgson
people as
from
they
Danbury,
are.
Connecticut,
Not as you
considered
imagined.
a rookie.
You
in
stop
Blackberry
projecting
Fuels car.
fantasies.
Corey
You
LaJoy
stop
is
rewriting
back in the
your
Wheel Modified Tour.
life.
He'll
You
start
stop
13th in the Gary
confusing
Putnam number
potential
77,
with
former
reality.
winner at the
You stop
Martinsville
begging
Speedway.
for effort.
Alongside Trevor
that is
Catalano,
when
he
you
missed
become
this race last year because he got married. He's
Not
back in
dangerous
Martinsville,
to
or I should
others.
say North Wilkesboro for the
Dangerous
first time in
to
2 seasons.
manipulation.
Going back to
Because
the
the
8th row,
person
of
who
course,
no
Tommy
longer
Catalano
chases
right there to contend
cannot
in the
be
FX
controlled.
Capara machine.
The
And
Stoic
Dave
practice,
Zapienza comes
remove the
back
fantasy.
with that Ted
Here is your
Christopher
first
tribute car
discipline.
starting
Remove
16th on
the
the grid.
fantasy.
You go back another row, you've got
Do not
Frank
ask,
Lutz in
what
the
could this
46, he'll
become?
start 17th.
Ask,
Joey
what
Braun,
is
the
this
Hill
right
Enterprises
now?
number
Do they show
79,
effort?
returns to the
Do
Wheel
they